us to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with her. Now we're playing with fate.
Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next till your very last. Got a chateau in the mountains, got change, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Started with Babylon a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by
the big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Ken and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Who are you? Tell me your secrets and let's talk about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Woo! Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn a 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away. They're ticking coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for life. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a death for sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. I'll never fly. We all sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep
Sometimes, don't let it stay in your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it. You can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back to another day of GC EMEA Stage 3, and we're in the playoffs. If you weren't here yesterday, first of all, where were you? But second of all, we're glad to have you here today and joining us. However, joining me is the one, the only Echo. How are you doing this? I mean, wonderful might be a little bit of a stretch, but how are you doing this fine afternoon?
I'm feeling pretty good. I am very excited for the games today. I think the playoffs have already delivered. Maybe not the upsets we thought might come up, but at the very least the storylines that a lot of people are expecting yesterday now coming into today. I think these two matches that we've got coming in are could go either way, right? This is the kind of point of the bracket where all bets are off, I'd say, at this point.
I think that you might be right. These are a lot of games where there are history between these teams and we can see patterns emerging. Like Giant X hasn't taken a series off of Habosh, but they have been close a lot of times. Twisted Minds Orchid versus SK Nebula, the team that has, I'd argue, propelled themselves above what we've seen from them all year, above maybe all else, with the exception of maybe Focus, versus last stage's winners. And now, as you can see here, the standings. If you missed out on the group stage, you may be wondering what kind of weird fever dream wonderland situation are we finding ourselves in? And to that I answer, I don't know, but this is the reality that we live in. Habosh Babosh straight in from promo, straight in from the Cash Cubs, straight into second place in the group, Echo.
Even SK didn't get second in the groups last stage, I don't think. I think they got third or fourth. Very different story. You might also be wondering why we've got Giant X and Alternate Attacks in the games in the playoffs. And that is because we had the play-ins. If you missed that, go and watch the VODs. They were incredible. But we have those teams from the play-ins. We've got an 8-team bracket, and Giant X, who have had a great year, are now back into playoffs and ready to try and prove themselves that they deserve to be here.
Talking of here, let's look at where they're going next. Points make prizes, and they have been accumulating points throughout the season. Actually, let's take a look at the bracket first. Got a bit ahead of myself. Got a bit excited here. This is the playoffs as it stands right now. We have that lower bracket, so no loser today is completely down and out, right? This is not their last game of the season, win or lose, right? Not the last game of the year, but that lower bracket's already looking particularly scary here. And here's the points that we were talking about. Gentlemates GC yesterday confirmed themselves 100%. There is nothing that they can do now to change the fact that they will be in Sao Paulo at the end of this year. They are locked in. Now the question is, who joins them? It'll either be, at the moment, G2 goes in SK Nebula based on the points alone, but that might change depending on who goes the first to the brackets, or whoever wins stage 3 outright will be joining Gentlemates GC.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of different storylines we can find looking at those points and how they stand right now, because teams like Giant X, who have made it to both of the GCCs that they've been able to get to because they existed for those two, they want to make it back for this one, but it's going to be such a long road for them despite a good stage 1 and stage 2 performance. So we're going to have to see how they can perform against Habosh, because it's going to start here.
Oh, absolutely. It starts right here. It starts right now. And let's take a little bit of a look at the history of these two teams going up against each other. Now, they've played versus each other a couple of times this year. We saw it in the group stage, and we saw it in a Cash Cup earlier in the year. And the results have been the same. Habosh Babosh taking what was, well, at least in the Cash Cup at the start, an upset victory. Then when we came into stage 3 here, they took another victory, and it was early on, so I think it was still kind of in the upset territory of Giant X's messier group stage, but it has been just fundamentally theirs outright. And the one map that Giant X took, well, it was a 13-7, so it wasn't even a particular stomp. And the games that they've been, well, winning, it's been going overtime a lot, but it has been predominantly Habosh in the driving seat.
And that pearl that they did win on has disappeared. It's no longer in the map pool, so we can't be seeing that. You can't rely on that map. So for the side of Habosh, they are feeling incredibly comfortable coming into today, knowing the fact that they got that second place in groups. They are locking themselves into second seed. And this roster, this set of players, they've set themselves up now for the playoffs to try and make a run all the way to Istanbul, which is an incredible thing to have happened.
Exactly. But let's take a look at this Habosh Babosh roster that we've been singing so much about. And now a lot of these players, first ever time in the main stage. This is a group of green bean players who are just showing their worth. First time here, first time in front of, honestly, such a big audience.
Yeah, Thea's the only person who's been up in main event before. She played on Job Life, and well, let's say she's had a much better split here than Job Life did back in stage 1. And this team, like you say, they are all new players, they're all fresh, and they all look so incredible. They have such a synergy about them that, yes, okay, they're very aggressive, they're very fast-paced, and they're all about running you down and surprising you. But they do it with such synergy for a new team together. And a big part of that, I think, is because of the Cash Cup grind.
Exactly. Now I got to speak all things Cash Cup grind, all things confidence, and all things Habosh Babosh earlier with none other than So Real. I've got a little interview just for you guys. I am here with So Real, and it is an absolute pleasure. First time on the main stage, and you've been killing it. Now, I wanted to ask about that grind through the Cash Cups. You got promoted into main stage on your first try, and you take second in groups. And you yourself said that you wanted to look back at your first ever split in main event and be proud of what you did. Are you already at that point?
Well, I think we've certainly made an impact, and we are, of course, we're proud of our group stage finish, but the job's not done yet. If we want to go to Istanbul and if we want to go to the champs, we've got to go all the way. We've got a lot of wins ahead of us. So,
was this always where you saw yourself, or was this sort of further than you believed possible to go in your first ever time in main stage?
Oh, I mean, We definitely had a lot of belief in ourselves. We definitely thought that we could contend with a lot of the teams here, but a second place finish, I mean, we were all so shocked to see that. But no, I think we definitely believed we could get this far at least.
Now, you play with a lot of confidence, and calling in the mid-round requires a lot of quick decision-making that you can't always second-guess. And this is something that players through all ranks, even in main stage, really struggle with. What is your secret to self-assurance like that?
Well, I think the moment that you hesitate in almost any decision in this game will make you lose. I know that personally, in one of the Cash Cups, it was against Focus. It was the best of one, and I'm pretty sure we won, but the whole game, I was doubting myself. I was second guessing every decision I made, and I had a negative performance in the game. I made it so much harder for my whole team, and I told myself after that, whatever thought comes to me in that moment, I just have to take it and trust myself, and that's what leads to wins. Basically, you just have to trust yourself.
Now, one last quick question for you. There's a lot of new people watching you, a lot of new eyes on Habosh Babosh, and people that may not have seen you guys tearing up in the Cash Cups. If you had to explain who Habosh Babosh are as a team and rally people behind you, what would you say?
I think us as a team, we're proof that you don't need to be perfect. You don't need an organization backing you. You just need 5 people that are passionate about playing Valorant and don't want to be anywhere else, and that passion alone will just take you further than anywhere you'd ever imagine.
Well, it's taken you so far already, and hopefully it'll take you all the way to Istanbul, potentially even further afield than that. But thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to let you go get ready for your match. We'll see you very soon.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
The rookie of the stage, beyond a shadow of a doubt, and the confidence we talked about, the imperfection that they shine through is shown in the stats, point blank.
She has been the most standout player, probably the best rookie of a stage that we've had in a very long time. And that's a difficult thing to say because we've had some incredible rookies this year, let alone in the past. And to come up into a rookie stage along with players like Sammy on Focus Sakura and outperforming to this level is incredible. The stats don't really show it to the level that we've seen in game, but she has been one of the best players to watch. You can look at everything. The key thing for me, especially when she's on her Phoenix, is she's not always involved in those first duels. We often have MB being used as the sacrificial lamb to dive in, maybe get one, and then when she dies, Soriel gets not just the trade, but the kill after that as well. She follows it up and it snowballs. And this Habosh team, they are all about that snowball.
Exactly, they've come up from nowhere. Now they have everything, and I think there's only one team I've seen hungrier, and that is Giant X. So let's take a look over the lineup. As we said, I don't want to be cruel, because I mean, I was repping them. I thought this was going to be their stage. I said from the start I reckoned they'd win the split, but it has been not necessarily the star shining quality we expected, but still the individual caliber of each of these players is something that we can't ignore. And amidst all of this, players like Adora have still been stepping up.
Yeah, they've all been doing well. We've had so many nice moments. Adora started the stage looking really rough, to be honest. The beginning of the stage was bad for her, but she built it back up again, and now she's been performing to the level that we've known her do in the past in stage 1 and 2 with Giant X, and in past teams like FMCL and Heroic Valkyries and Neon Blade before that as well. She is back. The rest of the team is still here. We haven't seen the Jada that we might have seen back in stage 2, where she was one of the best performing players of the stage, but they are building it back up again. And as Jada says here, it's been a hard split for them. That's evident. You can just look at the scorelines for that. They tried, and we talked about this a little bit on desk, they've tried switching up the calling structure. Jaden was typically the IGL, but Jada jumped in, did a couple of games of that, and they changed their compositions. That's something we're going to talk about again later. This team has had to rebuild themselves in the middle of a stage, and now they're back in playoffs. To me, this is the start of what could be an incredible run from them.
Exactly. It feels like a little bit of an identity crisis, but it's what I do, you know? When you have a little bit of a mentee bee, I dye my hair, I come back a brand new person. It's like a metamorphosis, isn't it? Sometimes you gotta go through the rough patch to get to the nice, smooth sailing again, right? Now, I got the chance. Right? Exactly, caterpillar butterfly. And I think the Giant X is gonna sprout some wings and hopefully fly themselves through the playoffs. But I got the chance to speak to Asuka here, who was very candid about their stage so far and gave me a beautiful interview. I'm here with Coach Extraordinaire Asuka. Now, my first question for you is that the group stage results came as a little bit of a surprise, especially to me. Are you maybe able to give me a little bit of insight into where the sticking points were in the group stage and what wasn't quite going right?
We started a bit like slow in the first week. We really didn't understand why, because our practice the few weeks before the group stage were extremely good. Like we were playing super good. So we're really happy with how we were playing in pracs, and we didn't like quite understand why happened. So the fact that there was planes allows us to like kind of experiment a bit during the group stage. We did some changes in the IGL for the second week with Jada, which allowed us to understand a bit better what we needed in terms of the structure in the comms and stuff. And then Jade came back, so we could implement, or we knew already some of the things that we needed to do. And we also changed comms, etc. I feel like the fact that there was planes allowed us to like take groups in a more like chill way and just try to understand why we were not playing so good. So I feel like we kind of fixed all the stuff that was needed.
Now, I am going to ask you next about that IGLing structure. I'm a little bit curious because you said Jada stepped into the IGL role. What was the kind of decision making behind the change? Have you switched back? So talk to me a little bit about why you made this change and if you feel that it paid off very well.
Well, at the beginning of the group stage, our structure in terms of comms didn't feel so good. I feel like it was a bit unbalanced. So we decided to make the change to see if having Jada's IGL, that maybe gives a bit more freedom, would balance the comms, which it was the case. Okay, but we had also other like problems, so we didn't feel it was like so like game changing in that way. But we understood really well what we needed, and going back into Jada's IGL, that experience was really good to kind of make certain adjustments. So in general, I will say that it was really like insightful, you know, to make that change in order to get conclusions for our
now
team.
The run back into the tournament for you is, you know, group stage didn't go well, but the play-ins, you smashed it out of the park. And I know that you've been trying to shake this underdog narrative, this underdog label that the team has been given. How is the team's confidence right now as you head into your first match of playoffs?
I really think our confidence is good. Like we have been playing well in pracs. We kind of like we had really good moments in some of the games. It was not really consistent during the whole game, so that's why we struggled a bit. But I will say we understand pretty well what went wrong, and we got really good conclusions from the group stage. So I think our confidence is really big right now. I feel like we come in a really good momentum.
Anyway, I'm going to let you get ready for the game. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you guys in the server.
Thank you very much for having me.
Always lovely to get a nice chat in with Asuka. Always so insightful. Now, we got to take a look very quickly at the comp switch that you wanted to touch on briefly.
This is a very interesting thing. Asuka mentioned it there as well. He said comp switches etc, because that wasn't the only thing they switched up. But when they changed into this Phoenix Neon composition, they looked so much better. Their win rate went up massively. And they don't play this on every map still. Maps like Lotus, they're still going with the relatively standard composition there instead. But you can see the difference when they're playing the Phoenix Neon. And I want to see them leaning into that today.
I couldn't agree more. Now, very, very quickly, I want to do a little bit of a hearken to our initiator IGLs here. It's not often we get to compare role for role in such a sort of descript way here.
To me, this is going to be the battle. For those that don't know, Sowers is called Jade. It's going to be the battle of the Jades, right? We're missing ATN's Jade, but that's fine. She's off playing other games. To me, here right now, I'm looking at this matchup, and this is what the key is going to be. The mid-rounding, the IGLing, but also how they're supporting. The stats are relatively even, but Sowers has better assists, and that's because she is supporting people like SoReal to be going aggressive and getting those kills. That's the key to focus on today.
I think it's also quite amusing that you mentioned that they're both called Jade here, is because in our wonderful document that we get with all sorts of answers and information about the players, when Saus was asked to give a message to another player, she was like, Jada, Jade 1, we'll see who's the best Jade in the server. And I am so looking forward to seeing this. But I believe the veto is ready. We can take a little bit of a look. We can give you our thoughts, our feelings, and see how the veto is looking compared to maybe the past times that we've seen them. Blade, Ascent out, Breeze out kind of makes sense. Sunset being the first map up. Vibe check on this one.
Immediately makes me think Habosh are starting this strong. Giant X have played this map 4 times. They've played a different composition every time they've played this map. Their latest one was the Yoru Waylay, which it looks okay, it looks fine, but it's a bit risky to go for. But Habosh, incredible in this map. Fudge Stars is so good with the chamber and it looks absolutely unstoppable. Lotus isn't even a great map for Giant X, and that's what they've picked.
It is a map that they have played, I believe, 5 times, and they've only won once, if memory serves me correctly, which I know it does, which is a 20% win rate. Don't do maths on broadcast, kids. But I worry that this is the direction the veto had to go, because as we said, group stage wasn't great. The results weren't amazing. And when these teams last played each other back in the Cash Cups, where it did go that third map, 2 of the maps that were played were, well, as we said, Pearl and Bind, rest in peace. I miss Bind every day. So 2 of the maps that they have played versus each other and that Giant X actually showed a lot of prowess on are no longer options for them. So they've had to fundamentally rework the veto a little bit as well, which is another layer of complexity onto the identity crisis we've already talked about here. And then Summit being that decider map, I don't know if I could have more confidence in Habosh here, because Summit is a map they've played 5 times and they have been nigh on flawless. By a nigh on flawless, they've won everything and the results have been far from unimpressive.
Like their Summit looks so solid. Everything on that map feels like they've got it down. They've got this super slice comp, essentially, where they've got the Neon Wall, the Phoenix Wall, and the Harbor Walls to just slice up the map into the pie that they want to eat bite by bite. And that's going to be so difficult for Giant X to work against. We don't know what composition they're going to run. We are assuming it's going to be the same comp that they ran against Falca Venom when we get there, or if we get there. So they're going to have to really go up against that and see what they can do, because they don't have the same level of smokes. They don't have that harbor, which is so useful on that map. But we're not looking there yet. I'm looking a little bit too far ahead. Sunset, Giant X. I am interested to see if they have switched up their comp for the 5th time, or if they're sticking with that Yoru Waylay.
I think it's interesting as well, because it's not just been the duelist that's been changing. They've been uncertain on whether they want the Fade or the Sova a lot as well. So there's been multiple levels of this, but I believe the agent selector's ready. So all of these hypotheticals, we can put them in the bin. We can find out the cold hard facts right here, right now. And let's have a look. Giant X looking to stick with the same comp that they ran most recently, which is that Yoru Waylay, and running it with the Sova instead of the Fade this time.
Yeah, so they went with the Sova, which is, I think, what they played against Falca Venom. It was this composition. Obviously, a team that came up through the Cash Cups, not a team of the same caliber of, you know, the playoffs teams. They didn't make it through. But that was their only win on this map. Whereas as we're looking over the other side, 3 times it has been played, only lost against Gentlemates, because Habosh beat both Focus and Twisted Minds with this composition, with the players on these roles. They've been steady throughout it. And I can't believe we're saying this, but we have Habosh Babosh, the free agent team that came up through the Cash Cups. They are being steady with their compositions. They have this structure in place. Whereas Giant X, the organization, the roster that's been together from the beginning of the year, they've been switching up all of the time. And I want to see if they've managed to stabilize and finally build everything around it here.
I'm also, I want to give Habosh that credit. We talked about the grind through the Cash Cups. Those Cash Cups gave them the chance to play some really crazy comps and agents. They were, is one of the things, if you were watching the VT yesterday, is the only team that's played Reina in this stage being ATN, but we have seen Habosh Babosh play around with the Reina and Cash Cups. They've done so much work in the background that they've come into this not needing to use the group stage as a chance to experiment. They've done that. Their experimentation is what got them here, and now they've found a system that works. So let's take a look at the win conditions here. Habosh's win conditions is to set up So Real, and we cannot understate enough how enough how important So Real has been for this team. Giant, do you want to walk us through the Giant X win conditions?
For Giant X, the one thing that Habosh do quite often on this map is, and most maps, is go for quite aggro reclears solo. And if Giant X can bait them into that, they can take these 2v1s and win the map out, win the fights out from there. Sunset is going to be a little bit tricky to do that because Fudge Stars is often the one on her ones taking these aggressive lines, especially on the defense. You can see her over towards B to start with here on the first map. She's got the chamber TP. She can TP back out to safety, so she can take those ones. As we see here, Habosh Babosh have a 67% win rate on this map, whilst Giant X, they've only won once. And that was against Falcon Venom. That was in play-ins. But now we're in playoffs. Giant X leaning over towards B to start with. It's just Fudge Stars here.
It is indeed. Fudge Stars has got a lot of work to do. That TP, that anchor point, actually fairly far back in sight. So it is going to be a matter of just giving up that site early on. There's the first pick. Goes the way of Vanita, and that's Fudge Stars. We talked about it. The only line of defense cleared on out.
Yeah, get yourself set up into the post plant nice and easily. This is going to be a difficult retake now for Habosh Babosh.
Indeed, Adora sees the slide across and is not the only one peeking out. There's three of them here. MB's spinning up a little bit of a fight, but now left solo, 1 versus 3. One head spotted. It's a good little bit of a dink, but so much more needed. There's the first fight isolated, and it's good damage, but as they retreat into main, this is going to be so much harder to try force out. Stuns the right hand side, but it's going to get peeked by the left, and Jada swings out, keeps that spike safe, and Giant X win the pistol round.
Yeah, some nice shots coming through from Habosh, but Giant X set themselves up for that very quickly. I don't know if they'd identified that they typically leave Fudge Stars over here towards B alone, but they found the empty site with the big stack over towards A. Found Fudge Stars as well. That's nice. It makes you have that advantage in the post plant. And now MB, she got 2 kills, so she can afford the Sheriff into this round. Try and find something with that. We know that she can. But Giant X, they're playing more split. It looks like a mid default here from them. Sour's going to shut the door, keep herself safe, and just slow round for Giant X. Try and find that mistake that Habosh do sometimes send their way.
And they're going to need to continuously find mistake after mistake to try punish Anita clearing on through. Marshall in hand. She's managed to find an amazing timing here. She's completely slipped the net. They are so unaware, and with Thea still dancing on this angle, they don't know anyone slipped through.
Oh, she missed.
Oh no, missed shot. That's devastating. Does find the hit onto Fudge Stars. There's Sours going down as well, and it's all fine. All sins have been forgiven and forgotten. Adora gets hers. Jade Moore finds one as well, and now it's just MB left again in a disadvantageous, doesn't even feel like the right word situation. On the other side of the map with nothing but a Sheriff in hand.
This is going to be next to impossible. She was left alone for the 1v3 retake before she got 1 kill. Now it's a 1v4. Can she even find one? Anva is alone. That's definitely the best avenue for her to go down, but Anita's going to go join her.
Ooh, needed the kill cleanly, but the dance on the corner is going to deny any such luxury. Paranoia's even been invested into hunting her down here. Anita slides on out, and MB not blind, doesn't matter, still taken down. Giant X find their conversion, and look at this already. Nita's already got the Dimensional Drift online.
Yeah, that Euro coming into round 3 could be so useful. Help to clear out where Habosh Babosh are. Try and find the weaker site. They found it on round 1 by guesswork or by planning. Now they can do it with full information on the Dimensional Drift. Anita's also got the Phantom. She got 3 picks. She had the Marshal. That's more than enough to be able to afford it here. It's a big, expensive bonus here for Giant X. They've got a lot of guns behind them. And a mid-Dimensional Drift immediately. Back over towards B.
Straight away, clear through mid, and still has a little bit of time on the ult, so he's going to clear through in towards market as well. deals with the trip, and the team floods in behind her. Adora stuns ready to allow the backside push, and Sours, are they ready? Sees the stun come on out, is not alone, has backup here importantly. Drone goes out, is going to spot her out. Now there's 3 of them huddled around here. Sours first up. Throws the horn. They're going to use this opportunity to push her. The jump on up gets caught. Not quite ready for the adjustment. Thea is going to find the retrade here. So Real finds her pick. And now, slowly they descend in on the side. But my worry is the time is getting oh so low. All they need to do is stall a little bit longer here. But they're going to hop immediately on the defuse. And that's the thing, is the shock dart doesn't quite go deep enough. And it doesn't matter. Jademar's going to do her diligent swing out. And Giant X take the bonus.
They take the bonus. They take it clean. Exactly what Giant X were looking for with that bigger investment into the round 3. Dimensional Drift cleared a lot of space, both towards mid and B. And already Anita trying to gear up towards the next one. Outlaw online for her. 1 tap against everyone from Habosh. And now, look at these positions. What this means is MB is going aggressive. She's taking tiles, and Giant X are wanting to meet her at bottom mid. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Almost certainly. Flash goes out. Everyone's blind, including teammates. Oh, looks away. Thoughts maybe they had the kill, but Sours will pounce on the opportunity. Finds the opening pick. Now, rushing in towards B here. Smoke's going to cut off Market. They still get past the trip and past Fudge Stars. Now, Fudge Stars caught by the slow. Doesn't matter. Too speedy for it to matter. Adora's joined in the fray.
Now the spike goes down. This is a pretty good post plant for Giant X once again. Weaker weaponry. Habosh have to go quick with these guns.
They really do, but the closer they get, the more deadly the weapons like the Stinger are going to be there. So Real up close and personal, and these sheriffs are making good work of it. Adora needed to find that extra one, but actually sends Jada to go find this last kill, and Sours, unfortunately, spamming away, gives away her location, and Adora will stop any such nonsense. And it's a beautiful round from GX to stop this getting out of hand, to stop the eco coming through.
Habosh made it expensive. That's something, right? But Giant X was still steady with it. It came down to Adora and Jada. These players have been working together for a while now. They know how to work in those 2 versus X situations. And Fudge Stars, Operator. This is the key. If Habosh can't win this round, this half is almost over already. So it really relies on her getting kills, getting value over towards B where Giant X are going.
Sours actually choosing not to peek with her and decides to leave before anything else. The contact elsewhere on the map has given them the confidence, but the issue is that Op now has to reposition, find a new line.
She's still on B though. This is still where Giant X are going. Adoro's in the open. Taken down now. Giant X, they have to turn around. They can't just push this site. They've got Jade Moore's ultimate. Recon should be up in about 20 seconds. So they've maybe got something to work with.
Most certainly. You'd hope so, at least. And for clearing on through, but that trip's going to give away the game. And they're so real, immediately ready to play off of the information from that trip. And here's stuff. That's the trip being pinged. Trying to break it with the shock dart. Haven't quite managed to do so. You're waiting as the smoke goes out. It's going to cause a couple of problems. Paranoia goes on through. Ooh, almost caught with Util in her own hand. Forces them back and in towards mid. And into the waiting arms of Surreal. Surreal goes down like a sack of potatoes. And now, 4 versus 3. TP comes on through and oh, it's perfect.
This position is so lethal, so unexpected.
Oh, Messi gets the first and the second, leading the charge. A leader you can rally behind, and that is confidence. Shaken by her group stage, it's been a little bit messy, but she still innately has it. And that is not just equalising the situation for the team, that's turning the tides in their favour. Smokes litter the site. Namva tucked on in close. Now there's 2 of them here ready to swing off of each other. Need to time this well. Gun's been spotted. Anva holds the line for just a second. Tap on the spike, but that's not full Giant X, not in the slightest. Anva peeks on out, but there's the swing out from Jada. The 1-2 punch that we know Giant X for. And it's immaculate and nets them yet another round.
The 3 versus 5 to win it out. Incredible work. And Jade Moore, the IGL, putting herself into a risky position. Did miss the first shots, but turned around and won it out. And Jade Moore is good. But I know for a fact, and Affinity, you brought this up yourself as well. Sours said, I want to play against Jade Noir and destroy her again in a tournament that matters. She did it in the Cash Cup, and now she's coming into this wanting to do it, but Jade Noir had her number. She took her out in the previous round, and this rivalry, especially with Sours saying this at the beginning of the stage, you know she's going to be feeling a little bit sour about that death, and she's going to want to try and get one up on Jade Noir here.
I see, this is the main thing that I'm really sad about Giant X having a rougher group stage, is that we haven't seen the Jade Noir memes, right? The Jade Noir posting on Twitter, riling up her enemies, hasn't been the same. And now I reckon there's a chance for some generational Jade beef to come out here, and I'm living for this already. The Real Housewives of Game Changers.
That would be a brilliant show. I would watch that. But regardless, the show we're watching right now, a little bit different, although does have some of that drama, I guess. Habosh Babosh, they invested into the ultimate. With the operator, they invested Thea's ultimate to get her over towards A to assist MB. They've used tools in their arsenal that are not getting back for a while. It's an eco round for them. Whereas Giant X, they've got money, ultimates, everything. MB has to go aggressive and find a pick, but Giant X are waiting for her.
Okay, slow crawl on out. MB's got to be very careful here because she has no support, nobody to trade her, and there are 4 people waiting on the other side. Drone goes out, swings out, lovely first pick, retreats onto site, and so Real's here to help. Immediately, Hunter's Fury let rip. It's not going to find anything at all though, but it's going to buy them the space to push up a little bit further in the interim.
I'm not sure why you use your Hunter's Fury to try and get a Neon. Of all of the characters in the game, she can dodge it the most, but it's still an advantage in terms of guns. Anita trying to even it back up again.
Oh, beautiful shot from MB, and the flash from Sobro didn't even need to come through, but it was a nice little contingency plan here. Okay, the jump on forward, just playing mind games with the sound cues now. It's once again Anva trying to make something happen on the other side of the map. Always this lurking presence. Actually, there's a chance maybe to catch Fudge Stars off guard here. Fighting top mid. Ooh, oh, that hurts. And that's their one option. Now they're stuck in mid with nowhere to go. Caught by the Prowler there from the likes of Sours. And where do you even want to push from here?
There's not much you can do. Yeah, immediately Jade was taken down. It's just Jada left. She might be able to find a pick or two, but the spike plant faked it. Gonna have to go onto Thea, gets the kill and just gets the spike plant in time.
There's a chance to do something generational here, but we'll find out. They're pushing her from all sides, isolates the first, but run down by So Real, sees a potential highlight in the making and shuts it down before it can properly get going. But there's a moment of doubt, there's a moment of fear there.
Yeah, there was a lot of fear. Giant X have the only player who's been able to successfully do a 1 versus 5 so far, but the Emoda Thrifty comes out from Habosh Babosh. Operator not needed, just these sheriffs. They're showing Giant X that you cannot give them an ounce of space because they will hit these shots. There was a moment, Adora on the waylay at the beginning of that round was just turning around a corner, not ready, not prepared for MB to be so aggressive because the drone was coming her way. Most Neons would run away from that, but she stood her ground. And now Habosh, ult online, tour de force crucially for Fudge Stars. Holding down B once again as Giant X. The same setup, waiting for MB to make a mistake, but this is where she punished them last round.
It's good to see Habosh, first time in the main stage, truly embracing the game changer sheriffs. It's good to see them acclimatizing. And now, drone over the top is going to spot MB. Oh, chooses to run into the converging parts instead of away from it, and Jade Noir finds the first. Oh, so really a little bit faked out by the clone there. Actually choosing to run on forward, get as much information as she can, but the run it back still there. But fortunately teleports back on towards the side before she can really see anything. But that alone is information about how far they've peeled away from this attack.
Which I'm a bit surprised that Habosh haven't been rotating over to B quicker, because Fudge Stars is alone here. She's got an escape TP so she can get out of dodge quick. And Sours is coming over, but it's a little bit late. Habosh is split in two. 2 on each site, and they need to get a move on. They need to prepare for either one, and they know now it's coming to be.
Fudge Stars finds the first, gets out of there safely, but smoked on off, and this is the problem with playing solo and so far back, is that once that site falls, once you TP out of there, that site is having to be retaken. And now we can see them gathering their forces, gathering their numbers. Giant X, downside is they've not been able to really post up too far outside of the corners of this site.
Now, Adora's been spotted. Nightfall could be huge here.
Ooh, there we go. Nightfall pushes on forward. Here's going to swing immediately. It's going to scan almost all of them.
Jada!
The TP on through. Jada! It's crazy! And thank God it gets punished. Bad habits need to be reprimanded. And Habosh put them in their place.
What an attempted play from Jada. The star of stage 2, trying to find something special here. But Habosh Babosh, they shut it down and they get the retake. Not an easy one at that, because like you said, if you're playing with the chamber solo over towards B like that, you're playing for the full retake, and that was a 4 versus 4. It's a difficult one to go for, but they found it. And now Fudge Stars, she had the highest operator round win rate in the group stage of this stage from all people that had 20 plus rounds played. She is an incredible user of this gun and sets her team up to perform so well around her, because you can see again she's holding down B solo, so the rest of the team can be stacked on A. And then the retakes, they've set them up so well here before. Giant X, if you go here, you've got to set up your post plants even better, like you did in the pistol round.
A little bit of spray on through. Oh, that Haunt's gonna get so much information. Oh, able to break the dart just in time. Dimensional Drift's gonna spot out a couple of these players, trying to sight them out. Good paranoia there, and Fudge Stars has found the first, and it's a little bit of a problem. So real. There's the difference maker, stepping them up, giving them the advantage, and it's always so real. Anita Tether, but still looking for the fight, still hungry for it. Has to fight her way out of this corner against an op. Isolates the first, knows that Sowers is also in this corner, still hanging around for the fight. Has Anva long-range support here to help. 2 versus 1. Now she knows that both were on this angle, but they have to go back plant, start putting that pressure, that timer over Sowers' head. Gives Sowers a little bit of a chance to reposition. Now clearly she knows that's a fake TP. She spotted the little bit of a puddle up here on the floor. Now pushes on round, knows that surely they're playing off site here. On the corner, has to clear this out. Awkward and isolates the first angle. There's the first fight. Now has to find Anva. Anva swings out, ducks under the bullets, plays limbo with her life, and Giant X get up to 6.
The fundamentals in that post plant from Giant X were perfect. They went for the fight. They took it into Habosh's world and won it. So important to take the aggressive space. They didn't even get the spike down. It wasn't really a post plant. It was just a post exec, essentially. But they did what they needed. They found the space. And then you could see Habosh really struggled with the retake at that point. They whittled it down to a 2 versus 2. And the Giant X fundamentals that we've sung the praises of in stage 1 and 2. They're showing little glimpses, glimmers of what we've seen before. MB stun again, A main, taking the space. We've seen this round exactly before.
A little bit more in terms of welcoming party at the gates here. One-way smoke goes out. And now Giant X already ahead of it. Jada finds one, but a teammate loses her life as comeuppance. Now they fall back. Let them take the space, let them have it. You still got the all-important plant space.
And now it's slow again. Habosh usually overextend. They have extended. Look at Fudge Stars taking so much space towards B. Whilst Giant X, if they can get through door, if they can get through market, surround her, she's stuck. And this neural theft is going to give so much information. They know that B is wide open. So they're going to go fight towards Sowers first. The Jade battle.
The trip, and now immediately heading elsewhere. Ooh, lovely scan from the Haunt there. Now they're trying to run down. Fudge Star's going to need a huge multi-kill. Finds the first. Anita, beautiful trade coming on through. Plant, actually, they choose to plant a little bit safer in towards site. Worried about this. And MB, oh, a perfect opportunity. Spike still goes down, but has now whittled down the numbers. And now we really need Anva to get a move on. Knows that Sowers is here. TP back in towards. Maybe that's so much space conceded. Anva can hear all of this, but is she going to get there in time? She doesn't want to make footsteps, doesn't want to give away her position. Now, teammate smoked off in main, has to make a move. Out in the open, deals with the first. Now they start crunching, but this position from Sowers could be everything. Completely unaware, finds it. Now they know that Anita last teleported out, almost certainly into main. They've cleared everything else out. MB, there's the first fight taken. They know they have to be careful. What if they were sticking it? But time is getting oh so low. Anita just needs to buy precious seconds. And that's it. It's done. It's dusted. There's nothing Sowers can do about this. She's still holding on for the kill. And they're likely both going to go down to the spike, if nothing else. A Giant X, a Red Bull clutch to get themselves up to 7, winning at the half, regardless of what happens afterwards.
An incredible clutch. Anita was spotted. They knew exactly where she was. And what I loved from Habosh in that round is they noted where the plant was. It was out in the open. It was out open to market and to main. So they knew that Anva was going to be on the flank. She was spotted towards A before, and they were ready for it. But they wasted too much time looking for her. And Sowers had the read, but if they were a little bit quicker, if they'd taken the fight to Anita, maybe it could have gone the other way. Giant X played it perfectly. And now a timeout. Already the second and final one from Habosh. As we heard from one Jade, we're going to hear from another. This Giant X roster is coming back hungry. They said stage 2, where they got 4th place, was disappointing. That tells you everything about what this team wants, what they think they can do. And we're already seeing the fundamentals be stronger.
Yeah, and I think a worry that I really had for them after this group stage was that they have tried so hard to establish themselves at the top of EMEA. And for a lot of people, they still don't seem to be in the conversation of, you know, top 3, top 4 of the region. And as I said in the interview, they're trying to shake this underdog label. A result like that in the group stage really sets back their efforts. So now they need to excel even further in the playoffs. They need to reach that 3rd place at minimum, in my opinion, to continue this conversation, lest we be back where we started at the beginning of the year.
And beating the 2nd seed here would be an incredible start to that playoffs run. Again, we've seen this round a billion times before. We know exactly what's going to be happening. Either the recon or the drone gets used to push MB off of this line. Maybe a flash with it, but Anita's over towards B to start with. And MB gets spotted. Habosh or Aniko, they note that now, but what a shot from Fudge Stars. Anita walking into the crosshair. And now Giant X. They've lost Anita, they've lost the flashes, the aggressive piece that goes there with Adora. What do they do now?
That's a great question. They look for answers in mid, hunting for clues. And, well, there's some answers waiting on the other side of mid in the likes of Thea and So Real. And these rounds have been playing out the same. It's been micro adjustments, micro position changes across the map. It's been a matter of whose fundamentals have been better in the moment. Adora on site. Anva's found the first. Stun over the top there. Put pressure on Thea. She's tapping away. Good damage, but Sowers is the one that really steps up when called upon here. It's still a 3 versus 2. And health getting relatively low on these players. Those body shots starting to get a little bit scarier, and Soreal's recovered weapons.
This is now a potential another Amoda Thrifty for Habosh. They've got one already, the second potentially on the line. The spike won't even go down yet. They want to plant safer, but MB's going in.
Sowers has found yet another. Anva gets one, but immediately Sowers, we talked about it, the Battle of the Jade. She's commanding the whole damn server. And that is exactly the kind of round that you want to be seeing coming out.
Yeah, coming off the timeout, coming in strong with the lower weaponry. The Sheriff's ringing true, and Sowers, well, she builds up towards another Nightfall. We saw how good that was for the retake before. But Giant X, they still have tools for the next 2 rounds. They've been playing that little better with that ultimate cycle. They'll have all of these online before the end of the half, most likely. And now a fight, a brawl towards A once again. Anita's going aggressive because that GX, they're on their own Thrifty.
Immediately getting out of dodge, because this time it isn't just MB So Real who's been so diligent at the top mid, has now decided to join the battle for A main, and they want no parts of it. But that means the mid is a little bit weaker, a little bit freer for them, and they're able to push through with absolutely no qualms. Nightfall comes on out, it's going to tag a whole lot of them. Adora's decided she just wants to go in instead, waiting for a team to join her. Now they're all lit up like beacons. Fudge Stars around the corner. She's been cold with this one. There's found 2 in the meantime. Fudge Stars finds her piece of the puzzle, and now they're trying to get done with Sheriffs. Absolutely not. Jada gets shut down, and Babosh not wanting the conversation to be over.
Showing that the Sheriffs, that's Habosh's game. Giant X can try and play it, but they don't know the rules to the same level. They're not ready to play against it at the same level. And they didn't manage to build up or use any of those ultimates. They only got 1 kill in that round. So actually Giant X are struggling a little bit here with the ults. one away from both the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury. Get them in the post plant. If you can use the convergent paths from Adora to get you the spike down in the first place. And once again, you can see the pings on the map. They're going to be Fudge Stars. She's got the op on the line, but the recon, she's got to dodge out the way of that.
Recon fade, she goes for the peek anyway, finds one, gets out, and she's been so good out here in the main fight. Sour steps on up, and between the two of them, this whole B site has been shot, closed for business. Sour's one round the corner, gets a lot of damage off on the second shorty pump, but neural theft coming on out. It's not going to matter. You know that there's danger imminently all around you here. Tapping away, Fudgeless gets another now. It's just Jada, not for long. And it's a 5-7 half. Habosh closing out the gap as much as they possibly can.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when it put get back pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite being my pound. Pack it out, back it out. Cause I'm a pop love. Yo, how about now, bruh? Your body with the raw tung who for chat mung chuk now. Pick a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me, I'm pulling panic. But go back for ying me, pull the proof. Me ควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose array ไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิล one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนกูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short.
Habosh Babosh, an impactful time out leaves them, well, with much less of a gap to close out here. 5-7, and now Habosh, best pistol round in the group stages with a, well above 50% win rate. This round, surely theirs for the taking.
Yeah, Giant X's pistol win rate is lower, and they're going to want to try and secure this to keep themselves in the lead. But Habosh had a brilliant second half to that first half. I guess second quarter. And now they switch onto the attack side where the aggressive team likes to go aggressive, and immediately Jada's going to be up first, but she's got her team with her.
Over the opening pick, a lot of spam through the boxes, and it's all a distraction for Adora to swing on out, and they descend upon Habosh Babosh. Thought you could put a fast one on A? Absolutely not. Fast track into the second round.
Habosh not expecting the Giant X 4-stack on the A site, and well, Giant X cement their lead and move forward with it. This is a map that Giant X have been struggling on this split. Really struggling. But they are coming back here and showing that Habosh, who's one of the best Sunset teams we have in the league, I think I'm going to say that pretty bluntly, they're beating them. They've got the read. They know how to play against them. They're finding all of the weaknesses, especially in that first quarter. But now, eco round. Habosh, what can you do with your classics? Not much against Jadewar.
Good reactions from Jadewar. That very easily could have been overwhelming, but she's got a lid on all of it. Stops it boiling over Anita with one. Jadewar making that Spectre sing. Completely blinded, but that allows for Jada and Adora to get into position to do their best work. Running out at the smoke sounds nothing but a classic in hand, and it's a flawless round for Giant X to post up another. Now the bonus comes on in. Can they repeat their luck from the first half? Luck or skill, should I say?
The way they played that first bonus was incredible. They had exactly the right ideas of how they wanted to do it, and they had good weaponry. This time around on the defense, the money's a little bit worse. No spike plant money there. So, Bucky, online, I know you love it, but it's not maybe as powerful, as strong as, you know, the Phantoms and the Vandals of the world. But,
or the Judge.
Or the Judge. But the Outlaw is still going to be lethal against both Thea and Sowers. That's going to put them into a bad spot on the attack side. It's not your entries. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and the problem is going to be is if it's not in the right position, it's an awkward, cumbersome weapon to retake with. And unfortunately, they're not even heading that way, not even looking at A as a possibility with 3 gathered outside B main. Drone goes out, is going to get taken down by MB, so there's a little bit of worry that there's some shenanigans going on in mid.
Yeah, Habosh are playing slow, expecting Giant X to go aggressive. They do contact reclear a fair amount. This map, not so much as others. So I'm not sure if this is a read or call that they're hoping to get. The Prowler does spot pressure towards A. Whilst Habosh are definitely settling on a B or a B split here. All comes down to how hard Giant X want to anchor. Because these trips, they're just for backside. They're just kill trips to try and get a couple of kills before the retake starts.
Volley for the corner, gives them a little bit of security to clear it on out as they push on forward. Another cage triggered Anva just standing here waiting, hoping someone's gonna peek her, luring them in. Surely you're curious about what's going on in the cage, but no, they just wait for the cage to fall. Thea and MB murder everyone, and Giant X left with just Jada and that Bucky, and we said it is not a retake weapon, and look where we are in a retake. Well, not for long.
Yeah. Jada just taken down. Sowers once again on a little bit of a late lurk. Why is your Fade lurking, you might ask? Well, that's why.
Why not?
We see, yeah, I mean, why not? Because you kind of want the Prowlers and the Haunt on the attack, on the exec itself, but she usually is part of the exec core to take the space and then immediately backs off, and we see her going on these lurks. Get a big impact out of it. That round was a little bit risky from Giant X. I liked the idea that Anvil was going to try and lock down backside, but Adora dashing in and the rest of Giant X coming in quick. They weren't prepared for Habosh to have pushed up both sides towards backside. They were expecting it just to be around 1. And that was a weakness, something Habosh will note for next time. Keep that aggression up. Because Giant X, they have the buy. Anita's got the operator watching down from market towards tiles. Habosh aren't walking into it yet. They're going to have to eventually, though, because they need to take some kind of map space.
Gotta do something, gotta go somewhere, and they're just making that decision now. No one's there and able to close the doors. They're looking right into Anita, and it's a good shot, but it's not quite the finishing blow needed to give them that early advantage. Send the gate crash into the spawn, gives the teleport option should they so desire, and with the smoke fading and Jademore having a little bit of a look can give them the quick rotate, and there we have it. Immediately sense that they're heading A. Quick rotates come on over, they can meet them at the gates. Smoke goes on out to try stall them, funnel them round into Anita. Good for the first, falls back into the smoke. Clone goes out. Oh, mind games. Jademore around the corner, not even cleared here. Recon dart to go on over. They have to make a decision to break it or to be ready for Jademore, but Jademore doesn't swing. Thea waiting spots a gun barrel. Oh, there's the peek on out needed. Anita immediately punishes such a peek. Sowers low health, needs to get more, but Fudge Stars is leading the charge, taking a lot of damage, but has at least brought this back to an achievable situation. Ahead of the smoke already, but they're not ahead of Jada. She dips out from backside, takes down both, and double digits for Giant X.
That is a drilled retake, or sight hole scenario for Giant X, sorry. They are so good. The way that they'd set themselves up, that every line was watched by one, and the others could play off of it. A triangle set up towards the chokes. Forces Habosh into them. Yeah, they get a couple of nice picks, but they're waiting in the smokes. They're waiting in the darkness. And don't forget, Habosh don't have another timeout. They used both of them in the first half. Now it's weaker weaponry. Yeah, it's a broken buy. They want to force up as much as possible, because if Giant X get to 11, then Habosh is on a full eco, really, and you want to be doing what you can. So, Habosh, aggressive speed. We've not seen this from them yet.
You've seen them take the thrifty rounds previously. Why not another for the tally? MB already on site, smoked off and burned. It's going to be a retake, and they can't even get it started early. Just waiting to gather the numbers, gather the forces here, and Anita's so far removed from the situation that it's a bit of time taken. But actually, patience not on the agenda for Giant X. Anva already going for this, and we've seen Adora invest already. That converging parts finds nothing off the back of it. Anva does find a trade kill, but MB's right back there and waiting. Shark darts going in. Now they've managed to get themselves back onto site, but they're surrounded. Dogpiled on all sides and everywhere. They peek. Sours is there waiting. Jaded with one needs a miraculous clutch. Isolates another fight here, but time's getting low. Has to start sticking this round the corner. Here's MB. Little dip in, dip out. That's all she needs is a tiny sliver of window of opportunity, and she's gonna slam that door in their face.
And now Giants need a switch up. They need to stop doing this same setup with Anva over towards B and playing for this pre-take kind of scenario. Habosh have already beaten it once. I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout comes through, but maybe not. What I do know is Giants, they now themselves have a bad buy. A rough scenario. Habosh are the only ones that have got those eco rounds, those thrifties so far this map, so Giants need to pull something out the bag to get themselves up to 11. Can't imagine Dimensional Rift, but Adora going aggressive might do it. The recon is good, but she has to get out of there. The paranoia was so good just to protect the Habosh players, but now that can't be used in the exec. It can't be used to stop a flood.
As much utility as you can. Gives as much opportunity later in the round for Giant X's as possible with such an armory. Now gathering forces, gathering presence in towards B. Smoke goes out for top mid, which buys a little bit of peace of mind for MB. As still player out in the open has to deal with none other than Adora. Sheriff in hand. Oh, she spotted a gun barrel. Not much more she can do with that information without overplaying her hand.
Yeah, and Sour's the fade. If Giants are watching any of these VODs, they know that she's probably lurking, that she's not with the pack yet, and they've already made the right call. They're pushing over towards B. They're making sure they've got the numbers here. The weaker weapons, yes, but 3 Sheriff body shots is enough to kill someone.
Exactly. All goes out, running on forward. Good util for the execute. Jada and Jade War, though. The Double J duo manages to shut this down. With only 25 seconds, they're running, sprinting to the other side of the map. Now, the only player that can meet them there on time is Anva, but chooses just to wait back, not to overextend and wait for the team to keep this numbers advantage.
A risky play, but they're going to have to go quick. The spike's got to go down soon.
Only 7 seconds now. They've left Sours. The flash is good. Jump over the top there. Distracted by the clone. Fudge Stars and Sours finding it, but they've run out of time to plant. Devastation there. And the Amoda Thrifty. Time is our worst enemy, and it's ticking away on Habosh's Babosh's map pick.
A last-minute flip back. Balls flat. They tried, and you can see here, when Giant X have the numbers on site, when they have their triangles set up and can play off the back of them, the fundamentals do come through. They know what they're doing. I want them to be playing this stack in more dynamic places, because it worked on the Thrifty, it will work on the buy rounds. And now, as we see a little pause coming through, sorry everyone, we'll take a moment to relax, a moment to breathe. I think the pause has already ended, so actually, quick, speed back up again.
That might be the smallest pause I've ever experienced.
I don't know, my cat's got tiny paws.
Oh.
Yeah.
Way to make it cute, Echo.
Yeah. But okay, anyway, now, Habosh, they have a chance to come back into this. They've got ults, they run it back in the Nightfall, immediately used, actually, they're going aggressive.
Lovely first find and almost the transfer as well. Jade Moore still on site causing issues. Adora face first into the action. Jade Moore's burning, has to run around just in time, but Sours is unwilling to let this game, to let this map go. Jade Moore, stall utility coming out, drone over the top just to clear it on out. She hears the Tour de Force ring on out, and that's always a terrifying prospect, knows that she is now pinned in here, but they still have the sight. They still force Habosh to make the first move. There's the swing on out. Sours has taken down a door, and I can't help but feel maybe overcooking this a little bit. The wraparound from Fudge Stars could be everything, but they don't know where Anva is right now.
Look at Sours. She's going on a full look. They've got time this round. It's not like the previous, and Fudge Stars can wait. The recon spots nothing. And Anva, she's going to get shot in the back of the head if she's not careful.
And I have a feeling they are none the wiser. Not a single sound cue has been made, and Fudge Stars has found one and has drawn all of the focus. Tunnel visioned on the sniper here, and that will be Sours pouncing. And unfortunately, the slow creep all the way round doesn't pay off because Fudge Stars has sniped it from right under her nose.
What a round. Pure pace, a switch up from Habosh. And it worked perfectly. The Nightfall. And the run it back to just take site as quick as possible. They weren't able to. But in this 2 versus 3, they slowly whittled down the numbers. Adora went for a 1, and the Giant X roster that's usually good with the fundamentals lost it out there because of the 1v1s taken. And now, they're down to another eco. They won the previous. Bandits this time rather than Sheriff's going to be a lot of work to do it again, because they've got the same 4-stack on A, just Anver B. Trip placed down. That was heard. It was noted, and Habosh want to go aggressive into it. Giant X are rotating to join.
Rush on in towards B. Anita trying to get ahead of the smokes. The spotted MB can hear the sound of the judge. Needs to keep some distance. Instead runs on forward. MB finds one. Thea another. Now 3 players remaining locked out by the smoke. And a judge holding this tight corner, lest anyone be daring enough to peek. Jada, too many angles to watch. For the swing from So Real, hoping that they're going to clear all through, but the issue is Thea has got a wide open line of sight, unbeknownst that there's a crossfire right under her nose. Judge comes, oh well, Judge is waiting around this corner for the swing. Sal was here as well, who's been monumental this map. Waiting, and the time's already been ticked so low. They break the horn, sees the drop on down, knows where both of these players are. Now MB jumps over the top. Adora waiting, gets one with the shorty, but immediately shotguns right back in her face. An 11-9 Habosh starting to bring this back, not letting Giant X find that all-important map point.
And the timeout comes through quick for Giant X. They don't want this to slip away like the first half did. Obviously Giant X did end it with an advantage, yes, but I still think it slipped away. 5 in a row and you only get 2 more that half. That's a slip if I've ever seen one. And now they can't let that happen because they've only got a 2-round lead this time. They've got both timeouts to be used, one here and then one maybe next round or the round after. The key thing I think I want to see from Giant X is more dynamic positioning. Habosh have noted exactly where everyone from Giant X is. Their setup is quite flat, quite predictable. Aggression towards mid, maybe. We've seen that from a lot of players, kind of, especially this stage, going aggressive in mid, trying to put some kind of surprise out there. I want to see something dynamic from Giant X here.
I think it's got to be, I think they're a team that was so full of so many surprises. Talking of surprises, I'm surprised that Jade was not been putting out the Odin. I don't even know if we've seen it even once, and I'm miserable about it because it was such a staple of them in the first 2 stages.
From what I remember, she's played it 4 times in the group stage, I think was the numbers I found, but I could be wrong.
That's depressing.
I remember you getting very mad about it, so I had to look up the numbers.
And then you didn't tell me the numbers because you knew I'd be even more upset by it. You're right, I'm devastated. Yeah. But talking of devastating mid control potentially for Habosh here with no chamber trip at the top of mid. So much investment has to be committed by Adora into watching mid. Smoked on off, they're looking just to hit straight in towards B. But a hesitation. Anita around the corner isn't cleared, able to spin round. Messy spray, but does find MB as well before being traded out. But Fudge Stars has found 3 in the blink of an eye. And suddenly that site crumbles. Jada needs to step on up here. Fudge Stars has found a 4th. Really putting the star in her name. The star of the show. Jada spotted just a shoulder, but has no idea where Sours even is. As an idea has to be made. There's the ace from Fudge Stars, and it couldn't be more perfect. And that's exactly what Habosh needed. The linchpin round to get themselves back in a position to take this map.
Anita got those first 2 picks, and it felt like Giant X have made the right call. They put 2 people on B instead of 1. Revolutionary. But nah, Fudge Stars shuts it down. The quick retake tried to come through, the clat, and then everything following on up. It wasn't even her operator that's been doing the work here. This is all down to the rifling. And it's looking good. Giant X, an eco round. Ultimates, yes, but do you really want to expend them? Adora's exploring towards mid. Surreal spotted her. She has to get out. She has to run. And now Giant X. Already lost some of your tools to go for the retakes. You've got weaker weapons. how are you going to find an advantage in this round?
My worry is with a lot of these early rounds is that Adora of previous stages would go for these picks, would get one before TPing out. She's just not been able to do that here. She's been having to TP before she can get anything other than a little bit of information. Talking of info, nice flash there, forces back these players. Mid-control, we talked about it being devastating last round. There's nothing that they can do. They're playing the extremities, they're playing the outer limits here. Adora's chased on back, throws the stun on in, but that's not going to stop them. Slide on out is disgusting from Emby. Adora ready to go, but Sowers has got other plans. Thea finds hers, and every member of this team stepping up when it counts.
Working together, the rookie team, the unsigned free agent team. Fundamentals strong, swinging together. Jada finds one. She's got a lot of work to do here, especially with Jade Noir falling in mid, who was a little bit labored, but now Jada, roller player extraordinaire, fighting at the top in stage 2 with Vanya, now has to fight alone against the 4 players of Habosh. A single hold here. Thea backs off. They know that they've won based on time. They can just leave.
Yep. And Jada... Oh, wait. Actually, hold up. Is anyone actually going to be even close enough? They are. They're running on forward. They tried to pull a fast and sneaky one. It's how many can she take down with her? Takes down 2. And there's a moment where you go, surely they've not left it completely unguarded. There's that moment of panic, and you can feel it from Habosh too. The nerves, the chill down their spine. They go back to check it, and 2 players get wiped out because of it.
I mean, sure, 2 kills there is nice, but look at Habosh's money. They're set for the rest of this half, for all of regulation.
The rest of regulation, yeah.
Yeah. GX, though, they are pinning it all on this round. They've gone for the operator on Anita. They've got 5 ultimates. They need to start using them, invest them, win the rounds. Hunter's Fury aggression here, I expect.
Adora's doing a lot of diving in and not finding too much for it, but Anita's found an opening pick, so swings and roundabouts is all that matters right now, is living in the moment, each kill after the next. Drone goes over the top now. Don't think it quite spotted Emby. Adora's been swung and taken down, and suddenly Habosh Babosh. Beautiful recovery here. Anita, though, she's got that up and she needs to make it sing. Anfa's found one. Advantage in their favor. There's the neural theft coming on out. They know where these last 2 players are, so they can just all gather here. Saturation of players unrivaled, and Anita, another kill to the tally. She alone has won them this round, and Sowers round the side faces the same fate as her teammates.
Giant X with the operator finally online. I like the idea with the Hunter's Fury aggression with the waylay. It's something you usually see with a Neon, right? You dash out of doors, you go in, you try and find a pick, and the Hunter's Fury's there. You're in the opponent's spawn in the first couple of seconds. That didn't find the value, but Anita's operator did. Shut down at every turn, but that was 3 ultimates from the side of Giant X. Invested. Maybe not the most value, but that Dimensional Drift set Anita up for these last 2 picks. And that won't be available here on round 24. Conversion pass and aggression once again. Emby traded out. Somehow she found Adora. And now it's an even split, but Habosh are happy with that because now they know that the defense is weaker, but the op is here once again.
Oh, the op caused so much devastation, almost a collateral there. So Real Fudgestar's walk-in wounded, so Real's just dead. Tether doesn't quite go deep enough to sort her out. And Giant X, they're done playing games. They want this map. And Anita to finish it off. Back to back 4Ks, unstoppable. And that was the key to success all along. Anita like we've never seen her before.
What a couple of rounds from her. Showing why she is here, why this team picked her up, why Giant X are trusting in her to get them to GCC once again. And Giant X against, maybe not all odds, but certainly a lot of odds, won out on Habosh's map pick. And that's setting themselves up so well for the future. Anita, absolutely the MVP, no doubt about it in my mind. Those last 2 rounds alone, 8 kills was the difference between her and the next on her team. What a player. Her first blood percentage, a quarter of the rounds, she got the first blood.
Absolutely ludicrous. And I think that if Anita is even 4% less switched on in those last 2 rounds, we were seeing overtime. It was just perfection. And I think maybe that this echoes some of my worries and some of the sentiment of Giant X, is that you don't really know what's gone wrong, but suddenly, you know, you're 2-7 in the group stage. Suddenly, they've made a comeback and you're 11-11. It just really creeps up on them here, but they were able to drag it across the line.
It felt like they managed to get the read as soon as they saw what Habosh were doing to stop the retakes over towards B. They positioned more players there. Getting Anita there, especially with the operator, worked absolute wonders. I think that really set them up now to take Sunset. And now as we look ahead towards Lotus, I'm looking at this map thinking, wait a minute, Giant X, okay, it's maybe not their best map. Okay, if we look at it statistically, yes, it's relatively even between the two teams. But if they have improved their Sunset that much, how much have they improved their Lotus?
You can only hope by leaps and bounds here. But that is going to be map number 1 all done for now. Map number 2, well, we'll see very shortly. Can Habosh bring it back? Or will Giant X right the wrongs of the past 2 series? Will they finally take a win versus their Kryptonite team? We'll find out very soon on Lotus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Life's not always VIP, rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, these are 2 teams more similar than one might immediately think on paper. Both of these teams are either free agent or spent a long time as free agents.
Most of the Giant X roster has spent so much time in free agent teams. If we think back to Odd One Out, we think back to FMCL, Neon Blade, all of these rosters, these players have been on them, and they understand what it's like to be a free agent team, unsigned, doing your best with no guarantee that you'll make anything of it. And for Habosh, they've now got to fight against these veteran players who have once been those free agent players, and now they are on Giant X, a org that is so well known. And I've got to think for Habosh, there's going to be a little bit of that pressure. These free agent players that you've either looked up to or wanted to beat, in Sowers' case with Jadenwa, you've got to think there's that pressure of, wait a minute, we're not beating them. How do we turn this around and win out their map pick?
They stand where Giant X once stood. And if hashtag sign FMCL worked, well, let's hope the hashtag sign Habosh Babosh does as well. And if there's anybody from any orgs watching, especially if they make it to Istanbul, especially if they can somehow make it all the way to Sao Paulo with that first place slot. I mean, if I was an org wanting to head into the game changer scene, this would be the team that I would have my eyes on. So I think, it's a sort of, sisterhood, isn't it? Understanding from free agent team to a team that was for so long in that period. The instability, there's quite a lot of our teams, even the teams signed to orgs, are part-time as well. They understand the grind, they understand the pressure, and they understand where you're standing. But that also makes it a little bit dangerous for Habosh because, well, when they don't have the restrictions and the pressures versus teams that have been in the game for a while, well, the teams don't understand that sometimes they play for fun, they play for comfort as well. But Giant X are a team that know that all too well. Now, let's take a look in towards Lotus coming up next. And there was something that you and I talked a little bit about between the end of last map and now, and that was changes in the agents that we're going to be seeing coming into this.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of change from Giant X, right? They've moved over towards this Neon Phoenix on the majority of maps that enables Adora and Anita to be working together. Actually, the Whaler Yoru worked great. They still had a lot of good things, but I do think we lack a certain amount of duo burst, right? That the synergy between the two on those agents at the moment. I think the way that Adora and Anita were playing wasn't perfect. But as we look towards Lotus, they weren't playing Neon or Phoenix on this map last time we saw it against Barca in the play-ins. Giant X were playing the Raze Lotus comp, essentially the standard that most people have been playing for the majority of the time on this map. And it worked for them against Barca. But will it keep working? That's my question, because when we're looking at this team, they are a team that can do a lot of things. Jadenwa is a slow, controlling mid-round style IGL typically, and the Viper comp works for that. But up against a team like Habosh that are aggressive, fast-paced, they've still got the Viper, but they've got the Chamber and the Neon to be going aggressive. Can you hold up against the level of aggression with only a Killjoy? No Vice, no Chamber, nothing like that.
That is the question of the hour. And we talked a lot before the first match about all of the changes that Giant X have gone through. And this was a map that they have played around a little bit with this composition. We'll see, well, whether they've settled down or whether we're going to see anything particularly crazy coming on out here. No, they're sticking with their go-to and sticking with that Raze as opposed to the Neon, and I like it. And now Habosh, Babosh, I think samesies for them.
Yeah, no big switch-ups here. Teams are comfortable on this map. This is a map that I don't want to say it's been solved, but a lot of teams have found their comfort and they know what they want to be doing on here. It's not a map that we see a lot of experimentation on, unlike things like Sunset and even Ascent now we're seeing more. But what I do want to see is on this attack side, now that we've got Thea on the Chamber instead of Fudge Stars, how Thea can keep up with the performance that Fudge Stars has put on, because it's a different role for the both of them here. They've got to play differently, and that's the kind of flexibility that we've been seeing from this Habosh roster the entirety of the group stage that I think has surprised a lot of us, that really it's only MB and Surreal that you know what they're going to play.
Exactly. I think something else to look at as we go into Lotus is you and I love talk about the transitive properties of beating shared opponents, right? Is that this is a really weird one because these teams have both played SKE, Focus, and Carmine Corp on this map. Now, whilst Giant X did better against SK, they did worse against KC and Focus, and it's that question of how much do you value beating the best team from last stage versus the consistency. And again, this is all on paper, isn't it? But it's one of those really weird ones that this is Giant X's map pick. Hopefully they've worked on it. But this is the first time we're seeing these two teams battle it out on this map.
It's going to be very exciting because you do get to see this relatively fresher battle, right? We did see it back in the Cash Cup, I think it was. It was a 17-15 win for Habosh Babosh on Lotus. They were playing different compositions. Surreal was playing the ISO. Don't ask. I don't know. But
Don't tell Zobi. Don't tell Zobi.
Yeah, don't tell Zobi. If they're watching, they'll be very excited. But as this says here, Giant X's track record on Lotus is rough. 1 win out of 5, and that was in the play-ins when they were able to get that win. So that to me screams a potential issue with this veto, but they picked this map. They won out Sunset. That surprised me at the very least, maybe a fair few other people. This team has improved. They've gotten better. Now, defense starting over towards A, they've heard a lot of noise.
Bit of commotion going on here. Paranoia ready to let rip as they execute out a tree. They're just going to wait for the smoke to die down. The paint shell's stalling them out a little bit. Paranoia comes on through. Adora's forced back sight, but Anita and Jada step on up, and the team coalesces to keep hold of this site. And with Anva's pick in towards B, it's a flawless way to kick this off. And Habosh Babosh may have been the best pistol team in the group stage. Giant X has decided not anymore. The group stage is a whole different beast.
Incredible work on these pistols, and this is the issue for Habosh is that we saw on Sunset. If they are walking into a site where there are multiple Giant X members holding down their lines, playing off of each other, unless they can disrupt them well enough, and the Paranoia was good, but it wasn't enough to separate the Giant X members to mean that they couldn't work together to stop the hit. And now as Habosh put pressure over towards A and do take down Adora, that's a very nice shot. They're actually going to C.
Well, the chamber has changed hands, but it's still making matters work, I'll say that. Anita finds the pick to not just equalize, but turn it in their favor. And that has had Habosh scurrying away from the C site.
Yeah, they're scared. And they know that they're not expected to win this round. And with Thea gone, that's the Headhunter. That's really your only better weapon than a Classic. Taking Adora's head is good. Shuts her out, means she can't get a kill, can't build up to a showstopper. I think Fudge Stars was just spotted there.
Just on the crosshair, a little bit of a run by. Jade Noir. Oh, Horn goes out behind them. Oh, it's not going to catch either of them, but Jade Noir's gun will do the job just fine. Jada getting into position, knowing that one has slipped the net, and they don't want to let her get to site alone. There we go, Jade Noir deals with it, has heard the door go. No, someone has to push the button. Casper's not in the server. Friendly Ghost or not, Anva's there to put them in their grave.
And again, Giant X continue. Pistol, follow-up. And now the bonus. It's weaker again. We didn't see it happen on Sunset on the defense. They don't have the extra money from the plant to be able to buy up the full rifle arsenal on this round. Whereas for Habosh, they've got that on lock. 4 rifles, light shields across the board, but no Outlaw looking to punish it yet. Maybe saving up for an operator. Around 4 are Giant X, but now more of a battle. The Paranoia's trying to push Thea back, and she has to TP out. Now A is under Giant X's control. Can they rotate to C quick enough?
We'll find out. They're slowly moving through B, clearing out, being careful, which is what we like to see. Anva here, though, actually isn't going to get pressured as heavily. Boombot's going to go out. Oh, doesn't quite spot these B players. And actually, I think they've realized they might have overcommitted here. They have sent Adora back just in case.
Yeah, Habosh are playing a nice push and pull, trying to get the rotates over towards C, and they've done that job. Now B site is open. They might get crunched a little bit. Oh, look at Sour. She's got to get out of there just about. But now B door's open and B site. This is a risky plant.
Risky plant because it might not even go down in time. They've had to come off of the plant. Jaden with the sidearm. Paranoia's perfect. Sowers finds another two. 2 versus 3 left on our hands. Jada, only 20 health to her name. She's getting run on down here. Not going to find anything. Not able to stall them out, but Adora's managed to get into position. But there's 3 sets of bullets firing her way. And it's a hurricane of pain headed in her direction. Habosh, Babosh take the bonus.
That B main fight could have gone either way, but Habosh take it in their hands, and while it was expensive for them, they're going to be able to buy up mostly across the board. Guardian for So Real. The Giant X are happy. They've got money behind them. They're not going for the operator yet, keeping it safe. I think they're going for the same Paranoia. This is a big investment in the early round yet again, just to make sure they take control of A, but they seem to think it's worth it.
Here we go. Adora, get up close and personal. Orb has been secured. That's enough for them. And now immediately, not enough information heard over towards A. It's suspicious.
Yeah, you've got to think, wait a minute, they've moved somewhere else off that chamber. You know that Habosh really like to rely on the 1-1-3 across most maps. And they're doing it again here. Jada jump peek, heard by Thea. Takes the timing off the back of the wall is good. Try and put a little bit of pressure, but still most of Habosh over towards C, and it's not fake this time.
Just found one over towards A, and as we talked about this, having one in each lane means that Giant X really don't know where they're actually going to be hitting. Boombot spotted a player out B. They've heard stuff going on towards C, but they have no idea where the final destination actually is. Well, we know that it's C. Perfectly timed snake bite isolates MB, but bullets through the smoke take down Anita in response, and forgets one, and Jademoir's here in time to help assist. But Thea's making some noise over towards B. That's called over Jademoir's attention, but it doesn't matter because Anfa's cleared out the last player on C. Spike's been dropped. Now Thea has to push into this. TP out if needed. Has found the first there. Trying to clear out Jademoir. Jademoir, don't give her the fight. Force her into an uncomfortable spot outside of this ring. No, doesn't matter. That's the confidence we wanted to see from our leader.
Shutting it down. Almost a clutch there, but not enough work put in yet. And Habosh are probably sent down to an eco. The one thing I hadn't noticed, the one thing I hadn't clocked, was Anva's actually switched over off of the Killjoy, finally. I've been not enjoying the Killjoy on this map so much recently, but the Cypher's working wonders against Habosh, who send in MB alone so often. And it's working out. The trips there shut down the entry completely. Habosh down to an eco. Tour de Force used over towards A. Aggressive.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Prowler's just going to catch it at the end. Knifing it. Well, that's cold. And now the team crawls back away, and Habosh, a team that loves, as we said, the tide of this map, the push and the pull, the ebb and the flow. They've done it again. They've called over this attention to C, and now they're gearing up to hit A, and it is just Adora here to stop them.
Can't even really get out alive. The wall goes up to try and protect, but surely the spam to come on through.
No, she doesn't. She swings out onto the other side, though, and there was nowhere really to go after the first shots missed. Jademoir, whole lot of hell health has gone as well. MB round the corner, round the back, looking to make this hurt. And Habosh, am I smelling another potential thrifty?
Sowers has picked up the Vandal, absolutely. We've got the Tour de Force online in the post plant. The Nightfall if they want it. Everything here ready for them. And they're sending the Nightfall towards spawn.
Spam break the door, the wall goes up to protect them from anybody playing further off site. Nightfall's going to push Jademoir back, but Jademoir's the only one affected by it, but they're also tucked in on site. And there's only so much utility left to try weasel them out here. Tapping away, and there's the Tour de Force has been popped. Time's starting to get low here. Tour de Force trying to swing on out before they can start defusing, before it gets messy, before that smoke blossoms fully. Tap draws them out, but there's no time. So Real swings out for the first. Jada fighting for her life, but even that's not enough. And Habosh, again, don't know how that's not a thrifty, but with just pistols, the whole team goes down, but it doesn't matter because they invested nothing into this.
The Tour de Force and the Nightfall, and that was it to secure themselves that round. And Giant X hitting the panic button despite them being in the lead. Losing against an eco round feels awful. And they know that they need to fix it. They need to try and stop this momentum from building up for the side of Habosh Babosh. They're playing this slower game. And I think that is where a IGL like Jade Noir can really come into play, because she knows how these slow round plays. She's called every slow attack round on this map that you can dream of. She's already called it. So for the side of Giant X, they know how to play against it. And I imagine a part of it will be trying to take a little bit more space, trying to get a little bit more proactive information other than A. Because they've shut down A well, right? They've made sure it's only Thea and that the rest of the team can't follow up. Now it relies on B and C, clearing it quicker so you can move your rotations closer towards middle to get the quick retakes in.
And here we go. Giant X just on pistols. They're going to need an eco of their own here to try and stop Habosh catching up with them, but it's looking unlikely. A couple of these players not far off from some of their next ults, so you can see some orbs farm, that'd be great, but what we are going to be seeing is a fight out towards C, in towards Mount, and a fight over towards A main as well. Thea, well, it's not much of a fight, it's more of a beatdown.
She's taken out immediately. Jade Noir gone. And now Giant X all moving over towards A, but actually that's the wrong site yet again. Giant X have the wrong read. They're moving to the wrong site. And Habosh are going to get themselves set up into a very dangerous post plant. The one thing that Giant X have is this cam. It's been spammed. They're trying to find it.
They haven't found it yet.
They can
it's
hear
tucked
it.
in hiding. They can hear it, and it's about to be spotted by Emby. There we go. They find it quite amusing. Hide and seek, Cypher edition. Another smoke goes on out. There's actually nobody even remotely close to C, but they're trying to give the illusion that there's more players here than there actually is.
Now, they're worried. Habosh think that there might be a stack here. Overthinking it, scared. Wow, they're actually getting scared away towards the B side. This makes it a little bit easier. Giant X's retakes on this site are much better than they are towards C. Maybe not with the classics only, though.
And all they had to do was 2 smokes and a couple of trips, and that's given Giant X a much easier ride here. Thea, though, waiting with the best weapon to mow them down. Anita does find one, runs on through, gets a second with the classic. And now it's getting a little bit more uncomfortable, but that smoke is going to just damn them. Keeps them stuck in this corner. Anita needs to squint to see her health bar there. And Jada, and that smoke still got so much life left on it, throwing in even more util just to keep them at bay and just establishing crossfire after crossfire on this one position.
Almost impossible to come back through here now. Giant X are going to try and find some kind of space, but Surreal shuts them out. Jada's going to keep this gun. No shield, so she's going to have to buy them up. And actually, Habosh are hunting her.
No reason not to. If you can really drive the knife in economically, why wouldn't you? And there you go. She takes down one with her, but she loses the weapon in the meantime, and I'd argue far more expensive. And now 3 for 3, but all things considered, not a bad eco round there from GX.
Yeah, damage caused. They managed to shut down a couple of people, but Adora still yet to get on the board on this raise, has brought up the operator. Maybe that's the hidden weapon, the secret source to the side of Giant X. Habosh have stopped fighting over A, really, since that timeout. They're going elsewhere, but it looks like now they're going towards Adora and her operator. The Prowler's going to need to push her off the line, and it does.
There's the first all missed shot. Immediately paint shells go on in. Just chooses to tag the haunt. Doesn't want to get overrun if they choose to follow it up. The giving ourselves options to teleport out safely. Sours, that is a ballsy move, and Anita's gonna punish you for it. Neural Theft comes on out. They can see it's still a player on A, still a player on B, and they are running into the stack here. They know where the stack is or not. Anita's just in the corner, unseen, only good for one though, but Adora with that sidearm to close out the round, and GX mow down this offense.
If you walk into a Giant X site and they are holding it down, if they have more than 2 people on it, they will stop you execing. They will stop you getting the spike down. This lesson should have been learned on Sunset. But now we're coming through to Lotus, and Habosh are falling foul to the same thing again and again. They've now got a rough buy themselves on the attack side. Thea's able to buy up a Vandal. She's Chamber, you know, she's got that extra money in her pocket. But what can you really do? Because now you're going up against the Operator of Adora. She's got the Showstopper as well. Viper's Pit potentially over towards C if Anita gets too worried.
Anita waiting, always watching. MVP of last map hasn't really cooled down one bit. Crowder goes on in. And the stack here, we literally just talked about running into the Giant X stack, and we're gonna see it happening again. There's the swing on out. Adora missed shot. That one hurts a little bit, wounds the ego, wounds the round outcome potentially. So much space taken over towards A main though.
And Giant X already have the right read. They're already moving towards A. This has been so much better than Sunset for them. Jaden was noted where Thea is. She's this aggressive this late in the round. You know Habosh are going towards A. And this is where the Cypher setup is. Can the rest of the team get here in time?
Question of the hour. Anver spraying desperately, trying to stay alive. Oh no! 1 to the snake bite and 2 to the weapons. And suddenly this has gone incredibly messy. Anita waiting for the decay to wear off. It doesn't matter because Fudgetoss is waiting, holding for the headshots. All goes up. Has to be a little bit wary about a flank, just in case, because there is enough time. She's going to walk around, pushes on forward, somehow gets the pick there, but so much damage done. And with only Jada left to help her, all of this starts to add up. Jada manages to find another. Both of these players so low, and Anita just looking to get out of there alive, hold on to these weapons, because their economy has been in shambles.
The Operator picked up is good. We've seen value found from it, even if it's not the kills. Giant X shut down the exec towards C, scared them off to A. Thea found the space. And then Habosh stopped the tree take coming on through Little Door. They made sure that as the Giant X players were wanting to exec out of there, they were wanting to come back in. You can see the shadow there as the round ends of the Viper Orb, stopping Giant X from coming back through there. Nice awareness from Habosh of where Giant X usually like to path, and it's back and forth. The money goes up and down. The stock market is crazy today, and we can see here Giant X a rough buy. Operator, 2 rifles, 3 at a push, but that means that money's going to be rough in the next if they lose it. So this is a must win. Viper's Pit towards C, almost a certainty. We need to feel this pressure. Adora's got a good pick.
Stunning stuff to kick the round off here. And they're still trying to push the belly of the beast over in towards C. They haven't quite learnt.
I'm so surprised we haven't used the Viper's Pit here yet.
I'm a little bit surprised as well. Oh, Jade Noir caught on a bit of an aggressive jump there. MB's managed to get right behind them. No, Anfa's got the reaction speeds unparalleled. And that's a huge one. Now the Viper's Pit gets popped and they immediately back off.
Oh, Jada shut down Fudge Star. She was too aggressive, trying to keep the A site for the side of Habosh, and they were going there. They'd left C. So now it's B. Anva's here, but she's so low. 8 health. You don't really want to be spamming into it. She keeps herself alive, and now Giant X. They can go in quick and thick and fast for this retake.
Okay, bot falls off the edge, breaks into pieces, kaput. But now, jump on up to real, slipping away, but the door's not broken. She breaks it. That's so much info in and of itself. Does have the spike on back. Tether goes on in, and that should buy her just enough time to try plant. But with the pitch just going over the top, she's forced to reposition. And now her only teammate, her only help has gone down. 17 seconds, first fight isolated. But here's the flank from Anita. It's baited on out. Jump over the top, gets taken down. But Anva, with 8 HP, saves the day. And it's an absolute miracle for GX. And you could see it. You could see the stars starting to align, but she tears the sky down.
So close. Habosh almost won that out, but no. Giant X keeping it in their court. Habosh, another broken buy. That feels like the endless story of this map. Broken buy after broken buy. Even
Has anybody had good economy this whole map? Have either of these teams? Sorry, okay, round four.
That's it. Like, even Giant
Take me
X
back
is
to
not
round
good.
4.
They've got a Guardian and a Bulldog. Yes, okay, they've got an operator, sure, and it found a pick again. Adora opening it up. This weapon works wonders in her hands, and Habosh have to back off again.
It really has been the season of the ops. I love to see it, and I love to see players that we wouldn't usually see kicking butt with the ops doing so. Adora, previous stages, sure, she had it occasionally. Wasn't exactly a signature for her, but in this map, she stepped up in a monumental way.
Incredible. And now another pick. She's rotated. She's everywhere. She got the collat.
Okay, go on. Give her the ace. Do it. Bot goes out. She's got support. Waiting for it. Bot goes out. Has been... Oh, no, it's just about caught it. She saw the angle. It's just a matter of which side they peek. The tether's gone on over the horn as well. She's jumping up top. Not able to scope in time. Fudge Stars denies and actually gets a second kill for her troubles here. But Jade around the corner finds the last pick. And an absolutely beautiful sequence from Adora, finished up by the rest of the team.
The 4 Dora strikes again. Almost the ace, but never gets the 5th.
I tip my fedora to that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, what a collab this was as well.
Oh,
the high-low.
beautiful.
So many teams do this, and it's so bad for moments like that. And now, Habosh still yet to invest the timeouts that we saw them do on Sunset. But they need to try and find a lead. They need to try and even up this half.
Oh, Showstopper goes in, and it's beautiful. She hasn't slowed down one bit. And the rest of the team stepping on up here as well. And it's all of the A names making their names heard.
Just shut down at every turn. Habosh have no chance of getting to site. This is the Giant X of stage 1 and 2. This is not the Giant X of group stage 3. They have come back to old form. They are ready to go, ready to fight. They want to get to Istanbul, they want to get to Sao Paulo, and now they're getting this first win against the second seed of groups. It would set them up to push forward as much as they can. It's another broken bye for Habosh. Ultimates, yes, but Adora's going aggressive and she's on fire. Sophia has to back out of there. But now what are the rest of Giant X going to be doing? They're rotating off, and maybe this is the wrong call.
It may well be indeed. Adora has been nothing short of perfection these past few rounds, and now out in the open, they're going to be tested again. She's got no blast packs to get out of there, so she's just got to head out early, forgo the space.
Now A-side's open. Habosh can get into a post plant. They've got the Viper's pit. The Nightfall's going to allow them the space there, and we don't have the same thing back for Giant X.
Nightfall's drawn out from both sides, though. Tether is absolutely perfect, but so Real's still going to find one. She doesn't need to move to be able to take you down. Viper's pit is invested early. Budgestar's already, it's not even been popped, and she's making it work for her. Anita, Jade, and Raul find theirs, and now just 2 players remain. The Viper's pit falls, and it's just Sours, the saviour of so many rounds. Last map needs to step up again now, but the Guardian in hand is just too slow for the speed of Jada.
Ending the half, Giant X 8-4. Strong, better than Sunset. Can they close out this map and end the series?
And now...
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'll bring us back. Welcome back, welcome back. And now we have an important pistol round. Giant X on their map pick, now on their preferred side. Can we see them take another pistol? Less than 50%. We already talked about Habosh's pistol round win rate percent from the groups. Can we see Giant X change their fate?
Well, they've won all of the pistols so far this series. It feels like they've leveled up, not just in the normal gun rounds, but the pistols as well. Now as they switch onto the attack side, Thea, this is her preference, working on the defense on the chamber. Finding space, but she's going to find a lot of Giant X members when this cage drops.
Here we go, all teleport on out. Their shot does ring out. And there's the re-peek. It's perfection. And Thea just falling back. Paint shells go out to make sure that she doesn't try drop down and immediately go for the re-clear. Fudge Star's dealing with a pesky little Jade while peeking out in towards B, but Giant X managed to find themselves a whole lot of space onto A site itself. Thea still hanging around and waiting. They know that she's here. Adora is the one to go for the swing. Backs are turned. She manages to find the pick now. Going on up the ropes, climbing on up, and you can see the 3 players waiting around actually choose to divert.
Toxins going up.
They've got a long way to go back in. Giant X only 3 players, but their fundamentals have been strong so far this map.
Jump's been spotted. It's just a matter of which target you're aiming at. And they isolate each fight. They isolate each player and take them down in succession. Just Jada left up top here. Can't be too worried about a flank because you can hear the defuse going on through. Just has to fight on forward. Lovely first headshot. Not quite able to find the second. And they just stick the defuse in the background. Habosh with another round.
They get the pistol. They set themselves up for the comeback. This is an important start for the Habosh fans if you want to go to Summit, because Summit is where we are expecting Habosh to win. Just looking at history, they are good on that map. And this map, okay, sure, it's relatively even between the 2 teams. But if they can take this away, take it to Summit, maybe the series can be theirs and the second seed can advance further in the upper bracket. Giant X, classics only, not even a bandit. And Habosh actually trying to take space.
I like that they're trying to take a little bit of further control. The more map control you have, the more information, the more you can play these mind games that they were so good at on their attack side. Jade Moore peeks on out, finds one. Anita doesn't want to over-test her luck, but they're all picking up weapons. The judge has been recovered, and Jada swings out with it. And nothing but devastation in her path. And now you can see Thea running as fast as she can, but the sniper, it's an awful, cumbersome angle to fight back into with it.
Planted.
Going to be so difficult. She's done this kind of thing before, but she's spotted by the Prowler. Giant X can turn and face towards her now.
Thea tapping away. I think she just wants to get out of dodge, not give them anything more than they've already secured. And there's a flank coming on through as well. And for there is the backstop, just in case. Doesn't want to let them slip away. Thea jump around the corner, and Anita's now got the shotgun. And a little bit of body spam for the Emoda Thrifty.
Finally, it comes on through. Giant X somehow, after losing the pistol, collect themselves on the attack side. Crunch in towards doors, and these classics just work wonders. Jada picks up the judge and shuts down another 2, and then the round is over. Yeah, everyone was low, but Thea's Marshall has got a lot of work to do there. And actually, a Habosh timeout immediately. A quick one, a panic button hit after 1 lost round, because they know they've got 2 timeouts left in this half. They didn't use one in the first, so they can try and stop this momentum here, try and pull up a quick, cool set play, maybe a trap play with the Omen Paranoia that they've got to shut down Giant X's attack. And they've still got another timeout for later on.
That they do. And I like trying to fix the problems early. I fear this may be a little early to pull the ripcord. Yes, it's an unfortunate round. Yes, it's pretty devastating. But it feels 1 round's not gone your way. You choose to just call it now. Now, they do still have both timeouts to use. So actually, you know what? Why not? I'm correct myself. I like it.
Okay, yeah. Like, trying to find as much as you can.
Bit of a roller coaster there, yeah. Bit of a self-discovery, a journey we went on.
Yeah. There we go. That's better. Giant X were wondering what their buy was going to be, jumping around between different guns, but I like this much better. Invest as much as you can into this. They've got the rifles, everything, the outlaw. This is going to be lethal for Habosh. But Habosh have the defense. They have the higher line. I think it was noted there by Giant X, so they know that the chamber's up on this high angle. The Prowler spots her as well. Forced back, stays a little bit too long, but just TP's out alive. Now Habosh, can you find anything now? Because your one trick, the one ace up your sleeve is pushed back.
Yeah. And now just slowly poking and prodding Giant X. They're in no particular hurry. They've still got a minute on the clock to play with, but this is the commit over towards A now. Jade Mar, with the spike, I may add, being the one to push forward first.
A little bit unconventional, but the rest of the team following up behind. Thea, not alone anymore. Fudge Star's here with her. The pixel angle spotted a person. Snakebite slows them down too.
Spamming away, tapping away. Fudge Star's in position. This wall slowing down Giant X. Not insubstantially. More spam comes on through, and that's just going to funnel Giant X in towards B.
Easier retake here for Habosh if they choose to go for it. Still a classic Sheriff's Bandit. It's not exactly the weapons you want. And now Giant X, the post plant. It's important how you set this up because you're going to get crunched through C, through door. Anita's got to watch out.
Majorly so. They choose to fight into this. MB slides out, will not be allowed to get away with daylight robbery, not this time, and Adora with a second. Paint shells for Surreal back, and Sowers has already called it quits.
Giant X are close to so many ultimates. Habosh can't give up any more pips, really. The Nightfall comes online, the Showstopper comes online, and that's the map, that's the series gone. So Anva's going to go hunting. Sure, why not? Cause a bit of damage. Take some names and numbers, and a little nice 3k there as Giant X get the flawless against the eco round of Habosh, cementing their lead 5 ahead now. And this is where we could see Habosh start to crumble, but this is also where we could see the comeback start. But it needs to start very soon. We saw it on the first half of Sunset, where they've really started to come back in. And I love this little stat. Anva is the only person this stage who's got a successful 1 versus 5. We almost saw Jada pick one up on the previous map. Close. She's the only person in the entire stage that's got that 1 versus 5. I'm sure everyone remembers it. And now Habosh set up aggressive. Look where Thea is.
I must wait a moment.
Anva having a look, but no one's going to follow up. No one's going to chase her down here. They've got to look for somewhere else. Another mistake, another crack in the armor. Peek on out. Op's not going to connect, and it's now being a card played. They can hear it here. That just makes them more sure in this C push.
And this is something we're seeing a lot from Chambers at the moment, is they're TPing too quick. She wasn't really at any risk. She had the rubble to hide behind. Maybe she could have survived a bit longer. And Giant X just say, you know what, you TP'd away, you've got no information, we're just going to hit C because we know it's going to be weak and the paranoia is huge.
Paranoia is indeed a lethal piece in the armory. Fudge Stars finds one immediately, jumps to the other side, always fluid, always dynamic, jumps back over. Lucky to have So Real watching her back, finds 2, keeps her safe. Now we're stuck in the 2 versus 4. Jada's got 1, trying to whittle down the numbers. Now it's just Jada left. There's the 2 kills needed. And Thea's so far removed, they know that she has the op, but they don't know where she is. She's out in the open, a sitting duck. And Thea finds the pick. It's clear as day, clear as a melody, in the defuse to follow through.
So Real, keeping her team alive. Getting those 2 kills as Giant X go a little bit over aggressive towards spawn. You can see the pings on the map of where the Habosh members were. And that touch of the door, the spin that Thea put in, the doubt in the mind of Jada. Sure, she was going to come through main. But no, this was the moment for So Real that she came online. Getting those 2 kills allowed the rest of the team to come on through. And even if Jada can try and get some kind of clutch through, she can't win it out. Habosh get an important round on the board. They've got a little bit of money now, guns, but that was still expensive. It's not building up a bank behind them. Thea's gone aggressive once again with the op, the TP out. She's alone here whilst everyone else is on B. Anva, watch out.
Have to be very careful, but Anva always on point. Another shot there from Thea, doesn't quite connect, but still alive, still ready. But the issue is, the closer they push up, the harder of a time it is to make this all work. It's unwieldy, close range. Anita's found another, and the jump on him from Adora just makes him such an overwhelming entry pack. Adora up top gets one immediately, the reposition. Never wants to be spotted in the same place twice. J-Mo around the corner, spots at least one. The tether is perfect. Allows the rest of the team to get into position. Oh, the spam almost takes down Fudge Toss. Gets the reload in out in the open, because why wouldn't you? And now you can just see Habosh repositioning right into the waiting arms of Adora. Page shells go over. Your options are to face your death at Adora's gun barrel or walk into the shells. And it's a flawless round for GX to hit 11.
Another flawless as well. They are coming online. The second seed from the groups. Well, that was a honeymoon period then. Now, oh, it's ringing true, and Giant X are coming back strong. This is the team that we've seen before. They're taking the fights together, winning it out as a group. But ultimates, Habosh have Nightfall online. This can take them for a retake. It could mean they can go aggressive here if they want to. They've got Thea set up on the same line. She only has the Tour de Force. So she does pop it. I wasn't sure if she was going to. And she's going to hold down this line a little bit. And now Giant X. You know that the Tour de Force is holding A. Are you going to play a slow round or just exec onto what you're pretty sure is a weak C site?
Big questions indeed. Fudge Stars, oh, all of the pressure in the world. And Adora just commands space here. With that showstopper, they're immediately trying to fight back into this. She's got one, and the rest of the team floods in behind her.
Face your fear!
Nightfall comes on out, MB rushes on forward. Lovely stuff with the shotgun, but Adora again immediately says no. Maybe not the most kills in the series, but has certainly felt the most impactful in these moments. Beautiful for the fourth, and now round the side, runs out of bullets just at the wrong second, but Jadwa always there for her team when they need her.
Another 4K for Adora. She just can't finish that ace. But Giant X, they're looking to finish the map, the series, advance forward in the playoffs. They don't want that lower bracket yet. It's been where they've been every time they've made it. They are a lower bracket run team. And they're trying to flip that narrative, flip the script, do different things. And although Adora is currently the second highest in first deaths, this team always trades her when she goes. But actually this map, she's not even that high in first deaths. I don't think she is locking in and closing this out for the side of Giants.
Waiting out the Prowler there. Gives no information away to Sours. Tap on the orb. Waiting to see if anybody will budge. And they won't for the side of Habosh.
A bit of pressure though. This is good. Giant X really trying to prod and poke and force a mistake from Habosh.
Door opens. It's all just noise, but you can see the slow push out here from Thea, but they've not left this unaccounted for. Anva's there waiting, and is this anchor pivot point that they can just turn on heel and head towards.
And if Giant X can take this site, well, everything's all alone. There we go. The Omen ult shows them that C site is empty. Thea, so much pressure coming her way. She finds one through the wall.
What more could you really ask for here? HLs go in, allow them to take this tree control with a little bit more security. Sours needs to kick up some sort of a fuss. Banva's already got a cage there, allows them the chance to cross back over. They're going to head in towards Sours now. A lot of noise heard. They need Anita to find this now. Anita's got the information. Knows that they're there. 14 seconds. Need to get the plant on. But there's chip damage. There's spray. And in towards B means that they can't even peek this to try stop this. Thea's got one, Anita with another, now Adora needing to step up, and Clutch once again, she's found two. Snakeblood goes over, they both jump over, can't quite hit the transfer, and Fudge Stars clings on to this series for just a little bit longer.
Almost another Adora 4K to close out the map, but Fudge Stars shuts it out just before the end. On the precipice of falling down to the lowers, Habosh just about survived. And I can't help but think Thea's just random spam through the wall was a big part of that. So necessary. Dora almost got this. The spam from the classic from Fudge Stars just closed it out. She's got the showstopper online. She's now right at the top of the scoreboard. The kill feed, she is there. Lotus is hers. And Giant X have so many ultimates. You can't help but think they've got to be able to close out this map, this round. Viper ultimate towards C shuts down that avenue for now. You could invest something like the Omen ult and the Nightfall into it, but Habosh are lining up outside of B.
Yeah, waiting. Both go out. The wall and the orb. Showstopper over the top. Ooh, doesn't quite know where to fire it. Saw so much going on in. There's another player. There's the shot over the top. The missile in the face of Thea. There's the first domino to topple in what they want to be the last round. Boombot going out. It's going to get taken down. Now they know how close the rotates through spawn are. Smoke's going on forward, trying to block off some of these angles, try to deal with the onslaught backside here. Adora finds the first, waiting, watching, another head, another kill. The paint shells go over the top. She doesn't want to back away, does get taken down, but Jada's there to trade to punish there. And Sour's up top, fighting for her life, gets one more, but it's Anva, the final nail in the coffin, and Giant X have done it. 13-7, they take the series, they right the wrongs of the past, and they stamp their first victory in playoffs.
This is a redemption arc for Giant XGC. We said at the beginning they were coming in to play, to fight for Istanbul. Jademar said that their fourth stage finish was not enough. And Adora, who else could it be? The MVP right here. 30% first blood, fighting tooth and nail with everything she had. What a performance. The Lotus went the way of Giant X. And now we're wondering, how on earth can they continue this? Can they keep it going?
I hope so. And I think this has kind of been a game of thrifties, hasn't it? We've seen so many across it. I'm loving this new look. We talked about the metamorphosis of this team's identity. I'm so happy to see them back to where we saw them in stage 2. Habosh, I think, yes, this is a bit of a difficult loss. It's the first time that Giant X has actually been able to take the series over them. But I think this is something that to take heed in. They head to the lower bracket. Well, they've beaten most of the teams that they're going to face there anyway. So whilst it's a difficult run in the lower bracket, I think if any team can do it, Habosh have shown their mettle.
They don't get second seed for no reason, right? They get that position because they performed so well. The lower bracket is going to be tough for them. We've got a lot of teams that we were expecting to be able to make a lower bracket run, but one of them was Giant X, and they don't have to go down there yet. They're going to be fighting forward in the uppers. We'll see who they're up against after the next match. But what a performance from them. And I got to say, congratulations to Giant X for the improvement we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
As we said, sometimes you got to hit the rougher patches to appreciate the smoother, calmer times ahead. And I think that's exactly what we've really been seeing here. And I think it's only up from here, hopefully. The upper bracket run, I mean, just the caliber in playoffs is crazy. I think maybe playing the play-ins gave them a little bit more time to find their footing here. I think it's really paid off. And that's great to see because I put my reputation on the line when I made my predictions at the start of the season. And they're just so close on the cusp of that GCC that you're almost rooting for them because they've been so close every single time. So, yeah.
Now, what a performance. But I think you've got an interview to get to.
I do indeed. And I am here with none other than Adora. First of all, huge congratulations. How loud were the team comms when you won that series?
I don't even know because honestly, I think I was the loudest person by far. I think I've screamed so much. Like I've never screamed so loud before, like in my life ever. I feel like that was insane.
I've still got chills from watching it. Now, I think we'd be remiss to say the group stage maybe wasn't quite as smooth as we were hoping for, but with the play-ins going your way and now with a victory versus second seed, how is the vibe, the confidence of the team as a whole?
For sure right now it's like on a very big uprise, I would say. Like, we're finding our groove, we're finding our energy. Like, it's been really, really nice. Even days where like prac hasn't felt like as good as it could be, it still felt pretty good, you know, that kind of standard. So we're, at the end of the day, like, we're just playing for ourselves, you know, like nobody else, just ourselves. And I think reminding ourselves of that has like really helped us like push ourselves forward.
I think that's a sentiment that's very much echoed by the opponents you just beat, Habosh. And I want to ask on that, you were on FMCL and you were part of free agent teams. Yeah. Do you maybe see a lot of yourselves as a team of GX in the likes of Habosh, and do you kind of echo their journey a little bit?
I mean, for me, because I'm the only person in this roster that did play on the original FMCL when we were free agent. Like, for me, yes, I see that, and like what they've done is so super commendable, and it's like super inspiring. It should be for any like GC player that's looking to make it, you know. And I think, yeah, it makes me really happy playing against them, and like I'm super excited to play against them every single time.
That's wonderful to hear. Now, talking of playing, I got to have a look ahead to Istanbul. With you guys looking in this form, it's got to be in the question, what would making Istanbul and playing on that stage mean to you?
I mean, for me, it's kind of everything. Like, personally, at least. I don't know about the others, because we're just focusing on it like game at a time right now. We're not even thinking about any of the lands, GCC. Like, obviously, it's like kind of there in the back of our minds, but it's not like an active thought. But for me, it would mean so much. Like, I miss the stage. Like, when I was in Brazil, it was like such a incredible feeling. I've been chasing it since, so.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Thank you so much for talking to me, Adora. I'm going to let you go celebrate with the rest of your team and celebrate you should an amazing victory. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I absolutely, funnily enough, adore speaking to Adora.
Hey, there we go.
And I think it shows. This is a team that we've always said has been so hungry for these victories that knockdown, I think, only fueled the fire more. Yeah. And I think it's great to see the free agent teams, how far these players can go and how that grind pays off in the long run. Adora's journey being one to echo that. So, yeah, I just think there's so many beautiful storylines going on at the moment.
There are. The resurgency of this team, to me, is something to keep an eye on, because when you do see players like this get this momentum behind them, that's when you can maybe start to see a run. And I've got to say, I think this is the easier side of the bracket to start that momentum, right? They're going up against the winner of the next matchup. And, well, whether it's SK or whether it's Twisted Minds, I think that's going to be very exciting to see. But I think that is probably easier than either G2 or Gentlemates with the form those teams are in right now.
Oh, exactly. I mean, just this whole bracket is so stacked. G2 mates, that's a crazy game. GX versus either one of these teams. It's going to be rematches from not only this stage but previous and previous playoffs as well, mind you. So I'm looking forward to it, and they're going to have a chance to sit down and watch this game, knowing that the winner is going to be who they play up against next. But Echo, do you have any closing thoughts for us? It could be about the teams, it could be about the match, it could be the state of game changers as a whole.
I think, I mean, to keep it relatively small, just about this matchup, we looked at this team of Habosh Babosh as a team that wanted to take victory for the Jades, essentially, right? For Sours over Jade Noir. It didn't happen this time, but I have no doubt that Habosh can make the run in the lower bracket, and I hope this doesn't affect them too much mentally, because we saw what Surreal said, right, about coming back mentally. We know they can do it. They did it in Cash Cups. I think they can do it here as well.
Exactly. But that is about all from us on this series. But I implore you, stick around, because the next match is Twisted Minds Orchids versus SK Nebula, and that is sure to be just as fire as this match. If you need a little bit of entertainment whilst you're eating dinner, whilst you're enjoying the heat wave, whilst you're just out and about, maybe you're on public transport, doesn't matter where you are, this series is going to be immaculate. So make sure you stick around, and we'll be back very soon for series number 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are here for our second game of today, second day of playoffs. I'm Retro, joined by Veggie, taking you through the action. A banger game ahead of us. First and foremost, my friend, how are you?
Oh, good as always here. Watching Game Changers, stakes just keep getting higher and higher. Things are starting to get really real for both of these teams. We'll obviously get into the permutations of what matters for each of them as we go, but what a day to be alive.
Yeah, a great game ahead of us, of course. Starting from the top, I think it's fair to start right. Obviously, take a look at how things have played out so far, where we're up to within Game Changers EMEA, of course. This is the bracket and how things are starting to form. We just saw Habos Babos forced to the lower bracket as GX rocket themselves into upper bracket round 2. Of course, one more game to finish off the initial matches here, Veggie, and that is Twisted Minds Orchid versus SK Nebula.
Yeah, and I think it's probably fair to say, like, looking at it, if you hadn't watched too much of group stages, looking at this, you would have thought we were in last stage, right, in terms of how the team performances have done. So this is one of those games where even looking at last stage, it could have went either way back then, and now we are where we are, knowing that once again it could go either way. There is really no favourite in this heads up.
No, most definitely. And obviously, before we focus about the present, I think we wanted to touch on the past a little bit, right? Two teams that have found themselves fighting in the group stage alongside one another. And when we were talking about this a little bit ago, you know, we were saying this has been the stage of upsets, right? This is where we've seen lots of teams that you expect to be front runners have some blips in the road. Some teams that we didn't expect to see even in playoffs have started to break rounds and start to come out of the woodwork here. Twisted Minds Orchids, you know, a team that have kind of settled in and about the knockout stages of Game Changers EMEA, just shut down SK in 2 maps, which is a very surprising result considering, you know, a few weeks before this matchup, we were celebrating the fact that SK went on a lower bracket run in stage 2 to win it all.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair. I think the other takeaway from this one is, like, although it is a decisive 2-0 win, obviously SK unable to win any maps, when you look at just how close it was, like, there's an old NFL saying where it's on any given Sunday, and that's when I look at this one, and that's exactly what this vibe gives me. It wasn't a blowaway in any terms of those matchups, one going to overtime, one going the full regulation game as well. So it once again just furthers that point that today of all days where stakes are even higher, it could be anyone's game. It's just who turns up and who's done the most prep.
Most definitely. We want to focus on the present, however. Obviously, both teams unchanged between the last time they played each other and now. At least that's what you'd be expecting. SK to start things off, of course. And as I say, this team with a lot of heritage. You know, not too long ago, we were amazed, astounded by the comeback that they made through stage 2. 4 straight lower bracket games, moving to the grand final and winning it all. They were a team that felt levels beyond anyone else at that moment in time. And I don't think they're going to be afraid of hearing the criticism now, Veggie. And that is, for me at least, you know, the group stage in stage 3 that we saw here isn't the SK Nebula that I thought I saw at the end of stage 2.
No, I think they would almost expect you to say that, right? I think when you look at it, like, looked unstoppable in that best of 5 where they shut down a Gentlemates team that everyone had to win absolutely everything and dominate in that fashion. Obviously, Gentlemates yesterday confirming their place over at GCC Champs. And I think when you look back at SK, yes, they have had some bumps in the road, but the fact that they've had that previously and still managed to come out on top last stage is a good sign that they can do it again just now.
Most definitely. Before we delve into the deep bits, though, I had a quick chat with Jelena before we started the games today. Thank you very much, Jalila, for joining me. First and foremost, just want to get your thoughts, obviously, after coming back after a historic lower bracket run in Stage 2. Do you feel any complacency, and like, how do you ground yourself knowing that there's still work to be done here in Stage 3?
I mean, personally, like, the Stage 2 was kind of, it does feel like a bit of a miracle run. It's not like I feel like I kind of see myself still as an underdog, so I don't have this like complacency. Like, I still feel like we have to fight for every game. So that's kind of the mindset I'm going in with it.
Fair enough. And as for Stage 3, like, you still think there's lots of work to be done? Like, you're still practicing hard? Obviously, you're at boot camp at the minute.
Yeah, we're still going hard, yeah. I can feel we're getting the bootcamp buff back. We also had, like, I think we always had this like extra power to fight when we're together at bootcamp, so I'm hoping it will work for us this time too.
Obviously wanted to talk about your leadership a little bit in Fluxy. You talked to us a little bit about having a lot of freedom when Fluxy's the in-game leader. Do you think that that's a big contributor to the success you had in Stage 2?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we do play our best when we don't like to stick too much to like scripts or set things. I think sometimes when we just go by feeling and we just do some crazy things, sometimes that's what works out best for us. So
yeah. You played Twisted Minds Orchid today to start your Stage 3 playoffs campaign. Knowing that this is a higher stakes game than the groups, and obviously how the groups went for you, has there been any extra preparation against this opponent today?
I mean, we had a lot more days to prepare, but I wouldn't say that we're necessarily a team that does a crazy amount of preparation for each individual team. We've like to focus a lot on ourselves, but definitely I come in prepared, like watching a bit and trying to come up with how to win against them this time.
And the last thing about the mentality I want to talk about is obviously that lower stage, the lower bracket run that you made in Stage 2, in combination with the freedom that you get. Do you think that this is the combination that will see you return to Game Changers champs?
Yeah, I mean, I can only hope so, but yeah, definitely, yes.
And last question for you. Do you have a prediction for us today? How do you think the game's going to go?
I mean, coming from me, I do have to say that I think we'll see a 2-0 from us. Maybe a close game or so, but I think we'll be able to manage.
There you go. Thank you very much, Jalina, for joining me. Wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
So there we have it. You know, some spirited words from Jalina, and it's interesting that it's almost labelled this bootcamp buff, right? And we definitely saw what that was and the effect of that that we saw from them in Stage 2. Interesting to see now that they're all there together once again, if the same sparks can fly, and we can see an SK Nebula side that really do deliver on the big stages.
Yeah, absolutely. See if they can kind of galvanise each other as a squad, right, and just kind of be a little bit more fuller. I think the biggest takeaway from me there was that, like, they're not too focused about their antis. They just kind of want to get into it and stick together as a team. But as we look at Twisted Mind Orchid here, that's a completely different ballgame, right? It's another squad that's really up together, really strong together as well, and they'll be feeling the exact same way.
Yeah, most definitely. They are a team that have proven their value and sort of definitely performed better in Stage 3 compared to others. An exciting prospect heading into this playoffs team. And even we were saying beforehand, you know, to each other whilst the previous game was going on, it kind of feels like the Twisted Minds Orchid and the conversation that we have with Focus are kind of on the same wavelength, right? Both teams definitely showing up in Stage 3, putting up some amazing numbers within the groups. The question is how that applies to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's how they take that momentum that they gathered beforehand and keep it going with the stakes even higher. Obviously, there's a lot of permutations around the results that come through, and I think this is one of those games where them winning is heavily favourable for them in the long term, including points and obviously the finish. So there's a lot of pressure on them in this game, and I want to see how they handle it.
Yes, before we talk more though, I had a chance to jump in with Sarah for an interview before today. Thanks, Sarah, for joining me first and foremost. You made some pretty significant changes to Stage 2. Obviously talking about bringing in Misa and having Ness take over as an in-game leader. How did those decisions come about primarily? And do you think Stage 3 you finally feel comfortable with those changes?
Yeah, so I think
We were all pretty comfortable since the changes began. Like, I knew Ness was a really good IGL from the previous year we had, and Misu and Mitralda, she was already like the best player that we had trialed so far. And the stage and the changes came about. I think it was the approach that was different from stage 1 and stage 2. I think Ness as an IGL and Fernie as the coach worked like really well together, and the way they approached the game was very similar, and they understood each other more. It was really how we all wanted to play. It was very good.
Awesome. Obviously, this stage especially, the competition has been really close. We've seen a lot of confusing scorelines, a lot of upsets, things like that. Do you fancy your chances this playoffs, and does that give you extra confidence knowing that, you know, there's no team above the rest?
Yeah, I think it shows that everyone is really working hard, and everyone can win. Like, we've already had 2 different winners, and I think it's really close. Everyone can beat everyone. We've seen that, and I think that we have shown how we really play some of our games of the group stage, and I think we are able to show it through our playoffs.
You obviously said that you've had a lot more practice ahead of this stage as well, right, compared to maybe other stages in previous. What has been the biggest difference, do you think, having that extra time together, and where has that time been allocated exactly?
I mean, definitely we've had boot camp for the first time this year as 5, with 5 of us, so we had a lot of time outside of the game too, and that really is important, that everyone is really good friends with each other, and the practice that we've had, definitely within the server, if you're not practicing as a team, you're not going to improve. And I think we have really improved since the first 2 stages. I think everyone can see that we're really strong in this split.
Awesome. Last thing for you is, do you have a prediction for us ahead of today?
I think we want to replicate our group stage score, so 2-0.
There you go, the back-to-back. Thank you very much, Sarah, for joining me. Wish you all the best and good luck today.
Thank you.
So the boot camp buff might be real for both, because of course you can see there some descriptive words about, you know, we're on boot camp, we're here, things are improving, and to be fair, Sarah made a very valid point that first 2 stages compared to this one, it's been night and day for the Twisted Mind side.
Yep, the only difference that SK have, or don't have, I guess, is from those interviews, is that Twisted Minds are playing with the power of friendship. So power of friendship plus bootcamp buff maybe just beats it out, you know?
No, definitely. It looks scary. Look, we've got to speed things up here. We've taken our time to enjoy the pre-show a little too much here. Quickly to go through this head-to-head, however, before we go to the veto, Veggie, and you wanted to highlight the smoked players on both teams.
Yeah, and I think when you just look at this graphic in itself, nothing like majorly stands out, right? I just think these are 2 of the best controllers that we have on this stage in particular. I think Fluxy, obviously, you add in the IGL element, just stands out a little bit extra. But the biggest difference here between the 2 is that clutch rate that's, I mean, give or take 6% is, I mean, 40% of your clutches winning as a controller is absolutely sensational. But I just really wanted to take 2 players out that we're looking at that maybe get overlooked a little bit, that aren't your star duelists, that you could be like, these are the 2 people that are flying.
No, definitely. Look, these 2 players, incredible. I do believe we've got a veto very quickly to show everyone at home so we know where we're going to be playing today, Veggie, the all-important stuff, of course. And, I mean, in terms of where we go, obviously we looked at what it was in stage 2. Are you expecting similar maps? Are you expecting different? Like, how do you think it's going to go?
I'd absolutely love firm handshakes all round and just say, look, they were very close last time, let's just run it back and see if we can have some of that differential that comes back together. The key difference this time being is from, as we look at the graphic below in terms of the pistol difference, is for SK, if they want to turn the result against, where they had to take it to overtime map 1 to lose and then come it right to the very end, if you take that pistol win rate from 38% and even turn it to 50, you're winning the series, right? So it's a big difference that can make. And if they wanted to do that, just have that handshake, come back, play the same maps, just fix your pistols, and series is theirs.
No, definitely, with the nature of the game as well, right? Like, incredibly close. As I say, we've got to look at the present and see where we're going to be heading today. A veto in front of us to discuss who is going where in this series as it comes up below us here. As you can see, Haven are first, picked by the Twisted Minds side. Split for SK, Lotus are decider. A really nice opportunity, I think, for both teams. You know, you were saying to me as well just beforehand that it feels like this is the most neutral ground for both.
Yeah, I mean, way to spoil that we've seen what the map veto
Sorry,
is.
yeah.
This is brand new to us. No, yeah, I think. Look, I was running the numbers in terms of my little Google Sheets to see what the best maps and kind of how it lays out, and these three really are exactly. I've got my glasses on for a reason. I've spent too much time with Eco, that's the problem. But these three are the maps that are like very much closely contested. There's a couple maps that obviously have made their way to being banned out. Haven Ascent and Breeze, both maps that haven't been played by either team. Summit, one of the ones that was supposed to be the decider last time. Lotus was one of those maps last time, which was also a very close game. And I think Haven and Split, they've both played some pretty formidable opponents through both of groups. And I think this is where I genuinely look at this, and I like to think you can come out going, okay, it's very one-sided, but it's not this time. It really sticks to this anyone's game.
No, and I think it's really nice that the full circle moment is that we end on Lotus. It was the map that kicked off that series within the group stage, of which went to OT, right? So you kind of even thinking in the back of your mind, if you're either of these teams, that if it's an absolute blowout in the first and we manage to take our map pick or whatever combination it is, if it goes 1-1 and it heads to a decider, neither team's going to be hanging their heads low thinking the odds are stacked against us, because both teams had a really believable look in that first map of the group stage game. So for me, at least for my buck, you know, Haven and Split, it would be really nice to have a really nice close three mapper, but even then we're kind of teed up in the final map, this decider, to be a banger itself.
Yeah, exactly, and it is, like you said, it's a map that they've both played on as well. A lot of the times we're seeing like Summit being that last map and teams like very not practice much on it in terms of like officials. Like obviously you can have them in scrims or whatever, but when you come up to the stage to play it in an official capacity, it can come out very differently. So the fact that they're both going to come in with like really clear game plans when it comes to that final map just makes it even more competitive and more enjoyable to watch and obviously talk over.
Yeah, and neither team afraid of playing their opponent's pick either, right? I think the other thing to dabble in here is that both teams well versed in both of these maps. So, you know, it's not exactly like, as you said, this one-way traffic of someone's going to blitz the other and we're going to be seeing our faces in 20 minutes after a very quick first map. At least that's what we're anticipating. Both teams very well rehearsed on all three of these maps. And it's interesting to see that, you know, in the interview that I had with Sarah, even she said, you know, we expect it to kind of go the same as the group stage, and the inference is that SK aren't exactly an easy hurdle to get over, but even then everything will be kept competitive.
Yeah, 100%. And I think just when you look at the map veto where you say they aren't like kind of afraid to play it, you're looking at SK Nebula and who they've lost to on Haven. So they've played it 6 times, lost 3, 2 of which are Focus and G2, which are Focus was the story of the group stages really, in terms of a team that came from almost nothing and were, I mean, they were like mere moments away from finishing in first place and then ultimately finishing 4th. And then G2 are this giant team that have really just continued to grow in dominance, especially this stage. And then you look at Twisted Minds on when they go to Split, they've only lost to G2 and GX on that map. So also pretty deserved teams. And I think when they lost to GX, it was a GX side that wasn't lacking in confidence in that direction, kind of where the rest of the groups went. So like still up against really formidable opponents on those both sides, which keeps coming back to the same point that I keep recycling. It's going to be an absolute dream matchup where you cannot separate both of these teams on paper at least.
Yeah, definitely. We have a little bit of a delay. That's why I was trying to hurry through. I thought that we were pushed for time, but we can kind of stretch our legs a bit here, Veggie. I think the other point that I wanted to mention, just to kind of sort of cut back in a bit of time here, is the interview that I had with Jelena. Obviously, both teams on boot camp, both teams going to be very well rehearsed. You know, we can talk about stage 2 all we want. I think it's really important to highlight the obvious difference, and that is within the stage 3 group stage, it's been an SK side that have definitely had their trials and tribulations. They aren't a team that have come out on the strong foot every single time. You know, the Twisted Minds Orchid side, and it's no discredit to them, you know, the fact that you lose 2-0 to a side that you were just demolishing last stage, I think proves two parts, right? One, SK, in my opinion, kind of needed this boot camp, needed maybe to kick it into a new gear. For Twisted Minds, well, it's an opportunity to go and do it twice where the stakes are even higher. Let's not forget this is now playoffs, and it's not exactly like, you know, you're playing 8 more games after this and it's about your win-loss record. It is 2 strikes and you're out. That's the system here.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about stakes between the two of them, and we were kind of talking in the green room about this before, that for Twisted Minds to kind of go through without having to win the whole stage, they need 3 teams to mess up, or 2 out of 3, being that G2, SK or Gentlemates. Obviously Gentlemates now qualified, but this is it feels like fate's kind of almost in their own hands, where they get a chance to knock SK down into that lower bracket, who then, if they win that next game against Habos Babos, would play up against the G2 or Gentlemates. Like that, you couldn't write a script that's better for Twisted Minds. It's just on them to really put the foot down on the gas and take advantage of that.
Yeah, as you say, a big hurdle to get over, but an integral one if Twisted Minds want to be Sao Paulo bound. Of course, we jump into Agent Select for our first map of this series. Haven is the first, if you're only just joining us. Out on the gates here, I don't think there's anything that catches my eye too much. Both teams, the mirror comp to one another. Well, I guess the only change really is obviously that neon instead of the jet. But all in all, you know, you're running the double duelist, you're running the same smokes, the same Senti, the same initiator. It is just down to personal preference at this point between Jelena and Graham's.
Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same theory between them two of them, right? It's still that double dive and concept of just prioritising getting the run it back online as early as possible. Specifically, I mean, I was going to say on attack, but actually on defence as well. You kind of want to try and maximise your defensive win rate, and you can kind of have a look at it. And on Haven, for your defensive win rate for Twisted Minds to be down at 43% is probably expected. But for SK Nebula coming in at 57 on attack as well, I'd be expecting to see that quite a bit higher. Especially considering how attacking this map has been. I think it's many on the EMEA desks talking about how really this map can just be flooded by the attack and really hard to stop momentum. We've seen it yesterday in a matchup that you and Winter had, Ryan, and I think it's just one of those where if they want to just take advantage, that's something that they've got to be working on. But they've had the whole of play-ins to come in and try and fix that. And they said in the interview they're more focused about working on their strats and their identity as a team. And that to me just would highlight the fact that they're going to be looking to do that rather than nitpick against their opponents today.
SK Nebula return to stage 3 playoffs as the winners of the previous. They are looking to keep their throne and qualify for GCC. But one team on the come-up stands in front of them today. Twisted Minds Orchids, a surprise in the group stage and a welcome delight here in playoffs, here to try and make their statement within the final stage of Game Changers EMEA. It is Twisted Minds Orchids versus SK Nebula, map 1 of Haven, right now.
Twisted Minds starting themselves off on defense, hoping to take advantage of this statistic that you're seeing. The lowest pistol conversion rate in the whole of group stages, down at 38%. Takes them, well, it's mental. 1 in 3 gets converted, so we'll hopefully see them at least convert 1 in this matchup, looking at it statistically. But this one, they will start by assessing their way into Garage.
Rescue, ever aggressive. She walks through Garage and just trying to pinpoint this C pressure. 2 defenders, not to mention the Garage control where Lean's moving forward. That shot from Rescue is disgusting. Lean quickly dismissed, and in the meantime, SK's reinforcements move towards B.
So big pick up, but that distraction has worked absolute wonders for SK, but TWI needs to come up big and loses a crucial gunfight.
Now it's a disadvantage for SK, and Graham's picking apart the pieces. The clutch queen, Fluxy left alone 1 on 3, stunned in the smoke, and Graham's a welcome pistol, an SK statistic. The bill continues to fit, as it is Twisted Minds Orchids that secure the first here on their pick.
Yeah, look, we were coming in expecting Fluxy's clutch rate to increase, but that one's certainly not going to help her in the slightest. Drops down and SK struggle once again to get off to a hot start. Twisted Minds doing really well on the retake. That big kill from this really opens up the pinch points. And then Graham's picking up an absolute huge 2k as well, just to keep them within touching distance. And now they get the bigger weapons, they will start to feel confident on this defence to hold back the onslaughts that SK can have. But as they come onto this pistol, they're going to get smoked off just to try and at least get an orb to try and get closer to that Blade Storm, I think it is, with Jelena getting up to it. And then they'll just up the tempo, but they've got to get through this gunfire.
It's just the spam through the smoke doing so much damage. It's blind. First couple of kills in, and there you have it. A couple of kills for SK, though. That can't go under the radar completely. Jelena and TWI with 1 kill apiece. Of course, Twisted Mind's able to walk away with the anti-eco. But of course, it is now SK that get to bring out the premium weapons, of which they fill their pockets with.
Yeah, a couple light armors. I wouldn't have been surprised if we've seen someone consider that as an option, bring in an outlaw, but looks like Twisted Minds are just going to save on to what they have. Have invested a Vandal, however, onto the Sova that's solo holding on towards A, and that Vandal is going to have a lot of work to do as the numbers very much heading their way. But we'll put the recon out and we'll at least retreat back to safety just now. Maybe hope for hearing some steps and calling some reinforcements early.
Very silent approach taken by SK as a team that pride themselves on playing the more loose style of Valorant, less set strat and more just about the feel of the game. They are a team that can be patient in these moments, closing the gap, minimizing the distance, you would think, into the A site. A paranoia flying out from Misu, trying to halt the push. Fluxy first blood. And unfortunately, this defense, well, outgunned and outnumbered. Not for long, though. Misu moving through the smoke will find another 2 on 3. So while, yes, SK up in numbers and up in weaponry, Twisted Minds Orchids aren't exactly letting this one go for cheap. Now, Sarah in the 1 on 3. And she's already found the first. 2 more to go. Bears round the corner. Instant headshot. Sarah! Oh, it's beautiful on the Bulldog. Bark and bite. As it is a 3rd round put on the board for the Twisted Minds Orchids defense. A Red Bull clutch to boot. And that is a criminal round to get away with if you're Sarah. And to be honest, I don't think anyone would have expected her to walk away with that. Great positions for SK, yet still Sarah afforded these 1v1s.
Yeah, just the timing off. This fight you kind of expecting, but the timing on the double swing here, just not quite right. Allowed the 1v1s, like you said. Lisa, going to be mistiming on that one, but full credit to Twisted Minds. Barely invested into that, and now they're on round 3, operator in tow. And SK kind of down to that pick and mix by Rescue, hoping to cause some damage with the Vandal, but that's about it.
Same treatment as the pistol, unfortunately, under the watchful eye of Sarah. Quick dismissal of the first, jiggle round the corner, spotting more bodies, moving into garage, flashes good lean, able to pick up another. Lisa, something to say about it as the operator tries to chime in from the heart of the C site to no avail. Is the sniper, and SK hit pause on the remote. Don't want to go aggressive and running it into the op, sorry.
Well,
plenty of time to work with.
It is the minima skin, so it's designed to get minimal impact.
Yeah, okay.
So.
No need for that.
It's one of them. But now it's just like you say, it's SK that are on this really low buy, hoping to convert the impossible odds that Twisted Minds just done previously.
Time still ticking, and the problem is SK now really only have one choice. It's a great start. Lisa needs more. A blind Ness recovers vision and recovers order here on the A site, able to buy time for these rotations. Fluxy on the stinger, dink onto Graham's, but it isn't going to be enough. Operator saved. Only a handful of players surviving here, Veggie, so to pay SK their dues, they have done a lot of damage on the eco, but then again, you're on the attack of Ascent. You can't exactly... Of Haven, sorry. Why am I saying Ascent on Haven? You can't exactly get away with...
No.
You know, just kills, no rounds, all the rest of it. Like, you've got to start putting rounds on the board here, and quickly at that.
Yeah, it's a nightmare of a playoff start for SK for sure. I wouldn't have been surprised if we've seen a timeout. Coaching obviously fairly happy with what they are seeing in the server, or at least hearing, maybe not seeing, because I don't think anyone would be happy with it. But that's a great paranoia.
Nice.
Opens things up, and Graham's stun will secure their safety for now. And you look at the damage done to Jelena.
Look at Lean, round the corner, blind Lean! Just drop of the shoulder, finds a double. Misu cut out of it, but Lean will not stop. Robotic. She finds herself a hat-trick, finally penalised by Lisa, but the damage is already done. She's found 3 off the back of some sea pressure. A solo adventure. A knife through the heart of SK. 2-on-3, and Jelena already tagged up with the initial engagement out towards A. The operator cutting her health down to 30. Makes this one seem less and less believable. She'll break the trip, and the approach towards C attempted, but Sarah well aware of the antics of the Jet. And now it is all in the hands of the initiator. Has the ult, but even then the recon gives up the game, and Ness through the box delivers more good news for Twisted Minds. 5 from 5 on the defensive haven.
Twisted Minds been to the post office and paid for express delivery on this one, it feels like. Really putting the pace down and getting it to do, but you highlighted Lean being an absolute superstar in this round, confirming why she's the player with the most 3Ks in group stages. 33 Ks, I think it was, coming in off this one, and now adding to it a real superstar in the making for this stage. A reason she was set to be the MVP for me this stage, and a fruition that's quickly becoming very possible. But as we get this tactical timeout, we get a chance to think about what Jelena says here. What makes them unique is we play very unstructured and relying on everyone to be very different and more common structured teams. Well, so far, it feels like Twisted Minds have read right through the chaos that they're hoping to bring and have a manual on how to deal with it.
Clearly, Plan A not delivering to the same caliber as SK Nebula might have expected. A tactical break to offer some wisdom, having, you know, your staff come in over the microphone for the next 60 seconds, give their fair share of advice. And I mean, if you're SK right now, it's more so, how do you stop Twisted Minds from delivering good news? Sure, out of the 5 rounds won, you've had the spike down 3. Even then, you know, the post plants haven't been fantastic. It has always been where the odds have been stacked against the Twisted Minds side. Or towards the Twisted Minds side, I should say. For SK, I suppose you kind of got to bite the bullet, and where they know that they can find successes in that chaos. So how do they deliver that? But keeping things structured enough that rounds are still playable from that point on. Early push towards C, Misu. I mean, she shouldn't even be getting away with the damage. Never mind the second kill. The cavalry quick to arrive here on the C side. Sarah and Graham just locking things down. There is no stopping them. Sure, a half buy. Sure, it wasn't exactly top heavy either, or everyone able to invest in the next. But to keep things near flawless, Twisted Minds Orchids, well, now at this point, if they're to lose every round from here until the end of the half, the worst they walk away with is a draw, Veggie. That's how definitive they've been in the opening remarks of Haven.
Yeah, on defense as well, it's looking really detailed and structured from them. You've seen it in a few rounds now where there's been points where players can overheat and just maybe give opportunities for SK to take advantage of, but they're playing everything to perfection. I think what we've seen Ness use the recon in a 1 versus 3. We see the run it back invested there just to make sure the retake is perfect, and it's just really performative from Twisted, and it just keeps getting better.
Come on! Graham's the guillotine on shore. Already finding a double, Graham's!
Spike down A.
The sniper on point. 3 kills. Immediate investment. And the door slammed shut in the face of SK Nebula. Just an unstoppable force on every front. This Twisted Minds Orchids team, I mean, look, don't want to toot her on too much. We knew that they were a force to be reckoned with out of the group stage, proving their value in gold here in playoffs. To try and break this sentiment, the neural theft deployed, and a 1-on-3 now down to 2. What can she do here? And as she tries to minimize the gap on the A site, Sarah happy to welcome in the counter Cypher. 7 from 7.
Yeah, you said the door was slammed shut. I'm not sure it's ever been open. Looking at this one, really tough.
You just can't get away with that repeat. You can't.
No, it is. And that's just confidence from being this far up ahead, right? You're looking at what we thought was going to be a really close game. That double peak probably doesn't happen, but full of confidence, sitting with a squad around you, relaxed now because you have such a dominant lead. You know the team's going to be laughing. That's just going to feed into how Twisted Minds are going to keep on playing. And SK really backs up against the wall just now, but possibilities that maybe they want the lower bracket run. Repeat stage 2.
Say it was the lower bracket where they found their success. Probably don't want to put themselves on their final life within stage 3. At least not in this regard.
Not with what's on the line anyway.
Moving in from Garage, the Aldrone not spotting anything. Ness maybe lulled into this false sense of security on A. Saw nothing with the util, but 4 bodies within that A main control. Yet to stretch their legs on either point of contact. Fluxy taking the jiggle eventually. They are starting to walk their way up, but at the same time, the Spike's got other ideas. ResQ with the early information in mid, not to mention the run it back available as well, so could be a tough task for Misu. Eats the flash, TP's away. Jolena on top of site. Stops the Omen from escaping. 4 on 5. It's now Twisted Minds disadvantaged in numbers for the retake, but Lean happy to tip the scales back to a neutral point.
They're so aware.
And this is scary. The ult's invested. Run it back also deployed. It's stuck in the corner, the operator. Graham's will find ResQ. A tap at the spike, now trying to invite more pressure. The Hunter's Fury now deployed out of SK. This is an expensive round to be winning. And eventually it will fall. 3 on 2 now as the operator continues to chime in. Ness has to pull off knowing that she is alone on this adventure. And SK Nebula will eventually find their first on the board. But a huge commitment in ultimates. Run it back and Hunter's Fury used. And even then, 2 players dead to the spike. So it's not exactly like you make much financial benefit.
Oh, that's not what you needed at all, is it? A little bit unfortunate. Players trying to take that step into the window, but much like this match, the window's been shut for them to get through. Needed to chuck everything at it to get the first round, and like you said, it's really not a repeatable process. The idea behind it was pretty good. Got on B site. Execution to get on with the jet following the recon dart works perfectly, but how do they keep on handling Graham's with this operator? Because so far, apart from that 1B hit, they've struggled.
Oh, Ness just swings off the back of the util. Graham's lead! It's just everyone on the A site right now. SK feel like they've walked into the stack. And yet again, a flurry of engagements that leave the SK side short-handed, and Foxy can't penalise on a retreating Graham's either. 2 on 3. Twi alongside Fluxy. We paid our respects to the Scottish in-game leader, saying that she is a machine in the clutches. This time has some support, and a 2 on 3 to try and claim SK's second. Wonder if there's any TP used to try and get into the site under the nose of the trip, but Twi opting for the cages to be deployed. And now a retake to be brought in from a 2 versus 3.
Open hands, difficult to retake.
Too close for comfort. And spotted in mid, tapping away. Fluxy on the box, has to escape. A reposition required. Stun in towards the site. The Neon Wall going up as well. A divider between the attackers, but they will not stop. In combination, finding 2. A tap at the spike as Fluxy walks around the corner. And she delivers SK's second. 7-2 though, the gap is at 5. And to be honest, with the quality that we've seen from the Twisted Minds Orchid side, I'm very surprised that this 3 on 2's thrown away.
Yeah, but it's Fluxy stepping up to the plate. It's not quite a clutch, but goes down in my books as one. Didn't really need too much support. Does the hard job herself. For the first time in this game, we're getting to see Jelena pick up the operator. More uses with this gun than any other. It's mental statistic for them to win, and that's exactly why. Picking up that first kill, taking down the monster that is Ness. The lock has dried up, and all of a sudden, SK, using their Scottish IGL, maybe find a way through.
Paranoia pulled for me, so TWI holding the A main pressure. Cage also deployed, and that's going to allow some safe passage across. Problem is now is you kind of give Twisted Minds the idea that, yeah, indeed, A is completely clear. You know, this isn't something we're looking into. I'm very surprised to see how barren the C site is considering that, though. Of course, the Cypher setup's there, and the camera being destroyed will be some additive to this idea. Rescue not going to walk into the util. Stun goes out. Graham blind. The Paranoia catching her off, and she's got a judge. Quite the unorthodox investment considering how much money you would have perceived Twisted Minds Orchids to have. But Rescue, a fantastic double. Lean with one, Misu the other. But SK will always trade those out. 7-3 now.
We've got ourselves a game, Ryan. SK, timeout might not had a direct impact, but it's finally starting to pay some dividends. And it feels like the players themselves individually just starting to come on and forcing a timeout, actually, out of the hands of Twisted Minds. Maybe need to fix it up. I would have been pretty fine waiting until half-time with this score is how it's going, but obviously wanting to really push the guillotine down and take further advantage. And we talk about advantages, you can see what the coach has said here, and every one of the players said pretty much the same thing, focusing on numbers and not throwing them away. Flashback to that 3 versus 2 where you've seen Fluxy take advantage of. That's probably all this coach is saying right now, guys. Numbers, numbers, numbers. Play it up. And they can't be really affording to let these 5 versus 4s go away, albeit the SK were actually at the advantage the last round.
Yeah, the quote couldn't be more fitting for the situation, right? Like a couple of times that SK have been able to be victorious, it's still off the back of Twisted Minds for finding the early damage. So
yep,
it's a really good result. Sure, you know, you're finding those early kills, but the recognition that you're throwing these advantages away, you are causing loss amidst early success. That's just something that, I mean, clearly at a team level is required some attention, but even in the present, nicely done from Lean. That is just gross. Jelena, not enough time to do it all. Tries to turn, rescope in, but Lean there to punish. I mean, this is brave. What a move this is. The blind, and she just has the return favor. Thank you very much, says Rescue. I will give you the same treatment. Bit of taste for the C site maybe, because it's all on the shoulders of Misu. And that pressure too much to handle after finding a singular kill. Fluxy with one and able to TP into safety. 2v3 for Grahams and Ness.
I've just realised the low buy from Twisted Minds just took me all that time just to realise that it was mostly Sheriffs brought in.
Yes.
Especially off that timeout. Makes it a little bit more focused that clearly the coach and maybe isn't actually, they're fine with what's going on, but it's the calls mid-game and like we said, those numbers. But 2 versus 3 on the retake. Your smoker's gone. You've only got this fast lane to cover off, and that Paranoia is going to make this quite difficult.
I mean, yeah, quite unfortunate. Fluxy with one. I was going to say an inviting retake, especially after finding the first, but quickly put to rest as SK onto a 4th. I mean, I know I kind of threw up the funny thing there. I was like, oh, if they lose every round from here, you know, they tie the half. I mean, they win one immediately after, but now the gap really is starting to reduce. SK a 4th. I mean, even then, you know, I think both of us in agreement that, you know, the attack is where you expect to find a lot more of your rounds and a lot more of your success on this map. Then again, you know, SK will believe a lot more in a 5-7 half than they would a 9-3 or a 10-2.
Surprising that, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that is how the numbers do work, to be fair, in this game. Look, I know it's an obvious point, but I think it's a necessity.
It's one worth noting.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I appreciate it nonetheless. But yeah, Twisted Minds obviously not going to be happy at the half given where they were, but could still be going in with a 4-point lead if they can take advantage of this one. But Jelena going to quickly shut both of those run-it-backs down.
Sarah in tandem, as you say, cancelling out both Phoenix ults from the server. I mean, even then, you look at this defense. Look at the ults that they have prepared. We have the Hunter's Fury. We have the Neural Theft. Misu, of course, able to move anywhere in the map, given a few seconds' notice. And a double stack towards Garage. TWIS on the camera, so some safety, but it is self-supported. The peek round the corner. Now that the camera's gone as well. SK no. Well, Twisted Minds trying to create some pressure towards mid in the Garage department. We've got to make a move of our own, and it's out towards B. Hunter's Fury now deployed. Look at the time, by the way. 30 seconds need to come up in spades. TWIS delivers. Rocketing SK into a fifth, potentially. Neural Theft going off. One in response from Sarah. Got to be careful for what's up close. Rescue just holding the W key. Graham's in the 1-on-4. She'll have to find some success. On the op, it's going to be tricky, switching it out for another sniper, and she will be buried at the mouth of the B site. SK were in a terrible spot. They managed to recover something. The real question is, will 5 rounds be enough to carry them over the line on the Twisted Minds pick? We'll find out after this. Don't go anywhere. Twisted Minds looking promising. Let's see what they got in the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, it's a mission impossible for SK, but the last 5 rounds have proved it's certainly possible. Look down and out on map number 1 on Haven, with Twisted Minds twisting the minds of SK's game plan. But they get a turn themselves to replicate the defensive formula that Twisted Minds seem to have. But, as we've harped on at quite a number of times, Haven can be a little bit lopsided when it comes to the attacking presence. And the setup with this double duelist, the dive of Graham's and Lean, you would expect to only be amplified.
You know what I mean? You look at the score sheet after the first set of 12, and it is those two that have been fronting most of the numbers. Graham's with the wall up, the Sheriff damage, no kill. Jelena has to try and get out of dodge. Nearly the lineup. Lisa on the Sheriff needs to find more, but missing everything. Rescue, one back, trying to swing towards backside to cancel out this Phoenix in the round, and now in the 2-on-2. The numbers are neutral, but the HP so far in favour of the attack, or the defence rather. Now on this retake, both players a bullet away from death. Both positions compromised. Mizu dancing around the box, but Fluxy, nothing will get past her. SK pick up right where they left off. A streak of 6 now as they take our second pistol.
Anyway, it's going to take 3 pistols for them to convert one. Well, it's taken them 2. And they get one right back. The perfect start to the half for them. Could ill afford Twisted Minds to really start another bombshell of a snowball. Especially like we've seen. It's now up to them to see if they can replicate the same success. Keep that bar just in their favour. Tilting the scales, so to speak, making it stronger. Should be tied up after this round, but we never speak too soon because we've seen it all.
Yeah, as you say, I feel like at this point it's just a spectator sport for us. There's nothing to say really. It has been a game of two halves so far. SK on the come up. Lisa on the Sheriff. Dropping more bodies out on short. A couple more maybe. Fluxy dropping the one way. Need to get past. Finds one on the Bandit, but only one. Ness left alone 1 on 4. And she'll find nothing off the back of it. So, after 14, we are split down the middle. 7 apiece. It is Twisted Minds Orchid, though, able to move to the premium rifles.
Yeah, it's a really affordable win for SK as well, right? Only one member dying. That purchase doesn't really need to come in. You can start trying to save up some credits to get Jelena a Vandal if possible, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case, actually. Choose to invest some money into it. The Outlaw being purchased, knowing that damage was done. 3 players capable of falling down to this. Lisa, very big possibility to find some maximum value, and there goes the first. That was through a wall as well, right? Oh my.
Yeah.
That's Wonderwall for SK Nebula starting this one off.
Twisted Minds will be saying maybe, though. Moving in towards B. 4 on 5. Possibilities are endless. There's only one defender, and it all lies in the palm of ResQ to try and squash this play. ResQ! If it was a Vandal, she was in for everything. The Bulldog deceives. A double swing and a quick trade again. 2 on 3. Grahams and Ness will fancy their chances here in the post plant. Time ticking. Yet to make a move here, SK. Jelena's position compromised. A re-swing from Ness. Slide on out the recon, spotting both. And Grahams now needs to win the 1 on 2. And has already found the Sova. Jelena waiting in the wings. Doesn't know where Grahams has repositioned. It becomes so hard to get in on sight. A tap of the spike. Moves through the smoke. And Grahams will deny. 8-7. Twisted Minds, it comes close, but they will not forfeit their lead.
Wasn't maybe that they said it was going to be Graham's to save me that they claimed instead. Well handled in the end, but costly to pull through. You can see a little bit of another scrappy buy in terms of shields. Bulldog was thought about, but opting to go for the half shields instead. SK not wanting to take advantage of another Outlaw purchase, decide just to invest fully up into rifles. Jelena still not able to get that operator online. I'd like to see that coming on the defense as soon as possible, but doesn't matter when TWIS is just going to shoot through the cages, eh?
Really? I mean, that's like 2 or 3 wall bangs we've seen now. I know admittedly it's not actually through a wall there, but you know what I mean? Like, the util, the walls, they mean nothing. Jelena, quick with the Guardian. A singular flash out the barrel of the weapon. Cutting Twisted Minds down to 3. Speaking of 3, this A site stacked up with defenders. It'll be tricky for Twisted Minds to get into. Lean will invite the pressure as she swings out. A second kill from ResQ. Graham's delivered good news in the last. A 1v5 to do the same here. Might be attached out of her play grade. Okay, that is not meant to happen. SK Nebula. Wall will go up, stun to go through. She'll clear some site space. Spike in the open as well. This goes from impossible to believable. 30 seconds. Low HP, but with the regen shield, she'll recover some health. Allow some engagements as the spike will go down. Do you really believe in the Graham show? Has to be careful of what's behind as well, not just what's in front. Noise being made, the ultimate deployed. Just gonna have to fly around the corner and hope for the best. Knows where both players are. Now this gets scary. Catching the tail of one. Another isolated fight. Fluxy will hold on. I mean, look, it's a 1v1 that goes Fluxy's way. This started as a 1-on-5. Grahams has done a damn good job at damage control. SK will walk away with an 8th. But even then, you can't exactly sit here and celebrate if you're an SK Nebula fan, because that was way too uncomfortable to watch.
No, that was heart on hand stuff, right? I mean, you talk about getting the numbers advantage right at the start, but all of this is irrelevant when it comes to 3 people peeking down sewers and falling. It's like, it's 3 bullets, right? It's 3 bullets that takes all that down. Just fortunate that Foxy gets the timing on that swing right. I mean, ignore the bullets after, so I'm still counting the first 3. But it's a motivator for Twisted Minds. However, a really poor buy for them. Going to have to try and find their way back into this series that they looked so in control of.
There should have been no way. I mean, sure, it is an eco for Twisted Minds Orchids, but even then, you look at the money of SK Nebula, how important it would have been to have saved 3 extra weapons, 4 extra weapons.
I don't know, having this outlaw though, we've seen it have value before, and it certainly is in a spot, maybe not on the map, but it's a spot in the game where it should provide some value. They just need to filter the numbers across to it.
Oh, huge start. The Hunter's Fury early investment and a second tag as well. It's a kill and some damage. Rescue using the run it back. Sort of lulled into this play towards A. Sarah getting caught. Lisa able to backpedal up through short. Twisted Minds leveling numbers. A triple swing. And is catching Rescue entirely. The run it back now deployed. Lisa blind, trying to escape the clutches of Twisted Minds Orchids. Overwhelmed, swarmed by the pistols. There's no way this should be a conversation as Graham's. She just found a hat trick out of thin air. The magician for Twisted Minds. Jelena said outlaw, now needs to find 4. She favours the sidearm more so in this situation. She walks through, given the same treatment. It doesn't say thrifty, but it's damn well close. Twisted Minds, from pistols to rifles, and a 9th round to boot.
Going to start call Graham's the Blue Eyes Dragon because she just loves to duel, and that's exactly what they are doing. Pulling things out of thin air, like you said. The Dark Magician just continues to produce on the battlefield, and let's be honest, rescue situations, granted this one was just a decimation of SK's hold, and you just don't know where it came from. Everything was against them until that Hunter's Fury gets invested from Ness, opens up some space, takes down a player, chip damage as well. Like you said, baited out that run it back from Rescue, that all it done was deny space momentarily, but as soon as that space was available, it went right back into Twisted's hands. And I just really don't know where this series is taking us right now. It's a roller coaster, and it's full of twists and turns. It's just about that final destination. Could be a little bit scary.
I mean, the fact that we're even here, credit to SK Nebula from closing the gap. But just offering that round up, and in tandem with the near 1v5 we saw from Graham's in the round prior, you can't help but argue that this round would have been on a lot more solid foundations if those mistakes weren't so critical.
It's mistakes that can't really be afforded, right? We spoke about the monumental weight that's on the back of this series, and SK will be fully aware of that, which is why they're trying to up the ante, up the pace, and put in a little bit of a set play of trickery to catch Twisted off guard. The pace, I said, up the pace, that not just move and stand there. Don't make me look silly. Come on. Finding Nemo being prod in, do something.
Yeah.
Camera taken out.
Okay. Space taken over by C. Moved out. Recon Dart goes out. Should at least move SK to appreciate that something's been done on the map.
Sarah could be in for a huge moment, actually. If SK Nebula were a little quicker out of A long, they could have potentially dropped the spike. Sarah able to pass it up the chain of players. Taken down after one, so flank left open 4-on-4. One gun left retrievable. But even then, when Twisted Minds lose access to C long, you can see the reaction is instant towards CT. They want to just get all the way through. That's a collateral out of Ness. It's against Pistols. You can't be too excited. It's a cool moment. And it will give Twisted Minds Orchids double digits.
I'll always get excited for a collateral, regardless of what's available. The montage music always hits the same in my head. Brings me back to the good old days. Back when things were ordering a pizza, relaxing with your Red Bull. Oh, it's just beautiful. It's such a great adaptation, right? Knowing that that flank is gone, it just so happens that you've got the perfect weapon to hold it against the Nico as well.
You can't avoid it being held by the scope, and 2 for the price of 1. Very well received for Ness, and cancelling out any shenanigans that SK Nebula wanted to offer up. Got to remember, it's double digits here for Twisted Minds. SK only 2 steps behind. This half started... the first half started 7-0, not this half. The first started 7 out of 7 for the defense of Twisted Minds. SK, argument to be made, you know, compared to where they were, they're now within arm's reach of playing chase. But if you want to talk about impact rounds, this, well, might just be up there as one of the most, as it is a full buy for both that paves the way to the tone that we take for the rest of Haven.
Yeah, this is where the coach really gets that extra value. We know they've been working on the team individually and building up their confidence, their own set plays and their identity. This is where it has to really come into fruition. Granted, it's their opponent's map pick, but it'd be a statement piece for either side to win, especially in the fashion that SK got back into it. But given how that first half started off, Twisted Minds will be feeling super confident heading into split should they find the same movement. But bringing it back into this round, we've got a 3-1-2 setup across the map, quite common here over on Haven, and Twisted Minds want to take a bit of a service, check the oil, and land themselves on C after going through the garage. Draw out utility if they can, the Paranoia and the Flash. That's a little bit of retake potential going from SK. They'll keep pushing though, clear the space back. You can see the walls going up to cover over towards B. Twisted happy to just sit along.
Don't know if you heard that, sorry. The government decided to announce that it's hot in this country, and it's getting hot in the server, alright? Leave me be. Leave me be. I've got more important matters to focus on here. 10-8 the scoreline. 40 seconds left. Flash goes round the corner, needs to be traded, it will. But SK get one better. Hunter's Fury deployed, it's looking like to no avail. Desperate times call for desperate measures. 4-on-3, time ticking low. Twisted Minds Orchids need to make their move on up. Ness will find the trade, so it is a 3-on-3. Flash round the corner, Rescue trying to be the thorn in the side here as the approach towards B. Well, it's going to be thwarted before the spike's even set down. There's only 10 seconds left here, but Twisted Minds happy to take this on kills. A back and forth saga, and Twisted Minds only a couple away from glory.
Yeah, that was Twisted Minds pushing the panic button right at the end. This time it was a little bit more fruitful than you getting told at 7 PM at night that it's warm when the sweat's already dripping down you. But nonetheless, it'll be SK that will be starting to sweat this map. Starting to see the distance being created. Twisted Minds looking in the rear view. Not much behind it to be seen. They'll start to feel they can close this one out. Another eco round coming up from SK. Marshall in the hands of Fluxy, hoping to cause some damage, but we've seen Twisted handle these ecos quite well. It's been them, when they've had the lower buys, that have managed to make some disturbance in the regular flow of the game. And I like this. They know they're up against the lower buy, so they wait to see if there's any early aggression. The only aggression really is Lisa trying to take control of A alongside Jelena. So they'll just progress naturally over towards B.
Rescue, as you say, it could get dangerous, needs to hit more. Opts to take the passive approach, flash back in, Rescue. Now round the other corner, Lean, while blind, will eventually settle orders and matters into their own hands, and she'll go aggressive this time to make it a 3-on-3. A bonkers start and it could end in Twisted Minds 12th.
Pretty sure Lean just dodged her own flash as she walked down that corner as well, looking at the metal, but gets the job done. And now, Marshall 2 Sheriffs going up against 3 Rifles. The odds thoroughly stacked against them.
Nicely done, Lean on for 4, transfer! It's an ace! Lean keeping it clean as Twisted Minds Orchids move up to map point.
Not happy with the 3k this time, wants to add to the 5k. Statistics standing up. Letting themselves be known. Not getting out Phoenixed by the sides of Rescue that was doing their best to hold down B site, make no doubt about it. Unlucky not to get the third. The crucial player for it to be. Lean, the mean machine, continues to perform. The difficulty for SK is it's not just Lean they need to worry about. Graham's is flying at the top as well.
Yeah, the combination between the two duelists has been second to none. I mean, the amount of times that I've said both of their names is just almost monotonous at this point. You just know what the Doctor's going to be ordering in around when Twisted Minds are on the server. Stun towards the back corner. This is a fast play towards C. Cancelling the Omen ultimate. TWI has to join up here with the forces of the... Oh, but Ness this time walks through at the double. It is the removal of the run it back, so 3 alive still for this defense. A blind rescue is a dead rescue, and Sarah buries one more. It's all in the hands of Lisa. Has to step up in the 1 versus 3, and Twisted Minds Orchid, well, they blossom into a map win as SK left to lick their wounds on Haven.
It's a really strong performance from a team that just keeps on growing. Twisted Minds wanted to make this stage their standout performance, and so far they are living up to the hype. Lean right at the top, like we said just moments ago, joined by Graham's. The rest of the team not too far off either though. But for the opponent's map pick, you've got to say SK done a really good job of trying to get back into it, but ultimately a step too far when it switched across to their defense. And the player matchup from both teams, it's incredible. I don't know how you're supposed to deal with this.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even know that we had something prepped for 2 players to share the award. But to be fair, we'll cut the medal up in half for this one because, to be honest, these two inseparable from one another. Graham's an unbelievable performance on that Neon. Lean looking as sharp as ever on that Phoenix. This duo, by the way, is going to be a huge threat as we move through this series because, you know, I think for both of us, we were kind of sculpting this series. How do SK lose to the Twisted Mind sides coming back as champs of stage 2? Well, this is the combination where, should it be consumed in a lethal dose, I think will be a serious threat for SK Nebula, and fair enough to them. I mean, the stats speak for themselves here. You know, you just look at the top 3 numbers alone on either side, and that speaks volumes as to how, interestingly enough here, Twisted Minds, less first kills than SK, despite walking away with a win. The highlight is within the post plant. Obviously, SK, they lost 7 in a row, of which 3 of those to the defusal, where Twisted Minds were able to get that retake going. A singular clutch for Twisted Minds, but even then, despite being down, Twisted Minds keeping things cool and allowing them to bring home their pick of Haven.
Yeah, and I think, look, SK will look back at that. They'll think, wow, we really let that first half get away from us. Maybe if we started stronger, it goes slightly differently, but as they head into split, they really need to look into addressing that first kill bit, right? We spoke about how Twisted Minds are the ones that are focused on playing the numbers games. Well, roles reversed into here and showing that actually, when it comes to it, Twisted Minds are more than happy with playing as a 4 versus 5 because they've managed to convert 13 rounds after losing them 12 times.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, I think you've got to focus on the future if you're SK.
Yep.
The positives that you can take out of that map, you were 7-0 down. You managed to claw back the half to 7-5. You know, you won a pistol off the back of that. You pedalled the scoreline up to a neutral point. You know, you did let it slip the later the game went, but at the end of the day, there are some positives to take from that, Veggie, and hoping that we get to see an SK side that can fight more in map 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that they'll have to play into that quite heavily on it as their map pick, so they'll certainly, hopefully, have more of an identity on it. And I think a lot of that late build-up was down to individual moments, so they need to look into how they can stop individuals shining on the hands of Twisted.
Before we head into Split, though, a quick break, but when we return, it's SK Nebula's chance to settle the score.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. A million reasons to turn, a million ways to get burned, and still inside it I go. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already in it and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. None we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled and mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on an X till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. If you're only just joining us, you missed a banger first map, one of which the Twisted Minds Orchids will be more than happy for you to have a scroll back and check out. Of course, on the present, though, we have Split. It's SK's pick and their last chance to stay in the upper bracket here, Veggie. Losing this sends them to the lowers, and that only further plays into the chances of Twisted Minds Orchids making GCC.
Yeah, the odds percentages will certainly decrease if they were to drop down into that lower bracket, albeit that's where they found most of their success in Stage 2, so they'll still feel confident in the realms of what is possible, but like you said, it's a 0% chance of, if they fail, they're pretty much doomed, right? And it's tougher opponents that they're likely to face. Granted, they play off against Habosh Babosh, who have shown through the groups that they are really, really strong. And then if they manage to beat them, it's a G2 and a Gentlemate side that's waiting for them potentially there as well. And that would be the same for Twisted Minds, we should say, should they fall down. So it's not just all negativity on SK, but it feels a little bit that going into this second map. It's a do or die situation for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, right, as you say, for SK Nebula, a side that now has to fight the uphill battle. Obviously, they're a team that's well-tuned and well-adjusted to the high-stakes matchups. You know, they were on the brink of elimination 3 times in the lower bracket before making the grand finals of Stage 2. So they'll know what it's like here, Veggie. And heading into Split, you know, it's their pick of the bunch, so you're expecting that little more comfort, that flair that we know that SK Nebula as a side can produce.
Yeah, it is, but interestingly, when you look at it, only played twice throughout the group stages, so clearly not their favourite map to come up against. Usually when you're in these bigger moments, you're expecting to like see 6 playthroughs or something, right? We look at Lotus, which would be the decider. Both teams are like, I think, on 6 maps played each, but this one is twice they've played, they've won it once, they've lost it once. So although you're expecting a high level of comfortability, you're hoping that during the boot camp that they've been in and currently are in, that's where a lot of their focus has been into, and you're kind of praying at this sort of spot, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what they've got cooking for us, though, as we head into Agent Select. Both of these teams probably forgetting the idea of trialing new things out and just sticking to the present. As you can see, a complete switch up in terms of the smokes for both teams. Not to mention the duelist angle taken slightly differently by the SK Nebula side, opting for the double initiator instead. So some real discrepancy between the two sides here in terms of how they approach and attack this map compositionally.
Yeah, it's business as usual for SK for the composition that comes in. For Twisted Minds, it's quite a substantial change, having typically coming in with a Breach, Viper, Fade, Whaley and Omen composition. Quite a big change. You might have a look at that. We've decided to stick with the double duelist of Graham's and Lean, and that's not something we've typically seen throughout the stage, but I was just praising them earlier on in the day for really looked at Split as a map that they're not favoured on and they don't have the strongest percentages coming in through it, so making a change up in this bootcamp that they find themselves. And I mean, the composition worked pretty well on that last map, so why not feel the groove out and continue the momentum that they have with it.
Most definitely both teams quite even in terms of the map win percentages, of course. The side percentages forever going to be changing as we head through this map. For Twisted Minds Orchids, well, they are 13 rounds away of sending SK Nebula down to the lower bracket and requiring a repeat of Stage 2 if SK Nebula want to go back to back. For the Twisted Minds Orchids side, while it isn't their selection, they are not afraid of a fight. 1-0 up in this series and can definitely put pen to paper and repeat what happened within the group stage. They are looking to attack Split with the flair and significance we saw in the first. And well, for SK, the time for talk is over. It is time to focus on the present. SK Nebula, Twisted Minds Orchids, our second map, starting now.
Yep, no time like now. SK already up against it, like you say. 1-0 down in the series. And looking at the statistics when it comes to the pistol, as a reminder, Twisted have the second highest pistol win rate in Stage 3 at almost 60%. If you add them both together, they don't even make 100. That's how low SK's is, down at 28%. Although they both come in with a 50-50, it'll be Twisted Minds who will hope to continue to put the pressure on. And that pressure is going to start very quickly over on A here, with only Rescue waiting to receive.
Just drive-by Graham's. The neon ever present across the maps. Misu finding the second. Twisted Minds Orchids, a quick burst of pace towards A. And it is one that has completely silenced SK Nebula and requires the 3-on-5 retake.
Yeah, this is a round that you call Britney Spears because it just went bye. Just really fast. This retake, really difficult. Stuck up in heaven with no hope that only God can save you, but Lisa, with that opening kill, maybe makes it a bit more manageable.
Tag up. Some position compromised here as SK try and walk their way forward. Misu, bad time to pull out the smoke, but Ness able to recover the advantage. 2-on-1. Jelena rocking a hard place, doesn't know where to look. Too many angles, not enough time. That combination lethal, as it is indeed Twisted Minds Orchids picking up where they left off.
Normal services resumed, I believe you like to say, and that's exactly what you get to see. Twisted Minds, round number 1 in the pocket, hoping they can repeat the action that they've seen back over on Haven. 7 rounds in a row it was, if you're just joining in. Well, they've got the first, they'll be looking to get the second, and it's a really weak buy coming in. Obviously, you've got 2 really heavy hitters in the Vandals, but 2 human drones with a Ghost and a Sheriff being afforded to be lost, indicating the strength that they want to take into round number 3.
They're walking forward. Lane Able to draw first blood, however, the pistol clearing out towards elbow. The rest of the forces moving in on site. Spike being dropped across, planted a few times beforehand, but it's all about focusing that ultimate lean to set it down in place. The remaining 4 players for SK Nebula all filtering through ramp. Sarah, I mean, has spotted everything about this play. The Prowler already sent out. It's going to compromise this operation. Rescue round the corner. Already the kills filtering in. And I suppose quite nice that a couple of these players only brought pistols in because the Vandal is picked up and it is at no cost to the Twisted Minds economy.
Yeah, that's almost exactly how they wanted that to go. Ideally, Lean could have went searching a little bit more, picked up some extra kills, but 2 away from the run it back as we head into round number 3 could be absolutely pivotal. Clearly not wanting to fully invest in. Deciding, Ness trying to pick up what weapon to go. Thought about the Outlaw, decides to just stick with the Sheriff and maybe pick up a gun off either a fallen comrade or an extra enemy. Nope, the Outlaw will come back in. Shields aplenty for the size of SK though. 2 members could fall down to it. And you can see trying to get that run it back online as quick as possible.
I don't know how Fluxy didn't take a bit of damage there. She spams through, feels like 3 guns return fire and somehow walks away with life in hand. Sarah thought she had the right timing, letting the Skydog run past. Instead, it's into the trap that Rescue had set. Lined up. That's a nice shot from Twi. We'll be asking for some more. Graham's expecting the over push. And they've just torched the 2-player advantage that SK worked so hard for. Jelena and Twi removed. Twisted Minds down to 3. And they are going to join forces outside A main. And move in towards the site. The only defender here, Rescue.
It's a flashback to the pistol for how that one went. Rescue will be hoping it's not a similar fate. But site has been claimed.
Flash is good. Swing out. Graham's found 3. Spike goes down as well. This was SK's chance to close the gap, not allow Twisted Minds to reopen it through the smoke. Misu waiting in the wings. Fluxy 1 on 3. Labelled her as the queen of clutches in map 1. This is a required time for her to exercise that name. Tapping away through the wall. Nice first shot. An inspect of the weapon. Now's probably not the best time to flex. Orb set down on top of the spike. Waiting for a peek. Given the swing. Given the chance. Fluxy one more headshot to be found. Misu will make sure that all is kept in order. Fluxy gives it a damn good go. But it does not stop the streak that Twisted Minds want to set themselves up on.
Yeah, the snowball effect. The Twisted Minds have just started rolling down. It's an avalanche that could come across. Like we said, Lean has to run it back now that we could see an explosive site hit. SK, nothing really to stop anything. They've been playing defenders alone on site, but not really pushing anywhere else, not allowing much extremities. A lot of space afforded out to the side of Twisted. I'd like to see that change as the map continues, but for this one, need to just try and cause some damage, see if they can get an early pick and get up a weapon, but these positions held on mid, not really tradable.
Oh my word, nice shot from Sarah as well. 3 on 5. Even if the positions were tradable, it just feels like Twisted Minds do not miss shots right now.
No.
Ball dropped outside A. Twisted Minds still seem pretty set on B. I mean, this is just disgusting from Sarah. She's so deep holding spawn. Never mind that. Jelena is expecting Sarah to be playing there and hitting the headshot. Fluxy, half blind, leapt on by the Neon. But it is the Phoenix to open up the B site. 2 defenders left, Twi and Jelena. Need everything between them now. Peek round the corner, some damage being done. But no frags. Jelena, yes, okay, an upgrade in weaponry, but 1 on 4. Even that feels ambitious.
Yeah, full util kit though. Has paint shell, showstopper, satchels. Maybe a highlight play, you'd be surprised, but not quite out of the ordinary. has to win this first engagement and won't. Graham shuts that one down, and you know, you were getting a heat warning. I've got a feeling it was just trying to warn you that Twisted Minds are on fire, and they need this SK team to potentially call a timeout to try and douse the flames before they get out of control.
Twisted Minds almost on this warpath in both maps, right? Just setting the tone, not allowing SK an inch of space in either map. Admittedly, Haven was really a game of two portions. We had the one-sided affair and SK were given the chance. I don't think Twisted Minds are going to be the team to make the same mistake twice. Run it back, remove. Jelena with the showstopper and a follow-up with the Phantom. So a 3-on-5. Now Twisted Minds are required to come back into a round with a disadvantage in numbers, and Lisa further benefiting the SK side. Reveal sent out, Lean being spammed down through the box. All on Misu.
It's a lot more like it, right? Get that early aggression, win the gunfight, put yourselves in a favourable position. But Misu now finds herself that Jelena was in 1 versus 5, did win the first fight, but knows that the round is fairly unwinnable. Will choose just to retreat up of sewers. One orb, notably, away from getting the ultimate. Be keen to see if that's available on A, and we maybe see a play coming up. And yes, it will be gathered. Spike is now retrievable. We're choosing to go for it.
Wow.
Players here so early though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's planted in the open. Lisa's not swinging. No util thrown either. Now, the C's comes out, but Misu given time to reposition. Cover being given. Has to escape the util. It's a dangerous star from the Astra. 3 through elbow, but 1 by 1. Rescue leaping in the air around the corner. Finds the headshot. A bit of flair to find SK's first. Work to be done. The deficit still at 3.
I started getting a little bit worried when all 3 were flooding through the one choke point without any util to back it up. But a hop, skip and a jump, they will do the job. And it's a huge start. I mean, even getting the kill on Lean with the run it back stops any space immediately being taken. Really well negated. SK didn't take them 7 this time to get back into it. Stopped the rock quite early on. And it's the fact that it's the Sky doing the hop and jump, right? It's not the likes of the Neons that you could have. It's just the Sky deciding to play hopscotch. Manages to win. The Twisted Minds have built up an economy. They can afford to lose one, they think. Decided to apply a lot more pressure over towards the A site this time. Try and see if they can get some ult economy back in their favour.
Jelena holding in front of the wall. And Graham's punished for the early peek. Jelena on a tear will eventually be removed by Sarah. 4 on 3. The Astra Star actually saving Sarah's life. Pulled into safety. Ness spotted by the Prowler. Spike being offered up the wall. Gets dropped to double peek. 3 on 3. It's another round where SK are 5 on 3 in numbers. But still finding a way for those to be neutralized. Lisa to tip the scale back in favor of SK. Sarah, Snakebite trying to clip at the heels of the fade, but it's landed too shallow. Caught by the horn. But amidst all of this, look at the position of Ness.
Yep.
A wild flank through spawn.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the timing's got to be expected. Ness hasn't shown themselves in so long. You can see SK are thinking about it. Silent drops though, but Ness seems to have the idea.
It was anticipating the rotation, but as soon as no contact is made in spawn, she's moved into heaven. This is a dangerous position. Do SK expect a deep liar? Well, Fluxy doesn't, and that gives Sarah a good chance. Ultimate available. Speaking of which, the Nightfall is deployed now, indeed, using her own ultimate, but the problem is the decay is strong. And well, a double benefit for SK. They get around, and they burn, quite possibly, one of the strongest ults that Twisted Minds had available.
Yeah, I mean, a Nightfall for a Viper's Pit is probably one that you're happy to take the trade in. It's just not often in that order. It's usually the Viper's Pit that goes down first. But Sarah felt had to use it to try and get away from that default box to create some space and some vision block to get away from it. But the problem is Lee's up so close on the offset that no time was afforded. It was already there. The decay not available from the Viper. And now SK starting to really close this gap down. Will get the Vipers pit of their own to hold B, which means A can be significantly stronger.
Nightfall deployed, TP up into the heavens. Rescue emerging through the util to find the opener. Seekers at the ready as well. Wondering if now is the right time, waiting for possibly the cavalry to rotate on in. But a huge advantage because Graham set low as well in those early engagements. There goes the Seekers. Not to mention the bodies behind. Be careful. Peek on out the wall. Compromising. Jelena able to find another 3-on-5. Now down to 2. Graham still alive as well. So you're basically asking Ness to be on one-man show. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. Rescue a steel wall hold towards A. What I will say, however, is that you do have the divide being invested by Fluxy there. So, again, some utility being burnt out by both parties.
Yeah. I think if anything, it just shows the respect that both of these teams have for each other, right? Even in situations where you think it's pretty unlosable for one side, they're still using the ultimates that are there to help win rounds, and I really like that. It's discipline to know that every round is going to count. You don't want to give your opponents any advantage that they can have. Pulling out all the stops, and granted you might want that ult for the next round, but better winning a round than losing it. That's typically how these games go. So SK close the gap to 1, and we'll look to take advantage. Jelena with that famed ult still in hand.
Oh no, no stopping Graham's there. Through the snake bite. Low HP, but gets the early opener. And the problem is this really divides the defense that SK has set out here. Full mid control obtained. Big miss. Showstopper invested. They see the spike. Jelena blind catching Graham's. Down to 2 as the flash bears the corner. Lean and Sarah finding one on the Sheriff as well. Now a 2-on-3. Rescue flash sent round, but it only affects herself. Fluxy 1-on-3.
Oh, but she's here quite early. Maybe not quite expected if they can up the pace. However, has just opted to continue slow walking, and now going into B main. Maybe slightly unexpected, but the bonus for Twisted is they've not planted for main. They can afford to just keep sight and push extra space if needed.
And this one's just a write-off at this point. Shouldn't be that Fluxy finds everything, recovers a start. Not going to be available for the rest of this retake, which just allows safe passage to cross, and she's able to do something with it, finding the first. Smoke to go out, walking through under heaven. Lean caught out as well. 3 bullets left in the van. Oh, nearly, very nearly. Does Fluxy make that one reality? Sarah will hold on. 2 to the good. Twisted Minds up to 5.
Every time it's Fluxy, you think there's a chance. Heavy be that crown of the title of the Clutch Queen. But ultimately in this series, not been able to convert as many as we would have liked. You have to say, having been, 3-5 down here, really well fought back into it for the side of Twisted. Actually, I think it might have been a 4 versus 5, right? But still, really good to come into it. Makes the right decisions, takes the engagements, and will get themselves back to start stabilising rounds ahead. So they use the wall to cross over towards 8. Try and stall out for some utility to come through.
It's going to be a huge bit of info for Rescue. There you go. Just saw, 3 or 4 bodies stacked out towards 8. So Jelena going to be very well aware of the ideas. Twisted Minds blind the stun as well. Not able to get the shot off and caught through the box. Lean drawing first blood. Rescue again in the heart of sight. A big fan of her work. And she'll have to step up once more. Lean investing the run it backs and now just trying to hunt down the sky, but Rescue still kicking. Where's the trade, you'd ask? Because Rescue's still kicking! How has she been allowed so much? TWIS to support. SK up to the 4th. Early round, very strong for Twisted Minds, but you can't allow Rescue so many 1v1s on site.
No, we've seen Rescue get overwhelmed on site a number of times, but that's been a numbers games or the fast pace of Graham's running towards. This time, like you said, the 1v1's been afforded, and a player like the standard of Rescue is going to absolutely love when that happens. Turn the percentages in our favour. They will always come out on top. So Twisted Minds retreat will self-stun themselves to delay the game. Moving forward, strong tactic that one, to just make sure the opponents can't push you if you can't be stunned, and start to make themselves in towards B, where Fluxy just wants to cause a little bit of spam.
It's successful, now caught by the Prowler, has to retreat. Moving back in though, the slide on out, Ness finds the tray, 1 for 1, and a gun put in the attacker's hand. Lean tagged up, recovering health, Lee's up. Another delivery in favour of SK. Graham's trying to tap away the Boombot, chasing down Lean, able to escape for now. The reload comes in, 2 on 4, now all on Graham's. Has to do wonders, 1 and only 1. After 10, it is 5-5.
Yeah, clinical. That one from SK, really well handled on the retake. Even the pressure to force out on Lean after the Boombot identifies. We're ready to fight from both sides. And it could have been a tricky one, given this opening engagement. But Lee's up, not letting it get out of control. And when you see it come down to this, everyone is ready to swing together. And the timeout now, feeling like it's needed for Twisted Minds, having had all the one-way traffic, what felt like the majority of this half, find themselves tied up and wanting to make sure that they don't let a lead disappear from them.
Tactical break called out for by Twisted Minds, and I think then you can understand the angle of which it's being taken. You know, you could have a really great first half, winning the last 2, or you could kind of have an injustice after what we saw in the first 4 rounds. SK Nebula are able to turn up the heat, and then all of a sudden you're fighting for recovery, not for the glory maybe that was kind of spelled out to us within that showcase of first 5.
Yeah, and I think they don't have that luxury of what happened on Haven, right? I think SK would have been feeling a little bit defeated that they couldn't tie it back up in that first half, but certainly able to do it here. And it felt like Twisted Minds, having done so much in the first half of Haven, was able to help see them through that first map. Not quite going to be the same here, although it was the defense that looked pretty strong. They will get the chance to head back over towards there. But Resurgent SK is always a difficult one to deal with. Let's see what the adaptation is off the timeout. Looking to take a little bit of space on mid. Every time they've come here, they've been shut down by Jelena. But she's not here this time. She's exploring over towards A.
Prowler sent up into the heavens. Snakebite to retaliate, but through Graham's goes. Ultimate deployed. Graham's at the double. Rescue walking up mid. She'll get compromised off the back of Nest. The Nightfall invested. It's going to force Fluxy into an awkward spot at the divider. Nice first frag. Needs a lot more than that, though. Careful of Main, cautious of Misu. But unfortunately, slips. Jelena able to drop one back, but she's in the 1-on-4. And this one, written off to be success after the timeout for the Twisted Minds Orchids.
Yeah, you would have to think so. This late play would have been massive, but Jelena actually picking that one up. Time now starting to be your enemy, though, as Ness and Misu have repositioned down over to that garden lane.
That's so gross. They've both gone there. I mean, one person swings, sure, even if Jelena gets the kill, there's no way you're expecting both to be playing from that spot. Or at least you're expecting if they do that, like one's on the heaven wrap, and as you can see, the Prowler goes out, Jelena distracted, Ness to convert. 6-5. Looking good right now for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you start to do the underlying data of how the first of this stages went, given that both of them have a really poor attacking percentages. Granted, it's going to be skewed a little bit by some pretty bad results, but I think when you look at SK only having a 27% attack and win rate on this map, Twisted Minds maybe feeling a little bit confident starting to go into that second half. But we've seen things like this before, right? It's a one-off series, a best of 3 to head into the next round of playoffs. The past doesn't really matter, especially when they've had the last week or so to boot camp and fix a lot of these issues.
Time spent together is something that both teams share as a common denominator, though. Talking about the boot camp buff for both, well, right now it seems to have a more positive effect on Twisted Minds. Their attack of split could end in a 7th. TWIS. Standard reaction, orb goes up, snakebite down. Trying to delay this Twisted Minds side, and now that the Viper's position compromised, Heaven is free for the taking.
The time starting to tick away, and as TWIS picks up that first kill, has Fluxy as the backup, who not quite needed yet.
Yeah, misses, but TWIS able to find the second, leads to the third. Misu, one back. This is a 2-on-5. No, a 2-on-2! We cannot be making this argument once more. Ultimate available. TP recalled. 25 seconds. And as you're right, the tap of the spike, Misu might get dropped here. But how does Sarah prepare? Well, unfortunately, not very well now that the Seekers have compromised her positioning. Snakebite to go through. 10 seconds left. A crossfire being held. And SK will find their 6th. We are tied after the first set of 12. And while Twisted Minds had a 4-for-4 start, it was SK Nebula that were able to earn their space back. Some inconsistencies for both. The question is, who can resolve those issues in the second half? We're going to go to a break. When we return, our second half of Split up next.
One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm caught inside of the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled, mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Let's put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again.
Tied up at the halftime score. It'll be SK hoping the best of 3 is tied up after this map, and unfortunately for them, they go into an attacking side where Twisted Minds have a 60% defensive win rate. Do the quick maths, and I think that would just be about enough for Twisted to walk away with the series win and put themselves into the next round, where Giant X await them. A series that would put any team into the upper finals. Champ points would be crucial from that one. But SK need to rescue it. They've done their best on Haven, so as they flip to their attack, they will split this map in 2 and progress up the mid.
Orb is a thorn in their side, however. You can see Rescue required to re-clear after the util fade. A triple push towards B has left SK to immediately react to the new engrossment of information. That's a nice first shot from Graham's. Lean hits the second. Misu on the bandit as well. A double stack towards main. Flash round the corner. Misu's found more! How on earth? Rescue. 1-on-3. Nice shot. That is a disgusting flick. Needs to see more though. Post plant short to follow. Sarah attack to half. You do fancy Rescue's chances of winning this clutch. 1-4 originally. Just standout performer in the first half. The question is, can she deliver in spades? The reveal, well, all positions compromised. Sarah's starting to stick. The belief in Ness, the seeds is going to be problematic. And bearing the corner is both defenders. Twisted Minds draw first blood on defense.
Yeah, there was a world there. The lineup from Sarah and Ness got together just as the grab went out. The Seas might have just seized the assets for Twisted Minds, but SK's pistol problems continue to haunt ResQ, doing their very best at ResQing this series.
Yeah.
But not good enough, which feels harsh to say. But like you see, SK once again on this round number 2 of the half. Only classics in hand of the attacking side. Nowhere really to go apart from into mid, which Sarah is ready and waiting. And so is Lean. A dangerous duo.
Rifling off those shots through the smoke. Early damage accepted by this defense. Hoping that SK's pistols aren't going to cause too much trouble. The concuss, the nade. I mean, SKR just flying up towards mid here. Nice first start for Sarah with the Bulldog. Ness only for 1 as well. Has 2 guns dropped to the classic of Fluxy. Low HP for the Astra, but now baiting out Graham's on the Marshall. And a peek from Sarah, unsuccessful. It's a 3-on-3.
Seems like a better adaptation.
Oh,
Graham's
no.
away!
The wall doesn't work either, so she can only find the 1, and even then, it feels almost fortunate. Sarah, receptive to the information fed through, straight in through heaven. Misu dropping Lisa out towards A main. All in the hands of ResQ, but who better to approach these situations? Position compromised, but a 1v1 given. 5 rounds left in the mag, blinds round the corner, and Sarah will keep her cool. ResQ required again to step up, but will fall at the final hurdle. And now the scoreline 6-8.
Tell you don't need air conditioning when Sarah's in the room. Ice cold is what that was. A situation that was getting very, very messy, quickly rescued. And I really like the adaptation that SK make this time, right? They identified numbers over towards B, and yes, they took a fight, but they chose then to go towards the weaker side where the new numbers were back into their favour. The round previously, they seen 3 in that B main and decided to go B, which ended up in that sort of really fast, thick engagement that you've seen from Heaven and main itself. But this time, no splitting about it. Head straight towards B and make this Omen do some difficult work. Misu with only a ghost in hand will need to ice skate around the attackers if she wants to do a good job of surviving.
While holding for the push here. Operation compromised, but it's a gun dropped and a 5-on-4. And when you see Twi there, well, now the penny starts to drop that B is the more likely candidate through the snake bite. A couple of these players have to just push on in. Seekers deployed by ResQ. A beneficial ultimate for the Twisted Mind side to remove. ResQ taking matters into her own hands, going aggressive, flash for flash. Everyone blind, needs to fight both, and ResQ ice cold, delivering good news, stun at Fluxy's feet. But a 2-on-4, ResQ, a successor to that throne, allowing Jelena to play aggressive, and another double from the same position. 7-8, the gap reduced to 1. But a scary start for SK Nebula, because we thought that they were just going to be caught in the trap that Twisted Minds had set up for them.
Yeah, but it's ResQ that really just brings that round into fruition. Following up on the Seekers, hearing that it's the Ghost that's trying to break the cabbage that quickly follows through. Turned them into a salad themselves with the flash and devoured them up. The flash being the sauce to go on top of it. The King of Caesar is ResQ. And I don't know where else I can go with this salad analogy, so I'm just going to cut it abrupt. But we see the ult this time from Graham's, pushing out a B main, hoping to find someone, but Fluxy's got into a good spot and will get the kill.
I mean, Graves has just been deleted. Blink and you miss it stuff from Fluxy. Opening kill. Dismantling what Twisted Minds had worked so hard towards. Moving on in. The elected to be played for. Rescue dinked. Pulled by the Astra, satchel through. Jelena now caught in transition towards site. Isolated but not punished. Now eventually it will happen. Flash round. Sarah needs to fight these kills. And Sarah delivers a very winnable state of this round. How on earth is Sarah getting away with that then? How? 42 points of health between the shield and the health bar itself. And now it just leaves Twi in the 1-on-2. Over the intercom, you can hear that Twi, limited time, has to be a committal to beat. Sarah playing passive gun barrel, potentially spotted round the corner.
That's pixels.
Snakebite down, it doesn't stop Sarah, and in fact, the run it back deployed. Lean, mollied out, Twi burning, clipping at the heels, but out into the angle of spawn. Sarah with her quad kill.
Massive, and I complimented SK in the first half for using ultimates when rounds were certainly felt in their favour, and I'll do the exact same for Lean. Run it back to confirm the information, knowing that their teammate in Sarah, who'd done absolute wonders on site, needed a bit of support to get out and get some space. Otherwise, it could have been a tricky spot. So pops it, comes out in heaven, and yes, loses the engagement, but it forces the reposition and gets the kill. Absolutely wonderful round from Sarah. I was on the verge of phoning the police because I'd just seen a war crime being committed. That should never have been possible.
Pack timeout called by SK, taking their first break of split. And I think it is done at a pretty solid time here. You've got to understand the obvious, and that is, well, Twisted Minds up by a couple. More to the point, losing this, where it looks like you're investing everything, I mean, it's just going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, not just in this game, right? The difference maker to their season, potentially, with how things lay out. We speak about champ points being absolutely crucial to both of these teams. SK kind of needing a strong finish if they want to get themselves right to the very end. Twisted Minds, pretty much borderline the exact same. So for SK to drop into lowers and potentially not get themselves anywhere else after, no chances left, would be disastrous for them after having such hope that we've seen from an inspired side last stage. It's brutal.
But removed quickly. Sarah compromised in top mid. Prioritizing, I do believe, the rescue dog. Nice stun, but Fluxy, how on earth is she still alive? Fluxy, that is ridiculous! My word! Just carving Twisted Minds out of B main. Plucking headshots out like it's nobody's business. This round is done. And it will be in favour of SK as quick as you tee up Twisted Minds. How important this round is to their success in the series. SK have got a rebuttal.
In a time of need, Ryan, a hero is needed. And you can always count on the Scots to be that hero. That's my goal right there. The 3K and B really giving a lifeline to this Nebula squad. Get out of my swamp is what's probably being shouted, as the swamp was that choke point.
Is that what you're known for?
Was that not Shrek?
Yeah.
Shrek's got that typical Scottish accent,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like if you speak to someone about Scotland, that's typically where they go, is the Shrek voice lines. But similar to Shrek, we're starting to see the layers of this SK squad and the onions being revealed. Can't afford to be donkeys in the rest of the series, though. I was going to go further, but I'm just going to stop myself. I need to rein myself back in.
9-8. A disappointing round for Twisted Minds, because I think you look at the finances now, as quickly as they were set up for success, they are now destined for short-term failure.
Yep.
Sure, We have one saved weapon in the hands of Lean, but for everyone else, pistols. No real opportunity for a team round. It kind of feels like it has to come from the individual of Lean, and early damage on Fluxy, 4 points of health.
Scout destroyed.
A difficult one to replicate. Heals coming in though. We'll get the health pool back to normal. No shields though to go along with it. And you've got to say, SK, despite having lost some shields, we'll be pretty happy with how that engagement's gone. Nobody lost. Bit of space and question marks created, but with the footsteps being heard in spawn, you can see Twisted Minds already getting themselves into a 3-person hold over towards ramps that, if they don't get dealt with, could cause some really early damage. But overswings will force it back, and all of a sudden the damage is gone.
I mean, they've used the divide in a 4v5 where Twisted Minds have only brought one rifle in.
I said we don't judge, we listen, and we don't judge.
I shall go through. Doesn't catch TWIS, but neither does the rifle deliver. Nightfall now deployed out towards Hell. Gonna catch a couple of these defenders. No one expecting Fluxy holding behind again, though. 4 on 3. Starting to unveil itself as an SK win, unless Lean can provide more of the same. Jelena catching Ness out. And this should be round over. Lean will drop down, but it's already picked up on by Rescue. Sarah 1 on 3. And Rescue will make it a hat-trick. We are tied up after 18, 9 apiece.
Yeah, Twisted Minds start to get some money into this round. You'd say this one really is where everything swings. Expecting to see the Viper's Pit to hold down some space. I don't mind it getting put down on mid. Should Sarah feel challenged over on towards that, maybe wait for some sound to see if it needs to be invested. But Overdrive also available for Graham's, which is why a purchase hasn't been afforded coming in. Knowing the gravity of what's at stake right now, we'll maybe have an explosion off of A off contact, which the dog will do, and we'll try and force the bodies.
See, Graham's just prodding and poking out towards a main position. SK reluctant to be moving forward, not knowing how deep and how many numbers Twisted Minds find themselves outside A. TWIS puts up the wall. Basically just a blocker for this aggression. In the meantime, SK relocate most of their forces out towards B main.
Yeah, it was really nice though, just to wait out the overdrive. Big, huge ult impact on a player that we've certainly been a highlight to. Can't find any value. Twisted Minds will not be overly impressed with that. However, time ticking right down. That into the shadows, gets some information and activates the side of SK.
Oh, Lean out in Hell, able to find the first laser trades. 35 seconds. I mean, you do have some time to rotate, but as it continues to tick, they know they've just got to go forward. Sarah, a hero towards this B site, has to come up huge once again. That's a huge investment, and it's going to cost XK a lot of HP. Waiting for Graham's to move on in. Spike will go down. The spam is wild, needing more, but TWIS just delivering some fantastic news. Seas goes out, Fluxy going to be caught by it. Lee's ahead, peeks up over the box. Now a 1-on-2. And Fluxy already low in health. Ness, 9 rounds left in the rifle. On the aggression is SK. Playing a game of chase here and round the corner. Ness will bear. Given time to reload, swings back out. You can't be giving Ness that. You cannot afford to lose that one, SK. It's a costly defeat, and Twisted Minds up to double digits.
Oh, and a huge clutch for Ness. Picks up the operator as well to further the strength of this defence. And you've got to say, the numbers thoroughly in SK's favour there. What was that, a 1 versus 3?
Yeah.
Picks them off individually.
That needs to be traded.
Yeah, 100%. It's... The sidestep though, right there at the bit, is that's a mechanical diff just to get the next round up on the board. Excuse me there. But the one thing I wanted to point out before that round went so well for Twisted was it felt like the panic was starting to set in. The Viper's pick goes out and then Graham's throws up the fast lane, which actually allowed SK to push up into the space a little bit further, which was really costly. Sarah goes down because of it, because they had to try and clear so much. The vision blocker denying what the pit's actually trying to do. At least to me, that's what it felt like. And you can see, highlighted at the side, Jelena was a standout player for SK in that 2-0 loss that they had to Twisted, and is once again proven to be an absolute madman, or mad player even, but not on Chamber this time.
No, and as you say, even between the agents, they find the same impact.
The other thing for me is coming in for Jelena. We highlighted that they like to play the operator, right? We've not seen that too much. But Phantom is probably one of the least played guns that Jelena's had. But it's been frying with it so far on this split.
Fluxy with the opener. Graham's sidelined early in round number 20. A prime opportunity for SK to get back to a level standing. Not to mention that both sides' economy sort of drawing from an empty well. Draw a bit of cash on Misu. Same situation for Fluxy and for Jelena, but all in all, both sides suffering some big damages should they concede. SK earn themselves some site space. The pit goes out on towards screen, so that's already one position locked off for the retake, so the rest of SK only really have to pay attention to the other two.
You've got Fluxy for post plant as well with the stars. Well, you did have Fluxy, not anymore. Weapon upgraded. Nightfall to deal with the pit. Retake's looking pretty strong.
4-on-4, blind. Sarah forced to retreat. Misu in on site. Paranoia sent in. SK filtering kills through. Misu tap of the spike yet again, trying to bait out these engagements. Sarah can't get close. She'll make an upgrade in weaponry. Nice first shot, but should not be offered a chance to win. Time was already low. And Jelena able to save the rifle. 10-10 after 20.
Yeah, feels like a pretty big round in the swing of things. The retake was there, but TWIS position just goes unnoted, unthought about.
Enemy remaining.
And yes, Sarah gets one on the way out, but no weapons to be afforded. Huge ultimates invested in. SK back in the driver's seat. A chance to put themselves into the lead and start to take control of this map. Put themselves in a good position to head over to Lotus. They can start focusing on that later on. But for now, Twisted need to find a way to convert. They have done before on Ecos, so it's not out of the realms of possibilities, but certainly a disadvantageous position.
Swing out wide, oh my word, it's so laboured from everyone, but SK able to hold on to the nerves of the early engagements. Graham's able to pick up a rifle, dropping the Phantom of Twi outside A. The B pressure should be too much for Misu to handle. Prowler sent in. And now the position compromised. Satchel forward. Damage, no kill. 1-on-4 for Graham's.
It's a really lovely paranoia, but like you said, bandit in hand. Really not likely. And now, 1 versus 4. It's Graham's though. Flashback to Haven, and all of a sudden you're a believer. But Rescue shuts that down quickly. Standout performance it has been for Rescue over here on Split, I must say, especially on the Initiator Sky. Flashes have been pretty bang on, and the shooting matches up with it, and yet still not the MVP. Jelena continues to outshine, but SK now 2 rounds away from sealing off their map pick, and you have to think if they can win this one, they can start to head into victory formation.
Money depleted once more from the Twisted Minds accounts. All set up towards Heaven. Spam. Ness. Tempting. Spam goes out. The C's actually catching Res Q. The paint shells over the top. I believe they were maybe even Jelena's doing the damage. Out on sight. Not clearing under Yaleen is going to cost you your life. Twi able to find the opening frag. Of course, it was just the ult burn. Retake still, everyone involved. Lisa, no communication that the Heaven Smoke had faded. Now Fluxy will drop the star and try and delay the flood from the upper position. 4 on 5. This gives Twisted Minds good grounds for a retake.
Utility's at an all-time low, though.
Good paranoia. Graham's just sliding forward. Res Q, good start. In fact, fantastic. Again from Res Q. Lean will fight back, but the Sky still alive. Finally taken down. Twi removed as well. It's all on Fluxy. This is a 1-on-3. Trying to use the pull. It's stuck to half. After that goes, is there enough time? Yes, there is. No, there isn't. I lie. I lie completely. I thought there was. It's 0.05. A Red Bull clutch in the most inconspicuous of ways. Map point. SK Nebula.
Oh, that's a clinch. Oh, look at that. Oh, I didn't even think
bar.
a ruler. The ruler couldn't even measure that. Oh my days. Twisted Minds. Moments away from sealing it up. And all of a sudden, they find themselves at map point to SK, who without Fluxy would certainly have lost that round, and only adds to the ongoing arguments around the benefits that an Asha brings to Split. How fitting in such a high stakes match that we see the gravitas that can bring. Very well handled. Chooses not to take the fights. We've seen Fluxy hold back in that A main checkpoint before, and being in an angle that she can't really get over aggressed means that the value can be found.
Yeah, as much as I was hyping up the time on the clock and the fact that I thought it was over, you've got to pay your respects to Fluxy. 1-on-3, the cool, calm, collective Fluxy, just using the pull, getting the spike interrupted, or at least the defusal of it, and quite literally 0.05 of a second is what separates SK from Twisted Minds.
Fluxy's an OSRS player used to being tick perfect, and that's exactly what that was. Utility, the exact right moment, dodging everything else that gets flung at them, and sidestepping their way to victory. Like we said, now into 1 round away from heading towards Lotus. So repeat of the last round, Seekers to clear out space and just to push off the back of it.
Nicely done by Misu, but so much more required. Jelena, showstopper. The Phoenix is dead. Lean traded. Fluxy a second. 3 on 4. It could be.
Spike planted.
But SK here are writing the Twisted Minds Orchids obituary here on Split. 3 on 4. Lesser weaponry. Utility low as well, and you can see the divide coming through. This one separating good from the great as SK Gaming keep their cool and deliver a 13-10 on Split. Map 3 required.
Yeah, the duelist from SK was the player to stand up. The second I was most impressed with, I've said just before, was Rescue. Really stepped up and was counted, but it's Jelena, who you had the pleasure of interviewing at the start, who said they wanted to repeat and fight back against history. Well, this is a step towards that. 2-0 it was in group stages, 1-1 it is now. And with an MVP performance like that, you would only fear for what might come on this final decider.
Jelena stepping up massively for the SK Nebula side, but to paint the bigger picture, this was a side that looked a lot more in control, and you can see, sure, look, the first kill still slightly teetering in favour of the Twisted Minds side. You look at the post-plant conversion, you know, just one better in both. One more plant, one more conversion. There's a singular clutch in there. That's the Fluxy 1 on 3. And quite literally, that is the most important number on this board. Because without that 1v3, Twisted Minds build back an economy. And we're probably still in game, potentially chatting about overtime. So SK able to provide where it matters most. And we are all tied up heading into our decider of Lotus.
Yeah, and I think it just tees in perfectly to what we were saying at the start of the day. Both of these teams with so much at stake, so much pressure on all of their shoulders, that really it was always destined to be a really tight game. 3 maps, very fitting for how this one goes. And obviously we've been at Lotus before, so we know from history that this was the one map out of the 3 that's been played today that was in that group stages, so we know how that went. However, they've both had time to reflect back on it, to figure out what went wrong, and most importantly, to fix those issues.
Yeah, as you say, this is a repeat from the group stage. The opener there, where it ended 14-12, and already we're seeing a lot of drama in this BO3. Neither team wanting to succeed or let the other team succeed. We don't want to be dropping down to that lower bracket. And now the real question posed is, who's it going to be? Because we know how close Lotus was. We know how exciting that map was in the group stage. And neither team showing like they want to give up here in the playoffs opener either.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly it. It's both of them don't want to lose, and often when you don't want to lose, you can see the pressure stacking up. We've seen that on map 1 for SK with that 7-0 lead, but ever since then it has been neck and neck. Both teams shown exactly the calibre that they are, and that they both have real potential to do damage further on as this tournament goes.
SK Nebula recover their selection and showing some fight as we head to Lotus. A banger in the group stage. Will we get a repeat? We find all of that out right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. A decider to be talked about as SK Nebula keep their cool on their selection. Split going the distance, and that tees us up quite nicely ahead of our third. Lotus played in the group stage, historically close there as well between these two. So everything to play for, and the retention of the upper bracket control on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams, we said it was do or die in the last map for the side of SK. Well, it is for both now. Really don't want to drop into that last chance saloon that the lower bracket can become. The comfort of the safety blanket that it offers is only valid for one. So for Lotus, it's a map where they're both fairly comfortable playing. They have a fairly confident track record for both of them. But it's going to be this one-off map, right?
Yeah, and to go back historically on this group stage game that we were talking about, you can see here, it was SK's pick that ended up going to the Twisted Minds Orchid side. So you can definitely resonate with the idea that Twisted Minds Orchid, you know, the whole narrative that I think everyone has been sort of bloating up through this stage is they are a team that have surprised us a lot in terms of results. You know, I had the opportunity to talk with Sarah beforehand in the interview, and, you know, even she was explaining to us that they're in boot camp, they're living on a high, it's friends first, it's business second, and you can kind of feel that within the server, right? There's a lot more motivation. It feels like the results are coming thick and fast for this side. Sorry, it was Twisted Minds pick, but the point still stands that even when it goes the distance, we are seeing this team build bridges through the stage, and I don't know whether that's concern for Twisted Minds, knowing that, you know, the expectation is there that they've done it once, they should do it again, or if it's more an SK knowing that they have to kind of rewrite history if they want to keep the upper bracket control.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's a lot to break down in that one statement. I just want to first of all address that no one really expected them to, or not no one, but not a lot of expectations were on them. I want to bring up Akamask's video where everyone's doing their predictions.
Go on.
Everyone,
we already know.
G2, Giants. What is Benji sat in there predicting the future, having seen the progress stage to stage, predicted that Twisted Minds would be one of these top teams, and Lean being that star performer. Granted, maybe not the biggest performance on that last map, but certainly is one that's capable as we head over towards Lotus. And the second point of, is it more favourable towards Twisted Minds to deal with the pressure of what's kind of on them, having won it already? I don't think so. Just repeat history, just go for it. You know you're capable of it. You don't have that doubt that starts to creep in. Like, you could think about it for SK, being like, has the prep work we've done on Lotus, is it going to be enough? For Twisted Minds, they can just sit there and go, we've done it before, troops, let's just gather the horses and ride into victory.
Gather the troops. Yeah, let's get it,
exactly.
Troops. That's the perfect quote, encapsulating the ethos of Twisted Minds. Look, we've got to chat about business though in this map for both sides, and I think it's fair to say for SK Nebula coming into this map, look, we know it's tried and tested in this specific head-to-head, and you can't deny that there wasn't success within that map. Okay, sure, they lost it, but on Twisted Minds pick, one of the fresher looking SK Nebula sides coming back off of stage 2 success. Now you've got to bury the hatchet, you've got to rewrite that history, you've got to find yourselves within a shout of winning this map. And to be fair, you know, playing the devil's advocate as what you were saying to Twisted Minds, is at the end of the day, SK Nebula were able to push it the distance when it was the Twisted Minds selection. Yeah,
exactly. We said there were close games before. We said that all they needed to do was potentially win a pistol, and then all of a sudden that scoreline's different. We've seen them win one pistol so far. Historically, they win 1 out of 3. We're about to head into 5 and 6, so a second pistol is more than certainly due for them, going off of percentages and how they want to feel that one through. And if they were to start it off on this map with winning the pistol, you'd maybe start to believe that this map could actually turn the tables and go across for them.
Twisted Minds starting on the attack. You can see the percentage very much skewed in their favour. An expected outcome considering the setting we put ourselves on, and both teams very evidently confident within the selection that they make on this map. The win percentage at this point is only guidance because we know the last time these two teams played it was a close affair. The real question is, when it matters most, when all the chips are in the middle of the felt, who will come out on top? SK Nebula looking to rewrite history from the group stage, and well, for Twisted Minds Orchids looking to do it twice and send previous stage winners down to the lower bracket, forcing them to do it again. We have a banger third map in front of us. Twisted Minds Orchids versus SK Nebula. We go the distance. We go to Lotus.
Here we go. Map number 3 in this first day of playoffs for both of these teams. Like you said, it's a distance. It'll be the distance that either one of these will be hoping to go all the way to the very end. Lifting that stage crown, putting it on top. SK want to go back to back. Twisted Minds want to do it themselves, show that they have had those improvements, and it will all start here. The first attacking round, set up to try and control A. The regular setup to try and deny it, however, will be here. Util goes out, wall goes up, and movement is made.
Prowler sent through, 3 bullets used out of the headhunter. So Jelena gonna be controlled in terms of how much she can spam down the Twisted Minds side. A burst through tree and an elevation of success towards the A site. Spike can be set down. The retake is on. I'll give it a go here between ResQ and Fluxy. See if they can deliver. With the numbers stacked against them, paint shells used, forcing the swing. ResQ 1 for 1. Now left on the shoulders of the leader, and Misu, well, a quick dismissal of that. 1-0. Twisted Minds off to a good start.
Yeah, ResQ unlucky to be taken down, Lean, the lower HP player in the lobby there. Maybe another player goes down. Fluxy starts to feel a little bit more confident. Paranoia was still in hand. The realms of that pistol going in their favour. Would have went up ever so slightly, but hence it's not to be. SK continue to struggle on pistol rounds. Twisted Minds continue to do this every map. They've been shut down earlier and earlier, and SK will hope they can do it in this round. However, not really much to stop it with.
Cover going out.
Another one-way drop. Fluxy just delaying this Twisted Minds Orchid side. Paranoia sent through. Oh, right. I mean, there's so much pressure from SK towards the A site.
So much time killed just by one controller.
It's so much time. I was just wondering how quick SK were going to react to this. I mean, they're holding shift, the flank is in, but the problem is you've conceded the site space. So now with Twisted Minds with 5 players piled up in sight, they're going to go checking behind. They're going to go re-clearing these angles.
Yeah, I mean, the wall's popped as well.
Just not checked, though. First blood drawn, and it is for the defense. Looking for more. Graham's asked to trade. Misu tapping away with the Vandal, hitting a couple. Sarah on the Guardian, all left in the hands of Twi. And while Lisa able to penalise a second, this one written off in favour of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, a reasonable amount of damage. It could have got a lot worse. Could have got out of hand a little bit more. Thankfully, that Vice Wall was able to stall the flank even longer, which meant that first kill that came through on Fluxy was able to really just reset the momentum and thought process for Twisted Minds and start to put a lot more eyes back on the flank. Interested to see how they start to play this one, though. Do have a good setup in terms of weapons, and they want to maybe probe around the map a little bit more.
Graham's good start. As you say, Fluxy caught in the middle of the open. Gun fed through into the attacking arsenal. Currently palmed by Graham's, but I don't see why it wouldn't be switched off to someone like Misu, who's got the health and the shields available. A minute and 10 left. It's painfully slow, this Twisted Minds default, but you can understand why it works against a side like SK, because they're just able to weave all of this control. 2 isolated fights now handed to Twisted Minds. Their bonus starting to look effective. Misu giving one back despite the 2-player advantage. Now left between 3 on SK's defense to try and kill off the remaining resources that Twisted Minds have in this round.
Yeah, they will look like they're going to attack the harder site with 2 members here, but Ness is making short work of it.
Bam out, Rescue, good trade, 3 on 2, still needs Rescue to turn up in spades! Rescue making this one believable. It's all in the hands of Lisa. I like the positioning from Lean. You're expecting the spike to be played for. Gun barrel spotted, but both players position compromised at the same time. Lisa's got more health. Lean's got the fight within her. She tries to re-swing. Time being played, and Lisa will lock this one in. SK 3 on 5 converted, and you've got to pay your respects to Rescue. She is an animal on these solo site anchors.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even like they're playing Sentinels that you expect to be able to hold the sights down, right? It's just pure gunfire, and a real reason that SK are still in this series, to be honest. Rescued many times back on split, and continues to stand up and be counted over here on the decider. Not letting their team lose another round 3. They will stop the rot super early and force Twisted Minds to change their angle of attack.
Huge benefit. Maybe relighting the fire from underneath them. Lisa removed. Jelena trades, has to re-swing. Jelena, nice bit of accuracy on the Vandal to deliver 2 quick kills. Cutting away some of the attack. Misu and Lean left to spectate, smoke towards heaven, blocking the vision of Rescue. The spike moves forward. Twisted Minds like control, but Sarah overzealous in the approach. That paranoia might just catch her off. Never mind that. The showstopper's gone in. No one cleared under heaven. And Rescue's ult voided. Sarah. More news going in favor of Twisted Minds. Now spotted on the jiggle. Twi in the 1 on 3.
Yeah, huge win condition just gone in the showstopper there. Felt like that could have really turned the tides of the retake, but not to be. Twisted Minds will get themselves in this 1 versus 3, and Twi has a good chance at it, given the first duel, but the second and third get the timing correct and make sure that the third goes on to the board. That's a pretty big win for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a 3 on 4. You see Jelena's double. Gives SK the lead. The showstopper out of heaven. I mean, statistically from that point, 3 on 4, showstopper, you know, popped. You feel like that finds 1 kill. It all starts crumbling for the attack. Twisted Minds 2 on 4. You know, how do you get the spike down? How do you navigate the post plant, even if you do? So many questions. Instead, it's 3-1, and just as quick as SK were able to deny Twisted Minds of the bonus conversion, well, they beat them when they're on the rifles, and now the economy reset.
Yeah, Twisted Minds get their own chance to start to snowball. Showstopper online. Nightfall a couple away. Viper's Pit there, albeit mostly used for the post plant. Don't really want to see many of them or any of them invested in this round. Just a little bit of damage control for Twisted Minds. First engagement goes their way. Jelena choosing not to swing, just to try and hold an angle. Wise, but I wouldn't have minded it.
Lean just tapped in the corner, expecting this pre-fire to connect. SK still at a standstill, despite being disadvantaged in numbers.
But disciplined, most importantly. They're disciplined in how they want to play it.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that it's taken so much time that SK have realised that it's worth the gamble elsewhere, and they've gone on to the C site. This now relies on these rifles being able to outtrade and cause chaos. TWIS rescue! Speaking of chaos, there's 2 quick kills. Ness gets 1 back. 20 seconds left on the spike. Fluxy walks into her own smoke. This could be dangerous because the pit used. Fluxy dropping the spike. 2 on 2. Jelena being bought time. The rotate's coming in. Fluxy tries her best to buy time. Jelena vocal in her approach as well. Trip set close. Walking round the other way. Trademark down. The pit brought down as well, but it's going to isolate the fight. Sarah caught in the open. Misu 1-on-1 just about holds on. But again, the overzealousness, the slowdown of pace towards C, it causes SK to react. They get themselves triple stacked. Fluxy nearly wins it just on time alone. But even then, it comes down to the 1 versus 1 Veggie.
I literally just said moments ago, I don't really want to see any ultimates going into it. The second showstopper we've seen, and we're only on round 5, finds 0 value. Viper's Pit, if anything, maybe made it a little bit more challenging. When it drops, a player falls because of it. And I think you're getting to see that quote come towards it. I don't think there's been any peace in this server so far.
I mean, it's like Sun Tzu levels of quote. It might actually, honestly, I don't know the Art of War too well, but that seems like I'd be reading that there. A nice cold quote from Misu. I've got to say, I feel like quite the antithesis is happening though. You know, there is little to no peace, and it feels like that this is just an all-out war because the stakes are that high here in playoffs.
Do you think that this being so crazy maybe is peaceful for Misu? Do you think that's maybe where we're at? Is that Misu's just become so engrossed with chaos that this is calm?
I hope not. I really hope not.
Doesn't have white noise to help with sleep. It's just absolute madness.
The sound of the new Valorant, like the Riot bundle, you know, the Vandal being shot.
God, I hope not. But listen, each their own. Whatever works for you, and it's certainly working for Twisted Minds as they're on their attacking side of Lotus here. 4-1 to the good. Timeout called for SK. Not leaving it late this time. Early doors once again. Feels like you said, that last round could have went either way, but ultimately, when it comes to it, the bigger rifles got the job done. Players starting to stand out. Still a lot of control in terms of the ultimate economy for the side of Twisted Minds, though, right?
You say it's definitely on the up. You've got 3 ultimates online, admittedly, 2 only just recently invested. You look to the defense, but they are in quite a similar steading. You know, you've got the Omen ult online, you've got the Tour de Force up for Jelena, and then on top of that, the Nightfall's 1 away from being complete. The same with the Viper's Pit. So both teams in quite a good standpoint in terms of ultimates. I think for SK at this point, it's, you know, how many ults and what ultimates do we want to do and what combinations to make them the most worthwhile. We always know that the defense of Lotus is always a game that you're playing chase on. You know, you're never expected to be running away with a half-time win. Just keeping that gap as modest as possible, I think, is where SK need to exceed.
Yeah, and I think in the round coming up, just to kind of try and predict the future a little bit, I think you're going to try and see Lisa try and get that Nightfall online, right? You look at the positions just now, you've got the Tour de Force potentially going to be popped to help peek out of Garden. The typical combination with Raze and Fade to hold off of A main, and then Lisa can take that time and push up, get the orb, and then just pull back and try and play for whatever retake it can be. Will just be respected though. Wall goes up. No one's deciding to challenge it from the side of Twisted Minds. They've diverted their focus over towards C, which, if they get there faster, could be a really dangerous sign.
Orb being scooped up. About what's online, it's being worked on the Twisted Minds side. Very slow yet again for Twisted Minds. Just every second's feeling like a minute for SK.
I was about to say that. It is dragged out. Obviously, we have the information that they don't. But a little bit of a faster engagement, certainly would have seen them in better spots. But there goes the Steel Garden, there goes the Nightfall.
I mean, this is going to summon a lot of this defense. The question is, why aren't Twisted Minds going in off of this? They've been re-smoked, and now the rifles have come back up. Now they're blocked off. That is one hell of a way to entry, Sarah. Rescue just buried through the smoke. And now the pivot through the door out towards B. You're only relying on the tour de force of Jelena. As the wall goes down, the swing comes in. Good start. Drops the spike as well. Time is low. Lean will get the trade 2-on-2. 10 seconds left. Planted in the bowl, relying on the cover of Graham's, who will find the double and deliver a 5th for Twisted Minds Orchid.
Thought for a second you were going to eat your words if you're only relying on the tour de force. 2K could have been more. But when you need a player, talk about a standout performance this stage as Graham's big expectations last stage. Certainly a cut down in the agent pool has only helped them succeed. Only played Neon and Omen so far, and it's certainly showing a lot more confident, had a lot more big moments, and right now that feels like one, allowing the plant to go down. But let's see if SK can continue to adapt. They are on a lower buy and they are trying to hold A.
First being heard outside A, C's deployed. See if anyone's playing the close corner, swing round the corner. This is good, this is great from Rescue. 2 on the Sheriff, looking for more as well. Jelena peeking from Con. 3 on 5. The Sheriff finding the absolute maximum, and Rescue doesn't look done just yet. Prowler now removed. Door denied entry. Swing back into its place. The 3 remaining attackers move through towards B.
Jelena has respected a lot of space here. Giving up B, will just try and hold it. Gets peaked, but it's a trade, but that trade really doesn't overly help the side of Twisted Minds.
It's a 2-on-4, but the problem is the weapons are so far removed. They've kind of just got to go for this with whatever they find on the fly. It's a lineup for Sarah! Beautiful stuff. She has been on fire, looking to do more. Lisa drops her with the Sheriff eventually. Low HP on the fade, double ding round the corner, and SK make it work on the lower buy of the lot.
And it all really comes from Rescue getting that overzealous, walking up, picking up 2 clean headshots with the Sheriff and forcing Twisted Minds back. I mean, oh, the paranoia is actually beautiful as well to set that play up.
I didn't even
really
notice
well
that.
called. Yeah, I think that just goes to show the set plays that are in the book of SK. They say they don't work on them. It's all done within the fields. I think that maybe stands out to test on how good the calls could be from Fluxy. Yet to really complement any of the IGL in this series, but it has been great at times. Let's see if they can push down the throttle though and turn that advantage into another.
Jelena, blind fire, but it's Fluxy that finds the first. Low HP. She's forced to retreat. The deficit being worked on, and for Twisted Minds, yet again, it's this slower approach towards A. The operator blocked by the utility. Paranoia sent through, blind as well, sliding out Lean, using the satchels, diffuse on the showstopper. Could be finding more. How on earth do both players survive? Never mind that. The Vandal's here to play. Lean trying to close the gap, but Jelena at the double, trying to fight ground, and she makes it a 2v2. C's used. Blocked off, and now the Steel Garden invested. Both teams tooth and nail trying to fight in. Those primaries jammed only for a moment's notice. The Twisted Minds don't try and capitalize when SK are at their weakest. This is used as a tactic to delay. Spam through the wall. They know where one defender is. The question is, where is Fluxy? She's walked up close. Needs to be a wider held angle from Sarah, who will find 3 in the round. Wall bang headshots to serve for everyone. 6-2. Twisted Minds Orchids reinstate their 4-round buffer. And SK set back down to the bare minimum financially.
However, that's another showstopper used and no value found. Starting to have some real questions about this rocket. What its value can bring, but Rescue can get a situation to show me that it does have some value. It's online. You would maybe feel some pressure if it does get applied on them over on B. Could be a tool to convert another eco. But Twisted Minds continue to play slowly, deciding not to take any space, have afforded all of C control all the way up, funneling them into the Sheriff of Lisa. Oh, it could get dangerous.
Oh, Mizu able to find the first. C's catching her, but still just able to create success. C's used towards Con 4. The attackers, now they know that the close angles are clear. Their attention has tunneled in on this A site. Half by. I mean, you're expecting at least some damage here, Virgie, and even then.
Yep.
Not much to write home about for this defense. This wall goes down. I don't know if Sarah's going to be compromised. Nope. She's all right now. This is just cheeky. Sarah tucks from every angle, anticipating to see some blue in front of her. It's a good start for TWIS. More needed, though.
Good paranoia. TP on site, but Lean undealt with on stairs.
Fluxy. Oh, Fluxy. Shouldn't be finding more. I mean, the round is gone. But individual brilliance from Fluxy. How on earth does she make that gun look so easy? The round will go Twisted Minds Orchids. But look at the money they walk away with in this round. They have got next to nothing. That is so critical to the attacker's side finances. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not saying I'm Fluxy level of good in this game. I'm far from that. I am an NPC compared to this. But that does not work for me like that. The Bandit is, I don't know, different. It's different.
Only in the right hands. That's criminal damage, that is.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Twisted Minds, they're saved the embarrassment by the bomb exploding, so don't need to worry too much. But like you said, the money that's lost purely from that and the confidence that maybe comes up from SK could be a problem.
Nicely done! Rescue, showstopper. Might have just drawn the curtain of round 10. Graham's low as well, 3v3. A complete retraction of B main control, and the problem is the spike is there. Graham's is 3 off the ult as well, so they're going to go chasing orbs probably, try and see if they can maybe ult in and out with it, but I don't know, it just feels like a tall order.
Yeah, it doesn't feel possible. I think it's just a reposition to try and catch them off guard. We're going to have to go all the way around the world. The good thing is this time does favour them, but what doesn't favour them is dry peeking into Jelena on her favourite weapon. Now Ness is left. Graham's position is revealed and handily dealt with, and forces Ness to swing, and there is Fluxy with the mop and bucket to dust away the remainder of the attack. And you thought the money was bad before for that buy. Well, it's only going to get even worse.
Yeah, I mean, that was everything for them. Just evaporated at the mouth of B main. This one has to be a half buy, you save for the last. Newfound confidence for SK. I mean, look, fact of the matter is, if you get 5 on defense, I don't think we can leave the first set of 12 edges saying, oh, SK could have done more, because 5 can be plenty.
Yep.
To bring it home. Prowler sent through, TWIS. It's going to go to the teammate, not to her, so she's able to find some success. Paint shells. All the kills in a matter of moments. At least the eco doesn't last as long. We're heading to the last, where the only options are 8-4 or 5-7.
Yeah, and the great thing there for SK is they didn't allow Twisted Minds to pick up any orbs or try and max min what was available. You've got Lean one away from Showstopper, but could have got it online. Ness miles away from getting that Nightfall on. Yes, you've got the Viper's Pit. Sarah's close to having, I think it's a third Steel Garden of the half, but
it will be.
It could have went a lot differently, and I've just glanced down and seen that there's 2 operators and now a tour de force online for SK on this defense.
The double op treatment. Misu quickly removing Res Q. TWI on the snake bite, able to find Lean though, so level in numbers yet again. TWI overzealous. Sarah punishes the Viper's Pit used towards B. And the double operator formula that Jalena's using might not be too successful. Made to eat my own words, and there goes the ult. Fluxy's able to walk in and out. It's all on the shoulders of Ness. A 1v3 for the rifle, and SK, well, they make diamonds out of nothing. A beautiful recovery here at the end of the first half. It is 7-5 after the first set of 12. The real question is, can SK deliver the same impact on attack? Twisted Minds now need to deliver a masterclass on defense. It all comes down to this, the final set of 12. Who will stay in the upper bracket? We'll find out right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, hello, welcome back. You're looking at us live here in action. We're supposed to be on Lotus, but instead you're live in the studio joining us. We don't have Retro's background set as Lotus. That's the disappointment here. We're just stuck in the middle. And there we go, back in some slight technical difficulties, folks. The series did not end during the half. Don't worry, you join us in what is a crucial point for both of these teams' seasons. 7-5 at the half. Once again, we talk about the pistols and SK's lack of them, but this would be a killer moment to pick one up on their attack.
Be a devastating blow, as you say. The Twisted Minds, it's about getting ahead of the curve for SK. Admittedly, not much of one, but still need to give chase.
It's not going to be much of one, Ryan, but...
yeah.
It's just a pause. We're getting slow tempo. They've repeated the last stage, or the last half.
SK giving a taste of Twisted Mind's own medicine. Choosing the choice of B. Good shot from Lean. Spike down. Graham's has just found a double kill with a classic. Jelena and TWI both tagged up as well. This one goes from bad to worse. Paranoia at the ready for Graham's. Not that it really matters. This one is over before it even begins. SK, no legroom offered anywhere on the map. 1v5 for TWI.
Well, maybe.
No, surely not.
No,
yeah,
okay.
Let's, hold the horses just for a little bit here. 8-5. A 3-round buffer established and an implied fourth as SK with little to no economy to work with after a pretty lopsided defeat in our final pistol of this series.
I know I've said it a lot, but it really is concerning for me. SK's lack of ability to convert these pistols. I know people don't put a lot of stock in pistols at time, but it really can be the tide that turns the map for you. We've seen how close it was in the group stage, and it could once again be the difference maker as Twisted Minds get an opportunity to put themselves 4 to the good.
Rescue in. Bucky does connect. Laboured, but finds the mark. A second kill, a third! How on earth is this happening? Really, SK? This is an eco! It's not meant to be an Amoda Thrifty. It's not meant to be flawless. It's not meant to be SKs. It was destined to be Twisted Minds. And as quick as I wrote them off, they welcome themselves right back to Lotus.
Yeah, who needs pistols when you can just get an Armada Thrifty in the next round, right? Maybe that's the strategy all along. Maybe I just wasn't a knower. I apologise to all the SK fans. Point proven, point taken.
No need to apologise. That should never have happened. That honestly, like, respectfully, yeah, fair enough. Rescue, Satchel's in, finds one. Okay, maybe a second off the back of it. You know, Jelena catching one in rotation. Still, the fact that it's flawless, not a single kill that Twisted Minds find, despite being on the much more superior investment, can't happen. Not when the game's this close. Not when we're in map 3. This is brave. 5 in the smoke. Jelena on the outlaw. There could be a couple of lineups here. Fires once. Peeks round. Takes a second. And the TP away. It's into safety. Rescue. That's the spike drop. Jelena has to re-swing to collect. Now in the snake bite. 6 points of health. Got a tuck tail. Divert the spike elsewhere. Twisted Minds eating a lot of damage out towards A. But it is a 4v4.
Yeah, but a decent chunk of damage off of Twisted Minds as well, right? Yes, you've got Jelena down at 6 HP. But, I mean, that outlaw being picked up by Graham's as well could, if it peaks at the right time, find value. But at least Lisa shuts down Lean, the 3-key machine.
Nice adjustment from Jelena. And it looks to be SK will not make a mistake in their anti-eco. Graham's Ness. Death to Spike seems more fitting for this situation now. Letting time expire.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded the outlaw being saved into the next. Granted, SK might rebuy into the big shields. You've got Rescue available to buy a rifle in the next as well. So SK could make a real go of it. But having that outlaw could have been a significant damage buffer as they head in. But I guess rifles in hand is probably the advantageous favour. I'm trying to see, what does Rescue do? Okay, Phantom brought into it. No sniper gathered. And you can see money's not great for the side of Twisted Minds either. Really all the way down. 3 players on half. Granted, 2 of them are regens. But it's a fairly equal footing as you look at what both teams have. Nothing to be done. Spam back and forward. The Viper walls providing cover for both teams. Nobody willing to be the overstep as SK want to take control of A main, but don't want to give any numbers advantage up. So we've seen what happens with first bloods for both of these teams. Both happy to kind of counter around it. Twisted Minds' focus being on not losing these 5 versus 4. And the B pressure that TWIS making could be pivotal if it doesn't go checked, if they get the timing on the move right.
Yeah, as you say, the first blood statistic is almost cosmetic for these teams. It doesn't really matter what position you put them in. It feels like both fight tooth and nail in every situation. Ness drops the first. Lisa watches on. Paranoia is good. The spam needs to be great though. Not checking close. Graham's 1 for 1. It's a well-received engagement. Lean one back after TWIS finding the omen. 2 on 3. Spike found. Satchel to slip Rescue through Link and in towards B. Spike will go down. How do Twisted Minds deal with this retake? Well, Lean finding some damage. Sarah to convert the kill. 1 on 3. Twi on the Guardian. Can't be hitting more though. Can't isolate these flights. Can't be allowed a chance. As we fly blind. 1 on 1. Mizu able to stop Twi in her tracks. 9 on the board for Twisted Minds Orchid. Even then though, SK arguably shouldn't have had a chance in the post-plant yet. As close as you like.
That's been a common theme this whole series. It feels like almost everyone's had their moments to step up and really be a crucial factor for both teams. Nobody playing the passenger, refusing to let it go. I mean, this is just clay pigeon shooting right at the sky. That's why really impressive. Isolating the 1 versus 1s there in the second part as well. Well done, but not able to get the job done. Twisted Minds up in the tempo. Try and push their way through, and that is a great use of utility to get the kill onto Fluxy. That's your IGL. That's one of your covers down.
Now the disadvantage situation that SK have to unwind themselves from. The double swing, but nearly a lineup. I mean, that is best case scenario. If they were to concede. Only dropping the 1. Jelena moving in. Rescue on the C's. The boom bot to go clearing. This is going to force Twisted Minds hand out towards the B side. And, well, awkward now because this split has now just turned into an execute from Con. And it's an easy choke point for these defenders to hold on to.
Yeah, they're going to have to make like a hobbit and explore elsewhere. Start to see if they can find an avenue to exploit. The problem is Graham's is on the stairs, ready to be that destructive force. Yeah, the timing's exceptional.
She walks forward now. It's 3 kills. Doesn't want to overextend though, and it does buy SK a bit of space in sight. 3 on 4. But that SK will have to put some effort into this retake, but it's not impossible by any standard. To go out as well. I mean, Minds very split in this retake as well. 1 from stairs, 2 from Con, 1 from spawn. Where do you expect SK to lie in this? Jelena on the op as well. It makes it all the more awkward. Oh, speaking of awkward, missed shot. Rescue able to make amends as Graham's TP's into sight. A double swing, the high-low, maybe accidental from SK, but Lisa happy to deliver good news. Sarah 1 on 3, the spike ticked too far. She'll have to just tuck tail and save, and even then, Lisa hot on her heels will be removed, but the damage is done. 8-9.
Yeah, and that's a retake that should always really be going back towards Twisted. SK in 3 different positions, and especially when that operator misses, right? That's your avenue in. That's the door being opened, granted access to capitalise, but not to be done. Rescue again with a pivotal kill, then just forces the hands back. And it feels like Twisted Minds, this whole map, have been playing everything at a snail's pace, right? A lot of the attack was slow. That retake felt kind of a little bit slow without any use.
Yeah.
And yet there was a moment where if Graham's just turned 1 corner, the round was over. Granted, no noise had been made, but it's these tiny little avenues and minute details that could just really be what they look back at as costly.
60 seconds to reflect for Twisted Minds. I mean, look, it's not that I confirmed it and it's not like I predicted it, but you could tell just with how SK were bunkered up on that A site and how split up Twisted Minds were on that retake that there was going to be problems. Teed it up that way. It happens. Nice thing is that you take the tack break quite quickly in this second half, knowing that you've still got time to make amends for those issues. But, I mean, how much can you do in 60 seconds, right? I think that's the ultimate question.
Yeah. You really need to rely on your strong leaderships of the squads to pull through. Good thing is like we said, the group stage was close, so they have been in exact situations. We know they're capable of doing it for both teams. That counts for as well when you think of Haven for SK, but we're living in the here and now, and it's a big play over by C.
You too early. Fluxy knows that Grahams is up close. Half expecting the teleport away. The boom bot lean. Spamming it down quickly. I mean, for a defensive side that doesn't have much to invest, Twisted Minds awfully aggressive and decisive in what they want to do in the early game.
Yeah, but I like that though, right? They know they have the disadvantage, so they just want to take the fight to your opponent. It's either that or you gamble stack on one side, but up in the pressure, maybe try and see if they could have got an early kill, start to turn the favour back on theirs, some early weapons to be picked up, but not to be the case. However, as they go exploring, they want to try and find Fluxy, who's left on an island, and gets the kill.
Oh, fake TP, not cleared. Jelena with one gets traded out by Misu. TWIS
30 seconds
puts it into the 4v2 and SK. I mean, it feels like every map, right, that we've been at this pivotal moment where it's tie game, it comes here, it will be at the start of round 19, both teams on an investment, and it will be Twisted Mind's chance to reclaim their lead, and for SK, a late lunge here on Lotus.
Face your fear.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wow, that's a huge investment.
Yeah. Given the time, what you knew Twisted Minds had in their hands, I mean, as much as a loss can come in, for Twisted Minds, you're kind of feeling it, that's a win.
By taking down another dink. I mean, any other gun than the shorty and it goes at the same time. All three of these players are whisker away from death instead. It will be Ness staring the Grim Reaper in its eyes. Dies to the spike. 9-all. After 18, again split down the middle. Both of these teams just inseparable at this like 2/3 of the way through. Had it on the initial map of Haven, I think it was what? 8-8, I think in split.
Yep.
9-9 here on Lotus, 9-9.
Yeah, it's a really huge moment. Big investments from both teams. SK obviously have a little bit of background to fall onto, but Twisted Mind lose this round. You're starting to maybe sense the end, and it could be that lower bracket run that they need to do. SK very well handled on this map. Looked a point where Twisted Minds had all the momentum. The first two shots, a whiff from each operator, and now Graham's spotted up close. Will have to try and dash away, but decides to stick around, see if they can't find any extra value, but SK more than happy to handle it.
Does it get cleared? No, but Graham's can't connect.
What do they do
Flustered
now?
defender. 5-on-4 showstopper. Door gets broken. Rescue screaming for some assistance on that lean. Somehow alive. The showstopper, some integral damage done. The snake bite forcing Misu back. And the C's causing Lean more trouble out on Heaven.
Spike planted.
It's harder and harder to retake.
Hit.
There.
It's this over this round. It's a save. I think it's going to have to be called.
And even then, it's into the jaws of the operator. Once
Save
it's forgiven,
denied.
twice is a mistake. Offering up 2 of those premium rifles. Easy pickings for Jelena. Time close to expiry. Twisted Minds don't want to move in. Ness gets one of her own, and I mean SK just happy to return the favour. Here, we'll take 2. You can have 3. No worries. At the end of the day, the most important number is the one situated at the top middle of our screens.
Yep.
It is 10-9, and while sure only one survives, it's SK. You get the advantage now.
Yeah, you can get all the kills after the round's done if you want, but if you don't manage to defuse the spike, then what does it really matter? SK starting to see the next round of playoffs in the near future for them. The signposts are getting more readable. 3 rounds, it reads it's possible. And Twisted Minds running out of runway. Otherwise, the lower bracket could be waiting.
A bit of feeling it would be for Twisted Minds Orchid, who have played equally as well through this series. An important engagement. Jelena just holding the angle, though. Straight into the tour de force. To mention, Rescue wandering around. Sarah's taking big damage. And there you go, freebie found. The question is, where's the Viper in all of this? Misu in sight, Toxin low, but the ult still remains. Rescue's just so disinterested in what's happening in the ult. Look at the position that the Rays on the attacking side has found themselves in. Rescue is in spawn. Pick of the bunch now as to where the spike goes.
Yeah, and until that's spotted, the Viper on Misu is just going to be confused, trying to figure out the position the whole time, right?
Look towards Heaven. Satchel from Rescue. That's a nice shot from Ness. On the reload, backstabbed. Twi lurking through A. Graham's and Misu. Now need everything. The wall has to come down as the approach from main made. Graham's going to be heard through C-Link. Held down by Fluxy. Being cordoned off. No room for error. A team ace in round 20. SK 11-9. 2 from catch up Twisted Minds Orchid, but at the same time, it's 2 away from victory here for SK Nebula.
2 away from righting the wrongs of the group stages. But in reality, if you were to give the question up, do you want the win in groups or do you want the win in playoffs? Pretty sure we both know what you're taking out of the way. A little fun fact, while things might be getting a little bit depressing for Twisted Minds Orchids, never to use the Odin in stage 3. And you maybe think that might change as we come up if they get the money, given the paper walls that we have seen on Lotus, but wouldn't really be overly surprised if that stays the same. But for SK, it's going to be more of the same for them, right? They've got the winning formula. No real need to change it. Feel like they have Twisted Minds on the back foot, the back burner, struggling to really stay in this series.
Moment of silence before we get back into the carnage.
We're trying to make with the peace for the whatever the quote was again.
To bleed less in war.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to bleed less in this war of Lotus, a war of attrition, to see who will make the next round of that upper bracket.
Galena cordoned off and deleted. Graham's beautiful shot. She opens the tally in favour of Twisted Minds Orchid here in round 21. Not without its own rebuttal though. Well, it's not a 4v4, it's Misu. A shot away from death twice. Swings in solo. Fluxy 3-on-5. Has to start the campaign strong. The C's being used. No one clearing sight. Rescue. Shot in the back of the head. Needs a response. The rebuttal from Fluxy is there. But now it's all on Lisa. 1-on-3. She'll find the first. Ness moving through the door. Twisted Minds, double digits. If you thought maybe there was just going to be SK coasting to victory, we've got other plans for you.
Yes, real statement of intent. Not going down quietly. And that's what we would have expected from this Twisted Minds squad. Certainly being an upriser. Part of me wants to say overperformer this stage, but I don't think that would be fair. I certainly think they're performing to expectations and have levels to go up. If they can see this series out, it'll be a level up indeed, but a long way to go and a hurdle to overcome.
There.
If this was a sport, this would be the 40-yard dash. Both teams on the cusp of victory. Admittedly, a little more work cut out for this Twisted Minds side. But we know that they have got Lot of fire. Silence. Reveal sent towards C. Fluxy. A check of presence made to C and chill bite.
This is a big moment for Graham's. Big moment. Big task.
The ult. Grahams doesn't know where it's coming from. He's literally the other side of this wall. Fluxy's in the corner. The snake bite saving Fluxy. And now it's an opener for SK. Showstopper deploy for lead. Trying to get involved in the action. Just sent 118. Rescue removed. 20 seconds left. Remember, the objective needs to be played for. Jelena caught low. The Nightfall doing so much in terms of delaying the SK side. They have to move forward. Ness able to find TWIS. 2 kills for SK. 10 seconds left on the clock. Lisa trying to plant in heaven, but she's sent to hell. As SK will have no chance at winning this one out. Time is low. It's gone. They can't play for the objective. They have to play for kills, and there's not enough time to do it all. We go the distance here. Our deciding map. What on earth is Jelena doing? We go the distance. 11-11.
Listen, I don't think we would have wanted this any other way. Right down to the wire. Both of these teams.
I mean,
right.
You've got to question the plant spot there. Like,
that's panic, man. That's just sheer panic.
It is just, oh my god, time's low. Let's get the spike down. You have the whole of sight. I think as soon as Rescue gets the trade, you have a bit of backside space. You have a teammate walking towards the drop position, sorry. That's it. That's your round setup. You can plant on the back wall. You can stay safe from heaven. You know your drop's clear. There's no immediate flank. But again, it's just a high pressure moment. There is so much on the line for both of these teams that, yeah, these mistakes are going to happen. And it could be a costly one for SK. A tactical timeout there last here on Lotus. And it happens after 22 rounds played.
Yeah, it's the finite details, the minuscule details, I should say, that really make the difference. And really, when you look back throughout the series, there's been multiple for both, but they've also been able to overcome a lot of these situations. Thinking back to Fluxy's clutch back on Split, multiple on Haven, pretty much all in the hands of Leans and Graham, who was really strong. But as we come all the way, get to see who is going to be more cold-blooded, who has more conviction, who wants it more.
Two rounds. It's split down the middle. We'll go to overtime. And that really will be drama. Speaking of which, Graham's escapes. Prowler hits the wall. Snake bite at the feet, making Graham's vulnerable, but she's able to escape the clutches of Misu. Or of TWIS, rather. Wall goes up for the attackers. There goes the Steel Garden, but the problem is the kills are coming in, and there's mostly blue in the kill feed because Twisted Minds have ran with it. Fluxy 1v4. Primary will recover. There is enough time to make this round work. Sarah holding the other end of the smoke. Fluxy hits the first. 3 more to go. The spike to be retrieved. And Twisted Minds piling up so many numbers, expecting the swing from close. Lining up nearly are a couple of these players. Misu will get the trade. It is map and series point. Twisted Minds Orchid.
Yeah, advantage. Twisted Minds hoping to avoid the overtime that we've seen here in groups. Hoping to get it over the line. And the money situation looking slightly dire for SK. A real tough round to go into. I mean, that's a pick and mix buy if I've ever seen one in my life. Stinger, Guardians, and a Vandal. Half shields aplenty. Decisions aplenty. This is everything for SK. Lower bracket or overtime.
Q able to slip through the hold that was being applied by Graham's. The door opens once again and defensive tree smoke deployed. No early engagements, but SK just encroaching on this A space. You look at the ult rotation. No one has anything. It is just literally what you see is what you get in this round. Close to the rescue showstopper. I guess that's something that will be considered. I mean, this would be, after what we saw in round 14, the most SK round, should it go there. Will it be over inside 24? Graham's paranoia. That's delayed them even further. A lineup potentially Graham's. Oh my word, it's so much damage. 3 on 4 as Lisa claps back on the Guardian, but no headway made towards the A side. 30 seconds left. Twisted Minds up in numbers. Fluxy swings wide with the Guardian. Now a 3 on 3. SK still need to think about the objective, of which Lisa will punch down, and Fluxy still playing Guardian Angel 2v2 as Lean gets one back on the operator. And it all comes down to this. Fluxy has the ult for rotation if need be, but they know that the strength comes in numbers. The power comes with time. Misu, it could be an awkward one. It could be into the jaws of Fluxy. It's a game of timing, of which she'll lose because her position now compromised. Expecting a swing from the other way. Fluxy tucks tail, and Fluxy's found 3 on the Guardian. There is absolutely no way Fluxy should win this single-handedly. The reveal, the stick. Lisa, will she swing? It's brought halfway, but cool, calm, collected. There is not enough time to do it all. It will be brought to OT. 24, not enough.
And history does repeat itself. 14-12 the score was in group stages. For SK, they'll be hoping to once again overturn that. Big step up from the captain, the leader, the IGL of Fluxy this round, to make sure it was there. Guardian Angel fitting that they were able to secure it. And I mean, maybe a little bit of shenanigans might have changed that, but
a sick replay because I didn't realise how close that was and how many bullets were missed. But there we go.
Thanks for that production.
Thank you, production, for making us realise that we could be subscribed to eternal Lotus gameplay. Swing and a miss out of the operator of Jelena.
It's not one that I would mind, to be honest. I really like that long in overtime, but this series has been grueling and it's been deserving of a fitting end. However, Twisted Minds gets themselves onto site. Plant down, post plant now being held.
Pink. Seems like it would do a little bit more damage than that though. TWIS. 70 points of health. It's Nest removed. The retake from SK 5 on 4. Favoured numbers, but the objective considered. And Lean gets one back. So now time and numbers are an issue. Spam through. Lisa's just found one. TP'd right onto the heart of the spike. Fluxy starts the stick. They need a rebuttal here, Twisted Minds. Misu, Snakebite will do it justice. Satchel to try and delay. The reveal goes through. Rescue continue into stick. The swing comes in, but Lisa will deny all 4. SK 13, Twisted Minds 12.
Switching sides.
The retake looked challenging, but you start to see the faith that this team have in each other. Holding for the defuse, 1 peek out was all it would have took just to seal that round for Twisted Minds. But it's now SK who are in the upper foot again. 1 round away from the upper bracket. 1 round from reversing what fate beheld them in group stages. 1 away from enacting revenge. And they get to be the attacking side. They get to be the aggressors. They get to put the pace down and up the tempo. And that's why the tactical timeout's been called, to make sure it's only 1 that they need.
You got 60 seconds to discuss a singular round that makes or breaks the overtime lead on Lotus. Calm before the storm. What a series this has been.
Cinema is how some would describe it. For Twisted Minds, they will be hoping the end credits aren't about to roll down. Maybe an extended version the full show on hand. But for SK, they'll be hoping they don't need it. They're attacking C, and it's Misu who has to defend.
In towards the site, Sarah opening kill. It's not looking good for SK. A timeout. Need to recover. In towards the site. Fluxy removed as well. Jelina's found one back. Lisa at the double. Gonna win a 1v4. It would be the most SK way to win. Spike to go down. Graham's and Ness
Nightfall.
have to come up huge. You're right. Ultimate online if required. Smoke comes up for Graham's though, so more complexity, more layers to this retake. Lisa moves in. Nightfall at the ready, now knows that nobody's coming from the left. Both players have to be from the right, and now knows Graham's into the jaws of defeat. Lisa, a Red Bull clutch to close. It's 14-12, it's overtime, it's drama, it's SK that stay in the upper bracket. And Twisted Minds Orchids fall at the clutches of defeat. OT map 3, it is heartbreak for them. My word, what a series.
Yeah, and it's Lisa who leaves a impression in that last round there. 1 versus 2 to clutch up. 7th highest player in group stages, by the way, and shows off why. What a performance. And we had this head-to-head at the start of the day, Ryan, and I said it was players to watch, and players to watch indeed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the numbers coming up from Fluxy, the clutches that we've just seen from Lisa. I mean, it's very easy to pinpoint the numerical value, but, you know, I mean, to even get here in the first place, we're talking about an SK side that relied on Rescue, a site of split. We're talking about a Lisa clutch to win in OT. We're talking about an insane round 14 here on Lotus. Like, there is so much that amounts to victory here in so many different ways that, look, you can point out Fluxy all you want. I don't think she'll disagree that that was definitely a team game and one that SK fought tooth and nail to win. A breakdown of the numbers, as you can see here. First kills falling in favor of Twisted Minds, but even then, in terms of clutches, in terms of thrifties and the post-plant percentage, it all falls in favor of SK. Clearly the difference maker as they progress forward in the upper bracket. And Twisted Minds Orchids, if they want to be heading to GCC Sao Paulo, will have to go on an SK-like run in the lowers.
Yeah, we said fate was in their hands. Well, they've just let it slip ever so slightly, but SK doing their best to get a firmer grasp on that, right? They're putting themselves in a much better position. I think, what is it, 4th, the lowest they can come now. Very, very strong from them, and only room to grow. A game against Giant X is certainly one that they will be looking forward to, and rightly so. But after this grueling series, they'll be looking for a well-rewarded rest.
Yeah, at least you get a little bit of time between the games. I think that's the most important thing, right? If you were playing again, it'd be pretty tough on the mind after that one. Yeah, look, a fantastic job from SK today. We'll be joining an interview in just a few seconds. I think to touch on the Twisted Mind side, though, looked incredible out of the gates in the first map. Sort of insane start. SK try and claw things back. They were always in control, though. Second, you look at it, and, well, again, they come out of the gate swinging. They look incredible. And yet SK just worked their magic. We go to a third map, it goes the distance. There was not a point in time where I think you counted that side out of any of those maps, and you know, with all credit to them, obviously, to go toe-to-toe like that with stage 2 winners, I think you've got to pay your respects there, and definitely a side that is going to be exciting to watch in the lower bracket, because I have no doubts we'll be seeing more of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is exactly one to point out. They'll be very happy with going into, well, they won't be very happy with going into lower brackets, but they'll be happy with the performance. Obviously, they would have wanted to push it over the line, but it steadies them well going forward.
Yeah, I do believe I'm going to be joined by Rescue for a winners interview to talk about that series. Rescue, thank you so much for joining me. First and foremost, are you feeling pretty tired after the game? I can only imagine the stress, the intensity of that series must have been quite draining.
Yeah, to be honest, it was quite draining. Playing second game is always like really tiring for us, and of course it was a long series, so they really put up a fight against us.
Yeah, I mean, to speak on the Twisted Orchid side, obviously they beat you in the group stage, and coming into playoffs, we knew that it was a Twisted Mind side that looked much better than the previous 2 seasons, right? They worked very, very well in Stage 3 groups. Were you expecting this kind of close game? Is that the Twisted Mind side that you were expecting to see on the server?
Yeah, to be honest, they beat us already in group stage once. But in group stage, I was having really bad game against the Twisted Mind game. I was having really bad stats. And today, I think I played fine, but it was still a close game. So I think that shows how good of a team they are.
Yeah, I mean, to speak on the first map, obviously you go down and it was a pretty staggering start. You managed to make a mini comeback, can't quite make it stick. You head into the second map, your selection. I think it was 4-0, 5-0 down that you go. Then we start to see you really pick up the pace. I mean, I even spoke just then about your solo Ayanka, right, on the defense. What was the turning point, do you think, in that series where you go from conceding quite a bit on Haven to then turning things right around on Split?
I don't know, like, we have this tendency of starting games really slow, then, like, we go on a streak. We don't know how to fix it, but somehow we can win these games even though we start, like, on-ale and stuff, so I honestly don't know.
I mean, obviously, we saw you all together last stage in the boot camp as well. I take it that's a huge asset for you guys, you know, being able to work together. You're in one place at the same time. It must be a pretty good feeling as well with wins like those.
Yeah, of course. Like, we all hug each other after the win, you know, like, we talk about how you did good in a round, you know, it's awesome.
And obviously, we're still very early doors in the playoffs. You've got a lot of work to be done. And obviously, there's a lot of conditions in terms of points or even winning the event for you to make champs. How does your prep look now between now and the rest of playoffs? Is it just you're taking it game by game? You're just looking at who's in front of you? You know, obviously, the goal has got to be making champs, right? So it's just focusing on that, I take it?
Yeah, all of us wants to, like, make Istanbul and champs, of course. And the way we prepare is just like game by game, you know. It doesn't matter who's against us. We're just trying to become a team and go step by step all together.
I'm not going to keep you for any longer, Rescue. I have no doubts that you are probably extremely tired after that. So you can enjoy your well-earned rest. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
I mean, look, what do you say about a game like that? It's insane. I mean, I'm losing my voice a little bit here. I bet you're the same. I can only imagine how mentally taxing and how physically demanding a series like that is. And I mean, what a showcase, right? Like, if you're looking at it from a neutralist perspective, if you want to, you know, indulge in the Game Changers circuit, if this is your first time watching, this is your introduction. Like, you have all the drama in that series. You have all sorts that happen in this series. And we're only just starting playoffs. You know, the games are going to get closer. There's still so much to play for ahead of us. What a series to end today.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. It was an absolute slobber knocker, is I think an old term that can be thrown about just now. But I think it is great. But just to touch back on the interview, the Rescue saying that she didn't feel that she played amazingly today. I disagree. I think they played very, very well. And one of the key factors in getting that result over the line. But as we kind of reflect back over towards today, what we have seen is Giant X sort of defeating the woes of yesterday as well, taking down Habos Babos, a team that overperformed a lot of people's expectations to finish second and towards the group stages. Obviously, Giant X having to go through the play-ins to come into today's matchup, and then SK beating Twisted Minds, also righting the wrongs of yesterday from the group stages to prove that they can rekindle that form that they had in stage 2. And both of those teams obviously meeting up in match day 4 in that upper bracket round, and I think both teams are on that upward trajectory, which means that match can only be better than today's.
Yeah, a lot of drawing still to be done on the canvas of our bracket for playoffs. G2 versus Gentlemates, of course, and GX versus SK in the uppers. Alternate Attacks Focus and Habos Babos, Twisted Minds, Orchids in the lowers. So many stories ahead. Of course, tomorrow's schedule looking pretty packed. Focus, Alternate Attacks, Twisted Minds, Habos Babos, those lower bracket games we will be waving goodbye to too. This time tomorrow. All 4 of these teams still requiring points if they want to be making champs. So with everything to do, the skies are set for this. And look, I mean, very exciting stuff ahead. Still plenty to get through. A bit of a shame that we're saying goodbye to a few of those teams tomorrow because, as you say, I feel like there's a lot of intricate stories, especially within sort of this economy of Stage 3, that are inexplicable but also awesome to watch. And it's kind of a shame that we're cutting things short. But the brutal format, there can only be 3 teams from EMEA, and that's what we're here to find out. Who are EMEA's best?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. We've obviously had quite a number of those stories, and it's just unfortunate that a number of the big standout stories from Stage 3 are in those knockout games tomorrow, right? You're looking at Habosh Babosh, who we just said were one of the rising stars coming out of the group stages. You've got Focus, who really was the focal point of all Stage 3, that was the real standout. Unfortunate to finish 4th. ATN really coming back as well, and I think tomorrow's matches is really do or die for all of those 4 teams.
It most definitely is. We wave goodbye to 2 at the end of tomorrow, celebrating a win, our SK today. The question is, who will keep on moving forward? Join us tomorrow for the elimination games of the bracket. Until then, have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't want a link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Ken and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.